The bearded man looked at his opponent with horror and tried to shout at him. He saw how serious and hostile he was and kept asking him how he could help and what the blonde guy wanted from him. The other man remained silent and, with rage in his eyes, swung his sword at the man. He knew why he was here today. In an instant, the man paid with his neck, and the blonde-haired guy stood and just stared at the flame. The mission was over. He stood for a minute, looking at the fire, and then put his hand in the left pocket of his robe. He took out a shiny silver cigarette case, opened the lid, and took out a cigar. With a single gesture, he threw it into the fire, and after another minute, he turned away with the determination to leave. Behind him, the flames continued to blaze, but he was no longer bothered by them. He continued on his way. After a while, he felt his chest tighten with pain and fatigue. He could barely breathe, yet he continued on his way through the huge trees of this strange forest. A little more, and he would most likely have passed out from the pain. His name was Signiche Zagar. He decided to stop and wait for people. The young man still had to report on the work he had done and return with a report. Signiche Zagar did not want to fight a new enemy, but it seemed that luck was not on his side. He heard strange sounds. Realizing that battle was inevitable, he only had time to duck out of the way of a bright beam of light that flew over his head. He saw the monster easily cut through a huge tree trunk near him with his terrible sword. He was ferocious. Like a wild animal, it let out cries and angry growls. Signiche Zagar looked straight at it, assessing its strength and his own. Then he noticed the sword in the giant's paws, and decided that it was the source of his strength and behavior. Signiche Zagar felt the enveloping energy that followed the monster, turning it into a practically insane beast. He decided that it was definitely the same cursed, demonic sword. He noticed how the monster prepared for a new attack, and was ready to repel it. The sword's power was enormous, but Signiche Zagar was able to dodge the monster's huge paws. The sword struck a nearby tree again, and it fell to the ground. A moment later, several more trees fell. After seeing this, Signiche Zagar had no doubt that this was the very sword he had heard about. Their resistance continued, and the attacks became more and more dangerous. Signiche Zagar was agile and quick. He dodged the monster's blows and used his sword against its attack. However, he realized that this was not enough. Pushing off from a stump with his foot, he began jumping between the felled tree trunks to confuse his enemy. The beast-like creature also seemed unwilling to give up, and watched the young man's movements closely. Signiche Zagar seized the moment, found himself next to his opponent, and swung his sword to strike. The monster was not ready for the young man's unexpected appearance, and the sharp blade of the weapon flashed right before its eyes. It groaned fiercely and desperately, and Signiche Zagar saw drops of its blood splattering everywhere. However, he still understood that this was not the end for the monster. His sword strike was too weak to win. After another attack, he only managed to inflict a few more scratches on the monster's body. He decided that his missions from the old man were too unprofitable. In the next attack, he broke his sword, and, at the end of the fight, decided to demand double the amount of payment. The beast instantly jumped at the young man, preparing to deliver a crushing blow from above, but Signiche Zagar was ready. Although his sword was broken, it could still protect its owner, and the young man took advantage of this. He forcefully repelled the monster's attack, and their energies collided in a devastating blow. The battle was fierce, and both of their strength was running out. Signiche Zagar's sword was completely broken under the blade of the demonic weapon. He knew it wasn't good, but he wasn't going to die here. A few moments later, the orc's head lay lifeless on the ground. It was all over. Signiche Zagar sat down wearily on a stump and sighed with some relief. Just a minute ago, he thought he might die here. Besides, he had lost his weapon. The guy raised his head and heard a secret, quiet voice calling him. He listened again. The voice seemed to come from the sword left behind by the orc who had fallen in battle. It was calling the young man to it. Signiche Zagar understood that he should not listen to this demon, but he got up from his place and stepped forward. The demon said it possessed a power capable of destroying everything. The sword promised to grant this power to the young man. Signiche Zagar's body seemed to have stopped obeying him. He walked toward the sword's call and heard it promise to fulfill all his desires. He tried to stop himself, but his hands reached for the hilt on their own. Signiche understood that it was dangerous. If he took the sword, he could end up like the orc on the ground. But it was too late. His palm touched the sword. A voice screamed at him that he could fulfill all his secret desires, and then the guy found himself with the weapon on the shore of the lake. The sword urged him to obey it, but Signiche Zagar swung it with determination and threw it into the water. He wanted only one thing: to get rid of its power as soon as possible. The weapon slowly sank into the depths of the water. Signiche Zagar turned and walked away from the lake cliff. He decided that he was done with the demonic sword. The sharp weapon sank deeper and deeper into the watery abyss, taking its secret powers with it. After a while, Signice Zagar explained to the old man what had happened to him, but the old man did not believe him. He asked for proof of the existence of the orc with the demonic sword. He was a mercenary man. He did not want to pay more for Signice Zagar's mission, and the young man left the building upset. He could only think about how he couldn't even buy a new sword with that pittance. A girl was standing nearby, staring intently at him. As he walked past, he decided that she was some kind of lost child, but then someone's hand grabbed his elbow. He turned around and saw the same girl looking at him, and saying that he was reckless to abandon his master. Signice just laughed in response, and told her that she must have mistaken him for someone else. He turned and was about to walk away, saying it was time for him to go, while the girl sighed discontentedly. She started shouting that he was going to pretend that nothing had happened after he touched her. This statement shocked Signice Zagara, and he asked her in horror what she meant and what she was saying. He turned sharply and looked at the girl. He was filled with anger at her rash words. He could already feel the stares of the crowd on the street who, upon hearing such words, began to condemn the guy. He asked her again what she had said, and demanded an explanation. She only reminded him of how she had been thrown into the lake. And then it dawned on Signice Zagara. He couldn't believe that this girl standing in front of him was connected to the orc's sword. He suddenly realized everything, and cold sweat broke out on his body. He asked if he was right in thinking that she was the one. The girl smiled slyly, and said that it was indeed so. She was that very demonic sword. Her name was Minerva. She was a sword of indignation that intensified her owner's feelings of resentment. She could grant enormous power. In addition, she was able to help with regeneration, but also bring her owner to the brink. Minerva said that Signice lacked self-awareness, but the guy had already tried to run away. He did not succeed. Signice realized with horror that the girl would pursue him. He couldn't understand how she found him so quickly on another street. Minerva understood that he was asking because he did not know that her body was a demonic sword. She tried to explain to him that, wherever he was, her desire alone was enough to transport her there. His whole expression said that he didn't believe her, but in the end, it didn't matter. She continued to explain to him that since he had touched the sword, that is, her body, he was now her servant. Signice was enraged by her words. He still didn't understand what it all meant. He couldn't listen to this nonsense, and decided to leave as soon as possible. But then he heard Minerva ask him how far he was going. He suggested that she stop talking nonsense and hurry home, but a loud roar behind him made him slow down. She told Signice that he was being rude again. A whirlwind swirled around the girl, and with the words, "This body is called Minerva," a sword appeared above her head. Minerva said that this was her true form. The girl rejoiced and was enveloped in magic. This attracted Signice's attention like a magnet, and he could not tear himself away from this phenomenon. She got into the spirit of things and demanded in a commanding tone that he kneel and show respect to her person. However, this only made Signice smile. He grabbed her by the arm and ordered her to follow him. Minerva couldn't keep up and stumbled, indignantly demanding that he slow down and be a little more respectful and gentle. Signice dragged her to the old man, who did not believe him at the time. He had come to find out about the demonic sword. The old man, seeing the annoying young man again, grunted and asked what had happened to the sword this time. Signice placed the girl in front of him and said that she was the sword. The old man looked surprised because he did not expect to see him again, let alone some unfamiliar girl. The surprise on the old man's face turned to anger, and he thought that this guy was too full of himself. Signice tried to explain that he had gone on a mission where there was an orc with a sword. He threw the demonic sword into the lake, and it returned in this form. Minerva shed a tear, saying that he was her brother and apparently wanted to sell her, but it was too late, as if she were no longer a hindrance to him. Signice turned to Minerva and asked if she wanted him to be disbelieved. The old man flew into a rage once again and kicked the guy out without paying him anything. Minerva was cheerful, but Signice, clutching his head, could still hear the old man's screams. He didn't know what to do. Then Minerva changed her mood and turned indignantly to Signice, saying that he dared not sell a body that was over 1,000 years old. As if awakening from his thoughts, he asked her why she was treating him this way. She replied that she was tired of repeating herself, that the moment he touched her, he was destined to be with her for the rest of his life. He did not understand at what moment he reached out to her, and they spun around in a waltz of flowers. Before he knew it, he found himself in a village cart, traveling along a forest road toward the city. Puzzled, he said that he did not want to go to the city, and did not understand how he had decided to do so. Because of this girl, he lost his sword in battle against the orcs, and now he cannot accept missions from the village guild. Signice asked Minerva how she, being a demonic sword, managed to transform into a girl. She didn't say anything to him, but she thought about it. No one had ever asked her such questions before. After thinking for a moment, She replied that she didn't know how. She just could do it. In turn, she asked Signice a question. She became very interested in how he managed to escape her control while holding the sword. He, in turn, did not know how either. He was simply able to control himself at that moment, even though his body did not obey him. For a while, it was relatively quiet in the carriage. They rode along, each thinking their own thoughts. Signice started at the driver's shout that they had arrived. Signice thanked him for giving him a free ride, bowing his head in gratitude. The driver handed him an envelope with a wax seal and said that if he was interested in escort missions, he could visit the Rose Trade Guild. Signice was speechless with surprise. The carriage was already moving away, and he was still standing there with his knees bent. Then he heard her voice behind him. She was indignant that he had bowed his head almost to the ground before this man, but was unwilling to do so before her. The girl had already gotten on his nerves. He turned his head and said that she was nothing but trouble. Signice headed down the road, saying that she could go alone if she didn't like something. She hurried after him before he ran away again. So they reached the city. Before them lay the capital of Qaeda Ephilim. The city was beautiful. Minerva couldn't contain her admiration for how advanced the people were. She expressed her surprise with exclamations, attracting the attention of passers-by. Sig told her to stop staring around, or she would look like a country bumpkin. He asked her to be quieter since they had arrived. They were standing in front of a large building, which was a trade guild. The girl asked if Signice was going to sell this body again. He was already tired of her questions on this subject. Minerva could see that he was nervous, which was unusual for him. She decided that something must be wrong. Signice entered the guild hall. It was full of people. He hadn't been here in a long time, and he was really nervous. He wanted to get to the registration desk as quickly as possible. A red-haired girl, the administrator, greeted him from behind the counter. Without hesitation, he told her that he wanted to accept a mission. She asked him to show his ID to verify his identity. He placed his ID in front of her. She read that he was Signice Zegger. The people in the hall turned their heads and began whispering. It turned out that the warrior of condemnation himself was here. Meanwhile, Minerva was surprised. Signice heard the people whispering and wanted to finish his business here as quickly as possible. Signice asked for a list of missions. The female administrator handed it to him for review. The people in the hall continued to whisper. Some did not believe that this was the warrior of condemnation because he had been gone for a long time, while others were interested in who had come with him. Signice pointed to what he had chosen. He surprised the administrator, but reassured her that everything was fine, and asked her to simply register the mission. He handed her the letter of recommendation that the carriage driver had given him. People in the hall continued to talk about it. One guy in the crowd said that he had killed the former duke. Signice finally moved toward the exit. Minerva followed him. She understood what they were all talking about. He was one of the 5 great warriors. Signice told her on the way that this was precisely why he did not want to come to this city. But there was nothing he could do. The decision had been made. He had to carry out his mission. He walked toward the exit amid the conversations of those around him. Minerva was very amused, and amused that he was a warrior of condemnation. He asked her to stop laughing, calling her a burden. Minerva did not let up, paying no attention to his words. She said that his chances of getting such a mission were very slim, and again, giggling, she called him a warrior of condemnation, which immediately caused his dissatisfaction. He asked her again and again not to call him that. 10 minutes earlier, they had met at a nobleman's estate with a lady who thanked Signice for responding to her request at the guild. Signice was surprised and listened to her attentively, even though Minerva, sitting behind him, made her usual sounds of surprise and snide laughter. The Marquise said that she could only trust him to find her beloved. Signice promised to find her. Minerva wandered around the hall during their conversation and noticed a huge portrait on the wall. It struck her. She saw a painting depicting a lady with a cat on her lap, or, more precisely, with a snow leopard. At that moment, Signice promised once again to find the pet. Now, standing in the park, Signice wondered how it was possible to close an entire park because of one cat. How difficult it is sometimes to understand the nobility. Minerva was determined to find the cat and kept muttering that a brave warrior would catch the animal and become a hero to the Duchess. Her words infuriated Signice. He tried to shut her up, accusing her of being responsible for everything. She squeaked in surprise and asked why. Signice yelled furiously that she had broken his sword, and now, without a weapon, he could not take on any other mission except to search for a wild animal. Minerva was outraged by these words. After all, he had her, and that was more than enough. He thought about these words and looked at her with interest. Sig didn't know what to do. She continued her dialogue, saying that he could use her without any restrictions, including in battle. She added that he would become the strongest warrior, and it was impossible to disagree with that. Signice remembered how he had fought, and how many had fallen on the battlefield from his sword. But now he was unarmed, because his sword was broken. Signiche turned away from her and walked away. She screamed at him like a capricious child, shouting something after him at the top of her lungs. He just shouted back that she could continue pretending to be a child, but he had no time to deal with her. Minerva, in a rage, continued to yell after him that he was a bad person and that she would blind him. He was no longer listening to her. Stopping, he found it strange that it was so quiet around him, even though the park was closed. It was so quiet that he couldn't even hear the usual chirping of birds. Could it be that some kind of demon had taken up residence in this place? Just as he thought about how he didn't even have a sword, something that looked like a huge bird flew right in front of him. He barely had time to duck. Cracks formed in the ground where it had struck. Minerva was also frightened and found herself next to him. Sig didn't notice when she caught up with him. Before his eyes, he saw a huge, hairy paw with claws larger than himself. Looking up, Signich realized that he was facing none other than a dangerous and ferocious saber-toothed tiger. Now it became clearer to him why this mission to find a cat had been given a rank on the guild's mission list. However, it was unclear why the saber-toothed tiger was called a cat. There was no time to think about it. Minerva, still crouching low to the ground and hiding behind Signiche, said, as always at the right moment, that he seemed to be in a critical situation. Signiche jumped up sharply, causing her to fall flat on the ground, crying out that he was an idiot. She didn't like the way he treated her. He bent down, picked up a stick he had noticed earlier, and ordered Minerva to stay behind. Turning to her, he added that she should not get hurt by being careless, and should not stick her neck out. In response, Signiche heard her say that his problem was not with her, but behind him. In a split second, Signiche, standing in a fighting stance, thrust his arm forward, as if with a sword, and the stick became a fiery sword. The blow struck the animal's enormous mouth. Minerva watched this with her huge round eyes, spellbound. She wondered in amazement how a single branch could defeat such a big, toothy guy. Signiche continued to strike the animal until the saber-toothed tiger collapsed at his feet. It lay humbly, stretching out its huge paws and uttering only quiet, drawn-out moans. This puzzled Signiche. It was very strange for such a beast. After all, the saber-toothed tiger was a fairly intelligent demonic animal, and if it had always behaved this way, it would have died long ago. However, Signiche still could not understand its humble and fearful behavior now. Then he saw two yellow eyes staring at him from behind the tiger's head, and there were another pair on the right and left sides. Finally, Signiche realized that she had cubs. They were jumping and crawling on her, clinging to her fur. The huge cat stood up, baring her fangs, ready to defend her cubs. Signiche calmed her down, saying that he didn't want to hurt her children. He said he was looking for her because the Marquise was worried. Minerva's unexpected cry distracted Sig, and he was already lying on the ground under the weight of this cat. She leaned on him from above and gently licked his face with her tongue while meowing. Now it was clear why they called him a cat. The mission was accomplished. The cat and her kittens had been found. The Duchess scolded the demon, calling him a bad cat. He only meowed in response. The kittens echoed him with their meows in response to the happy Marquise's words about how worried she had been. They all frolicked at her feet. The Marquise thanked Signiche for completing the mission, but with Minerva, there was no time to relax. She jumped on him from behind, almost landing on his head, and grabbed his hair. He easily pushed her away by placing his hand on her head. Signiche heard the Marquise call him a warrior of condemnation. She recognized him. He didn't want that, which is why he took a job on the outskirts. The Marquise said that it was difficult for the nobles to forget his name. Seeing the girl, the noblewoman asked what the relationship between them was. Minerva said that he was her servant, and Signiche said that they were strangers. Of course, an argument arose between them. Signiche could not accept that this girl called him a servant. She did not admit that they were strangers. The Marquise noted that they had a rather unusual relationship. A little later, over a cup of tea, Signiche asked her why she had called the demoness a cat. The woman said that when she first met her, she really thought she was a cat. She was a cute, fluffy white kitten. Now this huge cat trustingly allowed her to hug it. However, it was not safe for others. That was probably why she ran away. She probably decided that this was no longer her place. The Marquise said that she was going to send these children back to the environment they were used to. She wanted to send them to the homeland of the saber-toothed tiger. Signiche knew this place. It was a land in the Far East. It was a place everyone knew about. It was called Sigmar. Signiche had no desire to return to Ephesus, let alone stay in that city. His mission had brought him here. He agreed to help return the tiger and kittens to their homeland. Walking across the square surrounded by the saber-toothed tiger and 3 kittens, Sig shocked passers-by. As he passed by people, he heard their cries of surprise. This scene was not for the faint of heart. Minerva walked beside him, Unlike Signishi, she behaved quite naturally. The whole scene made her feel tender. She liked them. She chattered away as usual. Now the tiger had to listen to her. She said that everyone was shy and thought they couldn't take their eyes off her beauty. Signish envied her for being able to take such a light-hearted approach to what was happening. He told her that he would like to be as carefree as she was, which angered her. Boiling with anger, she asked him where they were going. Weren't they going to Sigmar or something like that? Signish agreed, but replied that they had to stop at one more place first. The girl became curious about where that was. Without turning his head toward her, Signiche proudly announced that he was going to buy a sword. At the last sentence, he felt her grab his cloak and pull him back. He paused and turned around to ask her what was wrong again. She gritted her teeth to somehow contain her indignation and asked who she was, calling him an empty-headed human idiot. Signish knew where he needed to go, and, seeing the sign, entered the weapon shop. They were greeted by a young man who declared that they were the best in Ephelim and that he was ready to help. While Signiche explained to the salesman that he wanted to buy a good quality sword, Minerva stood at the door with the animals, muttering that the shop was rubbish. The guy looked at them from different angles and did not see them as buyers who had come to buy a famous and expensive sword. Signiche decided to turn his anger into kindness and asked Minerva to stop sulking at him. However, the girl continued to act offended and demonstratively turned away from him. Finally, the guy decided to start by showing them the goods in the store, saying that they had excellent products in the shop, but not on credit. Signish agreed to look at the goods and then decide whether they were worth the money. If the goods were worthwhile, they would pay immediately. The salesman invited Signiche to go into a separate room to look at the goods. Minerva wagged her finger at the animals, ordering them to be quiet, and went in too. Catching up with Signiche, she whispered that this guy was strange. She didn't understand what they were doing here at all, because no matter how good they were just ordinary swords. In response, Signiche put his hand on her head again and said it was none of her business. She whimpered and asked him not to do that again. The merchant stopped at another door and invited them to enter a luxurious hall. The whole honest company moved through the room, where a variety of swords were displayed on both sides of the walls. The sales representative stopped at one of the counters and asked what Sigwe needed the sword for. He pointed to one of them and said that this one, for example, would be perfect for hunting unusual monsters. Approaching the next table, the young man showed a sword called the Red Dragon. He told the story of how this sword belonged to a legendary hero who single-handedly destroyed dozens of dragons. The sword's name was Aranet Greenfield. It was an impressive specimen with an incredible history. The base of the sword was made from the spine of a red dragon and was distinguished by its red color and elegant curves. It looked truly beautiful, and the merchant spoke enthusiastically about it and other swords in the hall. Signich decided to ask the price of this sword. The young man replied that they had the best equipment shop, hinting at the high cost. When he announced the price, Signishi suggested looking at another one. The price was clearly beyond his means. The young man smiled and agreed, suggesting that they look at the next sword. He did not believe that Signiche had enough money to buy weapons from his shop. The next sword caught Signiche's interest. It was a white Snyder sword made by a renowned master. But when the guy announced the price, his interest waned. The merchant suggested moving on to the next table, and turning to the young man, asked what Sig thought of this particular sword. However, Sig noticed another sword and asked what it was. The guy replied that they had received it recently. He said that this sword had been discovered by Karom, one of the 5 great warriors. The merchant added that it was not yet for sale because they had not yet decided on a price or a name. Sig reached for the sword. The guy tensed up and tried to stop him, asking him to wait. He repeated that the weapon was not for sale, as it was intended for display only. However, Signish was no longer listening to him. An irresistible force drew him in, and a minute later, the sword was in his hands. Taking the weapon in his hand, he felt its strength and power. Without turning to the merchant, he announced that he had made his choice. They would have to spend the night in the ghetto, because he had spent all the money he had earned from the mission on the sword. Minerva's voice did not stop. She kept repeating that she did not like it here at all, and why she had to sleep in such a place. Signich said that if she didn't like it, she could sleep outside. But the cat liked everything. Minerva continued to complain about why she had to sleep in such a miserable place, just because he couldn't choose a cheaper sword. Her screams and complaints did not stop. She said she did not consider Signiche a warrior, but he pretended to be asleep, lying on his bed. Late at night, Minerva finally calmed down, settling down with the kittens on top of the big cat. The moonlight shining through the window and some strange sound woke Signichi. He opened his eyes and sat up in bed, unable to understand where the sound was coming from. The sound was coming from somewhere outside. Signiche went in that direction, but when he opened the door, he saw nothing. However, the sound did not stop, and as he climbed the steps, it became louder. It sounded like crying. Finally, He saw the one who had interrupted his sleep. The girl was standing with her back to him. She was standing directly under the moon and crying. Her tears around her turned into frozen ice cubes. Signich called out to her, not understanding what was going on. He was clearly not prepared for what was happening. Sig told her that if she had problems, tears would not solve them. He wanted to calm her down as quickly as possible. She turned around and he saw her beautiful, tear-stained face. When she saw him, she immediately said that she didn't want him to leave her. Signich was taken aback. He didn't even understand what she was talking about. It was all strange and unfamiliar. She began to say that everyone who had been with her had left her. She added that they were all kind-hearted and brave. She no longer wanted to be with anyone. Signice began to guess who this girl was. He saw how the moonbeam directly above her head turned into a sword, the one he had recently purchased at the armory. Bathed in moonlight, with the sword above her head, she spoke her name. Her name was Sui. She turned out to be the second demon sword. Sui was a demonic sword of sorrow that controlled cold and ice. It intensified the sadness of its owner and forced them to leave this life. Due to the low temperature, the dew on her body resembled tears. The girl was still crying and was afraid to look at Signich. Looking at her, he kept thinking about what to do with her. They both looked at each other in complete confusion. Sui turned out to be the very sword he had bought in Ephelim. He began to understand the meaning of her words. He realized that he was now the owner of this demonic sword, and those who owned it left this life quickly and painfully. This news threw him into complete confusion, but he himself had wanted to buy this particular sword. Something had drawn him to it at that moment in the armory. Sui did not want to get involved with anyone, but she too was driven by a force that could not be stopped. She began to apologize to him. Signish understood her now like no one else and decided to calm her down, because they too were driven by some unknown force. Sig couldn't find an answer. He didn't know what had brought him to her, but he could promise her one thing for sure. Placing his hand on Sui's head, as if taking an oath to Signiche, Ziger promised that he would not leave her life. Sui remembered the words of her former master from her past and burst into tears again, just like a child. Those words were about how she would meet her true companion, who would want to spend his whole life with her. Sui felt as if she could see herself next to this guy. They were standing side by side. This time, everything really had to be different in her destiny. She looked tenderly at Signiche and asked him to tell her his name. He smiled back at her and introduced himself with his full name, Signiche Zagar. He was also known simply as Sig. Her heart fluttered. He was her new master. Sui happily called him Mr. Sig. At that moment, as always, Minerva appeared at the wrong time. She said that she had suddenly woken up because the room had become very cold. A minute later, she saw that Signiche was not alone and wanted to know who the girl next to him was. The noise Minerva was making attracted Sui's attention. She also felt uncomfortable. She turned to face Minerva and quietly said that her name was Sui. She seemed very modest and shy compared to Minerva, but she still wanted to know what was going on here. After all, she had heard everything downstairs and knew that this Sui was a demonic sword. She declared that Siga already had her. Minerva added that she would now punish her for stealing someone else's servant. Before she could move, Minerva felt Signichi's hand on her head. He guessed what Minerva wanted to do. Minerva was indignant and asked him why he needed another sword when he already had one. Singvichi tried to calm her down by telling Minerva that she was the older sister and should behave accordingly to earn respect. Minerva liked that he called her the older one. She looked at Sui with different eyes. Sui quietly asked Minerva to take care of her, calling her little sister. Minerva asked her to call her that again, just once more. She was ready to hear it all the time. The conflict was resolved. The sun rose from behind the mountain, heralding a new day. By this time, both girls looked completely content and happy with their lives. Their master, Sigvich, waited until they had calmed down completely and decided it was time to move on. Minerva asked him where he was going again. Sig called out to Sui. The girl, hearing her master's voice, immediately grabbed her sword. He grabbed the weapon and headed forward. Throwing the sword over his shoulder, he set off, saying that they were going to the very same weapon shop. When he reached the weapon shop, he rushed into the hall to find the owner. He had questions for him. The guy who sold him the sword was inside. He asked Signiche what he was doing there again. Siga was only interested in whether the owner of the shop was there, so he ordered the guy to call his boss. The merchant only replied that he was rude and didn't know his place. He called the guard, deciding to teach him a lesson. A red-haired bruiser stood in front of Signiche Zigar. He leaned towards Siga and repeated his boss's words. Then he stretched out his huge hands towards Signich and was about to attack him. But Signich was already prepared for a serious conversation with him. Before he knew it, the guard was receiving blow after blow. It was an easy task for Sig. He was agile and experienced. However, He needed the shop owner, not the servant. He never understood people who sent others to pay their bills for them. Signish Zagar, having finished his short fight with this bruiser, headed for the guy behind the counter. The young merchant was terrified to see him coming straight at him. A second later, the tip of the sword was already at his neck. Sig looked straight at the merchant and demanded that he call the shop owner. The young man shouted angrily and nervously that he would not get away with this, and that he did not know who Sig was dealing with. Suddenly, he fell silent, and behind Sig, a loud voice demanded that the argument stop. The merchant stood silently, looking down at him. He saw his father. The man asked them what was going on. The young man perked up and invited him in, assuring his father that everything was fine. His father was not so foolish as to believe this. He told his son to be quiet. He understood that the man who had entered their shop had some business. Signiche finally saw the shop owner and asked if he had understood correctly. The boy's father answered in the affirmative, but added that he would like to know the reason for the disturbance, and if it was disrespectful, he would have to answer for it. Signiche Zagar gave his name and added that he was also known as the Warrior of Condemnation, and the reason was simple. He abruptly pulled the Sui sword from behind his back, and the power of the demonic sword was vividly demonstrated to the owner of the weapon shop. Signish asked if it was sufficient reason that the best weapon shop in Ephelim had sold him a demonic sword. He added that if he had failed to resist the power of this sword, this place would have been the epicenter of a catastrophe. The owner's son shouted that this was slander. After all, the warrior Kar himself had confirmed that it was an ordinary sword. He didn't finish his sentence, shuddering at the sight of the sword sparking and ice forming around the warrior. Signich barely restrained the power of the sword. He was getting closer and closer to the merchant. The latter screamed in fear and demanded that he not come near, and called for his father's help. Signy told the scoundrel that he would take his hand and that his father would not help him. The shopkeeper rushed to his son's aid, but immediately felt the cold blade of the sword at his neck. He declared that the child's fault was the fault of the parent who had raised him poorly, so he would give his hand in exchange. Signich was even amused by this. It was even touching. Both father and son waited in horror for retribution. Signich looked at them both seriously and added that he might do just that. While the son lay at his father's feet, begging for forgiveness, Sig already knew what he would do. The boy whimpered that he wanted to be useful to his father in some way. He did not understand what a disservice he was doing to their store. Listening to him, his father didn't know how to teach him to be smarter. He looked at his son, and his whole demeanor was dissatisfied. In the end, he had no more words. So as he left, he called his son a good-for-nothing. His father's words hurt the young man. He sincerely regretted his actions. However, he blamed Signich Zagar for everything. The father could only make up for his son's guilt by asking Siga for the sword Aranet Greenfeld. He had to give it away as compensation. Once outside, Sui asked her master if he really intended to cut off the merchant's father's hand. Signich looked her in the face and replied that he was not crazy and that he did not know what he would have done to her. Sui also asked about the sword he had taken from the shop as compensation. She realized that Sig had wanted it from the very beginning. Signich stated that he had not intended to take it in the first place, but had only helped to resolve their situation. Sui asked why he was doing this. Sig replied that his motto in life was that mercy would be doubled and revenge would return tenfold. Meanwhile, Minerva missed Sig and fell asleep while waiting for him. Sig received the legendary Sword of the Red Dragon. He defeated countless enemies. Aranet Greenfield defended the sacred kingdom of Carbon from a vicious dragon and was considered a national treasure. Surrounded by his swords and cats, Sig stood by the guild building from where they were to depart on their mission. Minerva, finally waiting for her servant, saw his joyful face, although it was usually gloomy. This surprised her. He was holding a new sword and smiling. Minerva jealously declared that anyone who saw them would think they were a couple sent from heaven. Siga was pleased that it was a very ordinary sword, unlike the others. But the unbearable girl was still not calming down, insisting that maybe it was also demonic. He told her that jealousy was a disgusting feeling, and asked if there had been nothing good in her life in 500 years. Sui also said that it was indeed too much. Mr. Sig was paying too much attention to him. Sig disagreed with her. He said he was just checking to see if the sword was really ordinary. Sui indignantly asked him not to make excuses, because he had touched her so passionately before. Then she thought that this had already happened to her. The words echoed in his head like a bell. They repeated the same thing over and over. It was like deja vu. Signich suddenly fell into some kind of abyss, and he understood that if those around him heard this, they might once again misinterpret everything. Looking at Sui, he replied that if he touched the sword more often, it would indeed look strange. Sui insisted that she didn't want that. Sig put his hand on her head and realized that he was wrong. He laughed. Sui was delighted, and covering her mouth with her hand in embarrassment, whispered that it was only this once. At that very moment, someone called his name, and all three turned toward the loud voice. He added that he was pleased to meet Signiche Zagar. A bald, strong, tall man introduced himself as Mark Blentier. He and his small squad of warriors had taken on the mission of escorting them. He extended his hand to Signiche in greeting, saying that it was a great honor for him to work with a warrior of condemnation. Sig, greeting his new acquaintance, thought that the guild must have simply told him about him. Mark Blentier showed interest in his companions. He looked at the two girls and the cat. For a man, it was a strange company, and he said so. Sui and Minerva thought the same thing, that this Mark was quite unusual. He greeted the girls, calling them ladies, and asked them with interest if it was true that they had also decided to join the mission. As always, Minerva couldn't allow him to speak to her so rudely, which she immediately pointed out, causing him to laugh loudly. She stood with her eyes wide open and her mouth agape, unable to understand what had caused his fit of laughter. The entire escort squad loaded into the carts at the guild building and set off. Minerva was very bored. She asked Signiche why the human world had become too peaceful. He did not entirely agree with her. He replied that the only difference was that they now encountered humans more often than demons. He turned to Sui, but she wasn't listening to him. She noticed that her sister Minerva had disappeared somewhere. Hearing her name called, Minerva responded from the driver's seat. She was driving a cart nearby. Signiche was furious. He asked her why she was sitting there next to Mark. The unbearable girl hid behind Blentier's back and asked for protection, calling him bald. This finally drove Siga over the edge. He rushed over, trying to pull the girl back into the van. Blentier's small squad was shocked by what was happening. After returning Minerva to the van, he calmed down and apologized to Blentier for the trouble he had caused. But for Mark, this was nothing new. Sitting by the fire, Blentier shared with Sig the story that he had a daughter, just as sweet as this girl, and her first word was daddy. He added that it was an unforgettable feeling. He turned to Minerva and said that she was so cute. Seeing her gallantly riding a saber-toothed tiger, causing delight among the kittens and reproach in Sui's eyes, Sig disagreed about her being cute. However, Blentier told the warrior that their meeting was apparently predestined and that he would soon change his opinion of the girl. He took a bottle of carbon from his travel bag and offered to share it. Signiche had heard about this drink, for it was the very same honey liqueur that was produced only in the sacred land of Carbone. Blency said that with this drink, even if attacked by a dragon, one could return alive. Sig thanked him for the offer, but replied that it wasn't necessary. Blentier insisted, telling the warrior not to be modest. Minerva was not idle either. She watched them closely from the sideline. They opened the bottle. Drinking one after another, Blentier expressed the opinion that it would be nice to have a snack, but the warrior's good stories would suffice. After thinking for a moment, Signiche decided that he had one. He began his story about how, at the age of 15, he lost his father and began his journey as a warrior. He recalled that there were those who accepted him without asking any question. At first, the boy was happy about this. However, it later turned out that they were hunting dogs. They were ordinary mercenaries. They simply captured the descendants of warriors and handed them over to the bloodthirsty Duke Parthenon. Blentia asked him how he got out of that situation. He showed great interest in Siga's story. Mark looked interested and tried to keep the conversation going by the fire. But then she appeared again, that girl, Minerva. She heard what Sig was talking about and asked indignantly how he could tell such an interesting story without even looking at them. Seeing the glass of drink in his hands, she asked with interest what it was. She definitely liked the sweet smell. She asked Sig if she could try the drink. Sig handed Minerva the mug with the drink, and she grabbed it and cheerfully said that he had finally realized his role as a servant. He immediately ordered her to give the drink back, but she was already excited and had no intention of returning the glass of honey drink. She declared that the drink belonged to this body. Blentia couldn't stand by and watch this. He barked that it was a drink for adults. Minerva drank the glass in one gulp, and Signiche looked at Mark and asked if he wanted to know how it all ended for him back then. Sig returned to the story and said that, fortunately, a mercenary had saved him, and he had learned something from him. Minerva's cheerful cry echoed throughout the neighborhood, but he continued his story. Sig uttered his motto: "A man pays twice for kindness, and 10 times for an offense." He wanted to add something else about a smile, but didn't finish. He barely managed to catch the falling Minerva. She squealed in fear, not understanding what had happened. She fell, and in Sig's strong arms, screamed that he had deceived her again. Sig calmly finished what he had left unsaid earlier, that you should never trust anyone who comes to a meeting with a smile on their face. He looked at Mark and asked if he agreed with this, and then fiery lightning flashed. Fire engulfed everything around them, scattering sparks in all directions. Minerva was still in Sig's arms, and her eyes widened at the sight. Right in front of her face, in Sig's hands, the red sword flashed. Blantier looked fiercely at Sig, and asked him when he had noticed the ambush. He was sure that he had thought everything through in this matter. Signiche was not ready to answer these questions. The men who accompanied Blantier attacked, and the red sword came in handy in this battle. He threw Manevra to the ground to free his hands, as the sword was not light. Mark's men struck blow after blow. He could only manage to defend himself. Mark ordered his men to beat him, and Signiche guessed right about Blantier from the very beginning. Minerva lay on the ground and cursed the warrior of condemnation. She wanted to be in the know. Sig fought the guys, blocking their blows one after another. He did it so fast that it seemed like there were several warriors instead of just him. One of Blantier's warriors, wishing Sig to disappear forever, swung his sword very close. Sig used his red sword as a shield against the blow. A ring of fire surrounded Sig, burning and paralyzing everything around him. The swords of the Blantier warriors were useless against the dragon's sword. In addition, Signiche Zagara's experience and skills surpassed those of the mercenaries. Then, Signiche heard a familiar female voice and turned around. It was Sui calling him. She ran to her master during this moment of respite and looked very frightened and worried. The girl looked at Mark and his armed men in confusion and kept asking Signiche what was going on. He ordered Sui to take Manevra away from there. She turned and saw her lying on the ground. It was dangerous to stay here. Sui had to carry her away. She shouted to her sister that everything would be fine now. Sig took up a fighting stance, ready for further combat. He was sure he would finish them off very soon. Hearing his words addressed to the girls, one of the attackers asked what he meant. Sig knew what he was saying. He added, looking straight at them, that he didn't think he was very wrong. He jumped up to the guy and asked if the mercenary had broken the rules established among them by asking questions. Then he added that, by and large, it didn't matter since they weren't even aware of it. The swords whistled through the air again. These guys were sure they would finally finish off the warrior, but they did not take into account the power of the red sword. Their blows bounced off it. Signiche was strong and agile, faster and more skilled than his opponents. He simply became one with the red sword, and could easily parry their attacks and strike his own blows. Then he heard a man shout. He was flying toward him from somewhere above. Signiche looked up. It was Mark. Blanche was strong. Cutting through the air, he created a force like a meteor strike. Signiche jumped aside and quickly changed his position, dodging the rain of lightning and stones. He directed a pillar of fire from the red dragon's sword, breaking his opponent's attack. Its power was comparable to an earthquake. Mountains collapsed. Rivers of molten rock and ash poured down around them. A minute later, Sig lowered his sword to the ground. The hot air turned into fog and ice. Signiche thought that Mark had very crude power. He could hardly see in the fog from the explosion. He looked ahead and prepared for battle again. He had to end this quickly. Mark shouted at him that it was good that Signiche had doubts from the beginning. But if that was all there was to the story, he was disappointed. He managed to strike with his sword and hit Signiche in the face. A deep cut appeared on his cheek. The warrior of condemnation, the Eye of Zegar. The warrior of condemnation stood up with his sword in his hand and used the tactics of Zegar's eye. He knew what he had to do. One of the mercenaries asked what Signiche was going to do now. However, Sig remained silent. The fiery snake tails closed in on the mercenary like pincers. It was as if flying snakes were stinging a frog. They attacked again and again, and Signiche used the Vistamba technique. These flying fire snakes continued to sting the enemy. He gripped his sword even tighter and rushed towards one of the mercenaries. The battle was in full swing. Finding themselves face to face, they crossed swords in combat. Signiche was ready. Mark, watching their fight from the sidelines, said that Signiche seemed to be hiding his skills, so it was not for nothing that he was called a warrior. He added that he would have to pay for his joke. Soon, they met in a duel. Signiche understood that this fight would not be as easy as he had initially thought. He looked up and saw the power of the destroyer before him. The blow was so powerful that it lifted stones into the air. His opponent was literally engulfed in heat and lightning, paralyzing. Only ruins remained. Signiche stepped forward and used his Zegar's eye skill. His steps were explosive. Each contact with the ground created a new, powerful shockwave. He was getting closer and closer to Mark. His strength was also incredible, and Signiche was having a hard time. He tried to overcome the wave of energy from Blantier, Blantyre just watched from the sidelines to see what Signiche would do. He saw the warrior of condemnation literally enter the shockwave and thought that the boy was finished. However, in the next second, he realized how wrong he was about that. Signiche was already flying towards him. Blancy saw Signiche using his arm as a shield. He decided that the guy was just crazy. Swinging his sword at Sig, Blantyre collided with what felt like a rock, and his sword shattered into pieces. He was defeated by the warrior. Blantyre bowed his head. He had no strength left. In a moment, it would all be over. Sig's blade was already at his neck. At the last moment, Blantyre decided to reveal the real reason why they had met. He said that Kevin Argo from the Best Armory had hired them. Sig didn't listen to him. He had known this from the beginning. As soon as they left to film, someone immediately hired mercenary. Kevin was the only one who harbored a grudge. Signiche added that Blantyre should have concealed his identity from the start. He didn't hesitate any longer. Blantyre was finished. Sig stood on the edge of a rocky cliff. Everything around him fell silent, as if nothing had happened. The silence in his thoughts were broken by Sui. She called him, and Sig turned toward the girl. She was afraid for him, and he hastened to assure her that it was all over. She was concerned about why he had not used her as a sword. She decided that he probably didn't trust her because she was a demonic blade. However, Sig replied that he remembered how Sui had warned him that she didn't want anyone else to die because of her. That's why he didn't use her this time. The warrior's strength began to rapidly leave him. As he lost consciousness, he only managed to say to Sui not to worry. He collapsed unconscious onto the ground, covered with cracks after the fight with the mercenaries and Mark. Later, Signiche woke up in a room, lying in bed. Someone's voice seemed to be calling him, but when he opened his eyes, he saw no one in the room. He sat up and looked around. The place was unfamiliar to him. He wondered who had brought him here, and treated and bandaged all the wounds on his chest. The same voice that had called him earlier said that he was still behaving recklessly. Ig turned his head toward the voice and saw the person who was talking to him. The young man finished his tea and put his cup on the table. It was none other than the second prince of Amelia, Fias Amelia. The guy winked cheekily and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Warrior of condemnation. Signiche remembered how 5 years ago, quite disturbing events had taken place in the capital of Newtemion. At the Council of Nobles, he reported to the first prince of Amelia, Tadris Amelia, that Duke Parthenon had been eliminated by a warrior named Signiche. The head of the council, Tadris, ordered that Signiche Zagara be found and punished. Fias objected, replying to his brother that he was more of a hero than an enemy of the state. Arson Parthenon had committed all kinds of tyrannical and criminal acts over many years. Signiche Zagar had inherited the blood of a warrior. He said that they should rather praise him for making an evil man pay for his sins. One of the council members stated that Duke Parthenon was one of the greatest nobles of Amelia, and that Fias Amelia could not speak that way. They did not understand how such a man could be eliminated. They knew nothing bad about the Duke. Fias simply stated that they should consider who would stand behind the people dissatisfied with Parthenon's misdeeds. Fias hoped that his brother Tadris did not think so, but anger clouded his mind. He insulted Fias, saying that the child of a concubine could not understand the whole essence of the matter. But the second prince of Amelia, Fias Amelia, was adamant. He decided to give the warrior Signiche Zagar the name of the warrior of condemnation. And now they met again after so long. Signiche asked Fias why they were here and what this place was. Fias Amelia said that they were on the border of Amelia and that he had business with the warrior of condemnation. He pointed to the door. It opened slightly, and on the threshold stood a stranger who had brought the cat and the girls. Fias said that he had found him and given him medical assistance. He also added that he had brought these two ladies to this room so that they could be close to Signiche. The girls were Minerva and Sui. They went inside with the cats. Fias added that they were very angry. He added that it seemed like the warrior of condemnation was taking good care of them, since they didn't want to leave his bedside from the very beginning. Sig looked at Fias and replied that he himself was to blame for this when he gave him the title of one of the 5 great heroes. Signiche even had to live in the countryside because there was no end to those who wanted to defeat the warrior. However, he admitted that he was more comfortable there than in his current life. The stranger who had entered the room with everyone else abruptly called Signiche Zagara by name. He did not like the tone in which Signiche spoke to Fiaspo and asked him to address the prince appropriately. Minerva immediately responded to his words, saying that the stranger should set an example for Siga. Sui reproached Minerva for her harshness. The stranger looked at them with displeasure and was about to reprimand the girls. The prince was drinking tea at the time. He did not like this conversation and ordered the stranger to stop, calling him by his name, Roses. Prince Fias turned to Signiche again and reminded Siga that he had had a motto for a long time. He said that he thought it began with the words, mercy will be double. Prince Fias was cheerful and in high spirits. He was pleased that he had remembered it. Signice picked up on the idea and continued the motto with the words that the offense will return tenfold. Prince Fias believed that Sig owed him. He rose from his seat and headed for the exit, but he turned around and asked him to carry out his request. Signice clenched his fists. He did not want to be used. Prince Fias told the warrior of condemnation that not long ago, an attack had been carried out on their allies. This did not surprise Signice, as attacks happened quite often. But the prince would not have turned to him if it were that simple. Sig understood that there was something strange about this case. Fias also said that if everything were trivial, he would not have sought his help. The prince confirmed Signice Zagara's suspicions. He said that his brother's people were also being attacked. Signice asked if he understood correctly that his task was to catch the criminal. The prince did not care how he did it. Only one thing was important to him. Rosés also joined the conversation and added that the people who ruled this country feared the warrior of condemnation. After all, a powerful, corrupt official had been punished by the warrior of condemnation. He said that for everyone, he was not just a warrior of this country. Signice Zagar was a symbol of the nation, and thanks to this, just by calling him an ally, the prince could win over many people. Therefore, he must either join or be condemned. Fiasp added at the end that it would be great if Signice could also uncover the crimes at the same time. As he was leaving, he said that he was giving Signice only 1 month to do everything. He was about to leave and open the door. He turned back and told Signice to come to Nutimong, then headed for the exit. Signice sighed heavily. He said aloud that it looked like he was in trouble now. Minerva's voice again did not give him much time to think. She said sarcastically that he had said it was all over. She wanted to talk to him right now. After all, he had used her body as bait that time, and so she said she would punish him. She rushed towards him, scaring the kittens with her menacing scream. Signice stopped her, saying that it had given them the opportunity to win, and no one had been hurt. Minerva wasn't angry about that. She was angry that he had harmed himself without her permission, because he was a servant of this body. Sig sat on the bed with the kittens, who were frightened by Minerva, and seemed to cling to him. He could see that she was angry. Her body couldn't control itself, and she bit him. It was very like her. He tried to calm Minerva down by putting his hand on her head. Then he heard Sui's voice. She asked him to wait. Sui agreed with her sister. She also didn't want anyone to get hurt or disappear because of her. But most of all, Sui admitted that she didn't want her master to get hurt. She wanted him to promise that if something like this happened again, he would use her as a dynamic sword. Signice Zagar was even moved by the girl's words. He promised that he would accept her help in the future. Prince Fias and Rosas were returning to the city. They rode in the carriage in silence at first. Later, sitting in the carriage, Rosas began to ask Fias why His Highness had made such a decision. Of course, he respected his choice. He asked if the warrior of condemnation was not too weak for one of the 5 warriors. Fiasp replied that the hero of condemnation was a political decision at the time, but despite the elimination of one of the greatest men in the state, he still survived. He did not use him for power. The prince unfolded a note that said the Parthenon would be destroyed today and asked him to contact him. Fiasp told Rosas that from the very beginning he had used Signice Zagara for revenge. The prince asked Sir Rosas what he thought about whether he himself would be able to risk his life and achieve his goal as he had. Without waiting for an answer, Fiasp added that he was eagerly awaiting the arrival of the next month. A month later, the 3 of them and the cat and her kittens arrived in the capital of Amelia, the city of Nutemion. It was a large, luxurious center. Minerva looked in amazement at the high brick city walls and was speechless at what she saw. After standing there for a minute or two, she finally said that for ordinary people, it was pretty cool to have such a level of development. Sig told her and the others that this city had never fallen, even during attacks by dragons or monsters. It was a unique city where there were no lost relics or books. He asked Minerva to stop staring like that. They proceeded further to the square, where Sui noticed that there were too many people around. She was afraid that they might get lost here. Minerva agreed with her, and an idea came to her mind. She snapped her fingers and suggested removing half of it. The saber-toothed tiger and kittens were delighted with the suggestion. However, Signice heard this in time and stopped their enthusiasm. He was dissatisfied and scolded them for such behavior. His companions agreed, and they saw one of the merchants at the stall, offering everyone the chance to buy fast walking shoes. Minerva wanted them. She asked Sig to bring them to her, but he refused. Another stall offered miraculous herbs that neutralized poisons. Minerva asked for this product again, and Sig refused her again. He was sure that all these merchants were ordinary swindlers. Minerva pouted and showed her dissatisfaction and disappointment with her whole demeanor. She was a mannered girl, Signiche saw that she was offended by him again, and it was starting to annoy him. Then he remembered Sui, who was standing silently in front of another counter, looking at some jewelry. Signiche approached her and asked if she wanted anything from what she was looking at with such interest. The girl was taken aback. She was caught off guard and simply replied that she didn't want anything. Sig pointed to a flower-shaped hair clip and asked the merchant how much it cost. The merchant replied that he would give him a discount because the item was very beautiful and would suit the girl perfectly. He decided that Sui was his younger sister. Signiche bought the jewelry and grabbed another one for Minerva. He handed her the hairpin. Sui thanked him shyly. Minerva was delighted because she did not expect him to buy anything for her. She asked Siga if he was really giving her the jewelry. He decided to ask what was wrong, thinking that she didn't like it, but Minerva denied it and snorted at such conclusion. She immediately put the hairpin in her hair. The girl added that Sig had made the right decision in giving her the gift and that it would most likely save his life someday. She was pleased with herself. Sig thought to himself that Nutemian was essentially a treasure trove of history in which nothing had been lost. He decided that perhaps this was the place to find a way to break the connection with the demonic sword. He glanced at the girls. They were indeed like sisters, hugging each other and examining each other's hairpins, and they seemed like perfectly normal and happy girls. Sig thought that even if there was a way, he didn't know if he could easily part with them. And then they met the one they were looking for. He greeted the ladies and smiled. At Signora Minerva said that they were not interested in human princes at all. Signic turned to the red-haired guy and said that since he was here, he would like to clarify what he should do. The young man replied that it was nothing special. Signiche was simply to act as the royal investigator. Sig objected. He said he did not have that much professional knowledge. However, the prince replied that he was aware of this and only wanted to borrow his name. Signiche added that he was ready to begin the operation immediately, but now he didn't know how long it would take. He didn't understand the prince's goals. The prince said that, to begin with, they should slightly exaggerate the fear of the entire Amelia. He reminded Signiche that they were talking about the warrior of condemnation himself. Sig said he was looking forward to it. The prince ordered Signiche to immediately transform himself into the warrior of condemnation. At the same time, everything was calm at the ball. The reception had only just begun, and not all the guests had arrived yet. A blond young man asked if Phias had arrived yet. He added that although he was not the most well-mannered, he respected rituals. The father replied to Tadros that it was unacceptable to humiliate his own brother in his absence. It was King Amelia Winston Amelia himself. He looked at the young man again with a serious and dissatisfied gaze, and added that it was he who had destroyed the foundation he had laid earlier. Tadros was unhappy with this accusation. He was angry and said that it was not his fault. He himself thought that his pride was above all else. Torta's pride exceeded his ability, while the king's younger son had only entertainment on his mind. His daughter had even run away from the palace. She always said that living in the kingdom was no fun for her. The king decided that even if he ever had the whole world in his hands, there would be no one to pass it on to. Then the butler announced that the second prince of the kingdom of Amelia had arrived. Phias himself entered the hall. The older brother began to shout at his brother in displeasure, and asked him how he dared to arrive after their father. Phias just smiled, and replied that he was sorry for being late, but he had been delayed only because he wanted to bring an important guest. He saw that his father and King Amelia were interested, and added that he wanted to ask permission to introduce him. At that moment, a malicious expression appeared on Tadros's face. He was practically trembling with fear and indignation when he saw who had entered the hall. All the guests began to whisper and ask who it was. At that moment, Phias reminded everyone that the cruel Duke Parphion had died in the past. And then everyone began to remember. The man who had entered the hall was none other than the warrior of condemnation himself, Signiche Zagar. That is how Phias introduced him. Tadros began to shout for the guards to be called quickly, and to remove this murderer of the nobility from His Majesty's ball. Signiche Zagar, dressed in a suit and with a face full of seriousness and determination, walked past the guests. He said that everyone should disperse, and that he had eliminated Duke Parphion for good reason. He took a few more steps into the crowd, and drew his sharp blade. Signiche told everyone that there was no shame in righteous deeds. He swung his sword through the air. All the guests gasped in fear, and began to run away. Signiche Zagar moved decisively toward the young brunette standing nearby. He grabbed him by the throat, and leaning forward slightly, introduced himself again. The guy was trembling, and Sig added that he was glad to welcome the son of Amelia, His Majesty Winston Amelia. The king coughed, and Tadros just asked fearfully what was wrong with him. He didn't understand what was happening, and then he saw his father begin to laugh loudly and heartily. No one expected such a reaction from the king. Winston Amelia just looked at Sig, and said that he understood that it was no coincidence that he had defeated Parphion alone. Signiche Zagar ordered the royal guards to step away from him. There was a rumor spreading among the people that he himself had taken the life of a corrupt nobleman who was damaging the country's prestige. Tadros was angry, but it was true. His father added that Signice Zagar's will was no different from his own. Fias was pleased with the outcome of the meeting. Duke Parfion supported the first prince and wielded power comparable to that of the king. But there was one important fact. Winston Amelia said that he was the head of this country from the very beginning and ordered the banquet to resume. The royal ball in the city of New Temian was held regularly every 2 months. Now, as a guest at such an event, standing aside, Signice Zagar saw everything. He noticed that even though everyone was smiling and trying to act relaxed, it was a quiet battlefield. It was a gathering of nobles who wanted to seize power for themselves. Someone's hand fell on his shoulder. It was Fias. He congratulated Signice on his successful debut at the ball. Signice doubted this. He noticed how women looked at him with apprehension and decided that their behavior and reaction were not quite normal. They hid their children from him. However, Fias winked at Sig and said that it was all because of empty rumors about him. After all, the warrior of condemnation punishes not only the corrupt nobility. According to rumors, he also takes away disobedient children. Sig asked if he knew who exactly was spreading such rumors. He told him. Signish had been absent from this city for several years, but people remembered his impressive feat. Fias told him that this was only the beginning. He turned toward the exit and only added that Signice Zagar should present an even more impressive image, and then more nobles would join Fias. Signice Zagar realized with horror that Fias, like most of the nobility, did not care at all if anyone died on this battlefield. And then he heard a voice behind him. He turned around and saw a little girl. She was trembling and crying. He did not understand the reason for her disappointment and just looked at her intently. Then it dawned on him, and he told the girl that he had no intention of taking her away. He remembered the rumors among the nobles and the people. She asked him again, and, reassured of his intentions, told the other children that everything would be fine and that they would not be taken away. They began to shout hurrah and praise the warrior of condemnation. They said that they had actually behaved well and obeyed their parents. Then they began to ask Siga if it was true that he could turn into a bat. He was pondering their questions when they were interrupted. Minerva appeared before them and, in her usual style, told the children that her servant was very annoying. They asked her if Sigane Zagar was really her servant, and Minerva did not deny it, but instead convinced them that she knew him like no one else. The children asked Minerva what the warrior of condemnation would do to them if they misbehaved. She replied that he could twist their heads off. She said that Signice would not let anyone off the hook, and then he appeared right next to her head and said that it sounded just right, and that this was the case. She realized that he was about to scold her again, and ordered the children to run away with her. Everyone rushed down the corridor. Sig just watched them go, and thought about how he didn't really understand children at all. He left the stuffy hall and found himself on the open balcony of the royal palace. A bright moon was shining in the sky. He looked at it and sighed. It was hard for him to be here. And then someone asked him if it was really worse than dealing with terrible monsters. He saw a girl in front of him. It was Princess Amelia Lorelei Amelia herself. She greeted Signice Zagara. He bowed to the princess and greeted her highness as well. The girl came closer to him and said that he shouldn't be so polite. She added that she had left the hall only because she felt very stuffy. She suddenly moved away from him and added that it was a beautiful moon tonight. Then she asked why everyone was so fixated on boring things. Signice didn't understand her question and asked her to clarify what she meant. She suddenly turned back to him and, touching his chest with her palm, replied that he understood everything. Without a hint of embarrassment, she suggested that the warrior of condemnation stay with her on this beautiful night. Signice Zagar was taken aback by this proposal and looked at her silently. She asked him if it wasn't more fun that way. He replied that, according to rumors, the girl had been close to many men from New Temian and beyond, hence her label as Amelia's wayward daughter. He turned to the princess, adding that she had too cold a gaze for a temptress. The girl turned sharply away, replying that it was a little awkward. She said that his purpose for coming to the ball was different. She believed that he, like many others, had come to the kingdom for power. Signice Zagar continued to stand silently aside. The girl announced sadly that this was the goal of everyone else who had gathered here today. Sig said that, in his opinion, the princess did not particularly like being here. She turned around. The girl asked him how she, a woman without power or inheritance, could like this place. The king's daughter was young and attractive, but she was weak in the face of circumstances. Signice said that despite this, if something didn't suit her, she could always leave or fight to the end. He stepped aside and turned to look at the king's daughter's face. She stood silently. He asked her if he was saying something wrong or if he was wrong. She just sighed sadly. She said that she wanted it with all her heart, but apparently it was not easy for everyone. She added that it had been a pleasant conversation. As she left, she only said that she was looking forward to talking to him again, but this time alone. The doors of the hall slammed shut, and Sig remained standing on the balcony. He thought to himself that this was indeed Amelia's wayward daughter. Signish Zagar walked to the edge of the balcony and looked into the distance once more. After a few moments, he returned to his room. From there came cries of indignation. It was Minerva herself who was screaming. Signici touched her hair. The girl did not like it at all. Signice reminded her that he had advised her not to leave her room and not to come to the ball. She began to protest and shouted that he had no right to order her around because he was her servant, not the other way around. Sui, on the other hand, was very sad, and Signici asked her what was bothering her. She did not have time to answer because someone entered the room. It was Fias himself. He said he didn't want to interrupt their fun, but he had something to tell them. Sig asked what had happened. He asked if the warrior of condemnation knew the name Albert Frederick. Sig replied that he knew him as the Iron Knight. He looked frightened. He added that as a fencer, he couldn't help but know one of the great swordsmen. The title of Great Warrior was given to heroes if they made an outstanding contribution at a young age. However, the title of Great Swordsman meant something else. It was the strongest knight on the continent. Fiasp said that Sir Frederick had told him that he wanted to challenge Signice Zagara to a duel. Sig was shocked by what he heard. He turned to his swords and his cat and shouted at them that they should all run away with him. Fiasp kept shouting at the fleeing Signice to stop and listen to him until the end. However, Sig replied that he understood that his life was already hanging by a thread, and he didn't see why he should stop. It was a risk. Fiasp replied that the duel was only a momentary thing, and that the main thing he wanted to clarify was the other man's name. Signice turned and looked at the young prince. He asked him if he knew a guy named Sigmund Freewood. This name clearly shocked and frightened Signice even more. He looked silently at Fiasp, while Minerva understood everything, and asked when they should run. 3 men were sitting by a fire in the thicket. One of the men was roasting meat on a spit, and told the others that he couldn't stand children. He was particularly annoyed by their incessant crying. The second man asked who could possibly like that. He added that children were stupid and weak. Moreover, children could be happy with trivial things. The girl in their company, on the contrary, declared with a laugh that she liked these little people. She added that she liked it when they came from families of famous warriors. She laughed and stood up. Looking at the child lying tied up nearby, she asked him if he was right in his judgments. The blond boy could not answer her, because his mouth was tied shut, as were his hands and feet. He could only silently watch the kidnapper. It was none other than Signice Zagar. The girl said that since he was still young, they hoped to receive a decent reward. They had been very lucky. She came closer and added that she was delighted to hear that he was worth a lot of money. Another young man sitting by the fire also laughed and said that he was grateful to Sig for being born. Signice tried to say something, but only moans came out. The guy asked what he wanted. He wanted to remove the bandage from the child's mouth, but in the next moment, he regretted it. There was a loud thud, and the guy groaned in pain. Signice hit him hard on the head and tried to run away. However, the second mercenary managed to jump up to him and trip Signice. He fell to the ground. The guy said he knew that Sig was a descendant of Zigar. However, despite his anger and ferocity, he should not forget where he was. He added that Signice was not in the most advantageous position and should not have taken such action. He advised him not to let his guard down. After all, no one ever knows where they might end up or what might happen in the next minute. Signice looked at the guy angrily and began to threaten him. He promised that he would eliminate him later, which angered the mercenary. He asked Siga to repeat what he had just said. Signice promised that he would finish them all off one day, and immediately received a strong blow to the face from the guy. Signice groaned in pain. The guy came closer and asked how he was going to do that. The girl said that he shouldn't have shown any kindness at all. As soon as he tried to help the child with the bandage, he got what he deserved. She added that such a helpless child could do nothing to them. He could only stare with hatred. The guy approached Sig and practically stepped on his head with his boot. He was angry and wanted revenge for the blow. He leaned over to the boy and asked what he could say or do against him now. And then someone's voice said that maybe he could do a little more than Signice himself. The guy raised his head. They didn't understand who it could be or where he came from. A warrior with a sharp sword in his hands flew down on him from above. There was a clang of metal and a loud blow. The boy couldn't understand what was happening and jumped aside. All 3 of them looked at the stranger and asked him who he was and where he came from. The stranger looked at them. He replied that he had been tracking the Parthenon's dogs for several days, and now he knew where they were hiding. He looked defiantly at the mercenaries, chewing on his candy cane. He gave his name as Sigmund Freewood. The warrior added that it had not been easy for him to track them down, and asked them to do him a favor and hand over the child. He pointed his finger at Signet Zager lying on the ground, and added that in that case, he would quickly finish them all off, and there would be no suffering. He said it was an excellent offer for them, and laughed. However, a sharp axe plunged into the tree behind him. Sigmund Freewood managed to skillfully dodge the attack, and looked at the mercenaries with displeasure. He said that was a rather harsh response. He was clearly not pleased, and one of the men told him that only a crazy person would relax in front of the hounds. They were ready. Sigmund Freewood, still holding his lollipop in his mouth, just smiled and asked them to remember those words. He was ready too. Their battle began. The mercenaries wanted to attack the stranger all at once. However, he had already managed to pull his sharp sword from behind his shoulder. He seemed to possess fiery power and amazed everyone present with his speed. One of the guys kept shouting at the girl to help him find the enemy, because he couldn't see him at all through the fire and flames in front of them. She tried to use her skills and abilities to help everyone. She said she needed to cast her spell. While the girl was muttering something, holding her magic staff in her hands, the guy kept shouting that Freewood was a coward and had blinded them all. Meanwhile, Sigmund was already preparing for his first attack, and in a moment, everything was decided for the guy from the group of mercenaries. The girl finished her spell, and a silhouette appeared in the distance. However, her companion had already noticed the lifeless body next to him. Jeremy was already dead, and Freewood just said that it was too boring a nickname for a hunting dog. The guy shouted that it was the end for him. He asked a girl named Grace to cover him, and rushed at Freewood. She tried her best, and their fight continued. The guy from Signice Zagara's group of kidnappers attacked Freewood with his sword. However, Freewood skillfully parried the blows. There was a clang of metal as their swords clashed in close combat. Sigmund Freewood just looked at his opponent and smiled. He said that they really shouldn't relax. The guy didn't want to give up and replied that he was talking nonsense. However, in the next moment, he felt the heat from a blow to his head. He screamed in anger and pain. The next blow landed with a fist right in his throat, and he groaned. Sigmund was too fierce a warrior. A minute later, the guy with the glint in his eye was lying lifeless on the ground, and Freewood was just calmly looking at his body. He raised his sword to his shoulders and said that it was time to finish this. He was tired of it all. There was a loud rumbling sound like an explosion. Fire and flames lit up everything around them again. Grace tried to use her magical energy and formed a circle with a spell. She decided that she had succeeded this time because she could see the silhouette of a man ahead, thinking it was Freewood. However, a second later, she realized how wrong she was. He appeared right in front of her, saying that it was quite dangerous. He added that her attempt was not bad, but it was over. She started screaming the name of her partner, Benjamin. He was on fire. The girl could find no other way out but to run, but she decided to take a hostage with her. Grabbing Signice by the throat, she shouted at Freewood not to come near. Grace threatened to kill the child if her enemy did not drop his weapon and kneel before her. Signice Zagar was very frightened by the events around him and could not utter a word. Sigmund rolled his eyes and replied that he would do everything. Throwing his sword to the ground, he saw the faces of Grace and the child. They both seemed surprised by his agreement to obey. However, a second later, Freewood jumped up and kicked the sharp weapon forward. Signice was able to dodge, unlike the girl. For her, it was all over. Death came in a flash. Freewood shouted to Sig and asked if he was okay. A couple of minutes later, he freed him from the ropes, and sitting on the ground, asked the boy how he earned his living. Signice replied that he had gone through the worst trials of his life, which surprised and impressed Sigmund. He replied that he was amazing. He came closer and put his hand on Sig's head, saying that he would like to formally introduce himself again. He added that he was a mercenary. Signice also gave his full name, and thanked him for saving him. But Freewood replied as he left that he would simply repay him twice over someday. This surprised Sigmund, and he asked what it meant. Sigmund said that it was his motto. It went like this: kindness will be repaid twofold, but offense will be repaid tenfold. He winked at the young man and picked up his sword. It was called Shadow. It was a heavy sword that emitted a dark light. It was the 9th in a series of white swords made by Master Fetra Nabarin. It originally came as a set with the sword Knight. A year later, they sat in front of a bonfire and roasted meat on skewers. Sigmund Freewood took one of the skewers in his hands. He looked closely at the pieces and said that, overall, he didn't expect anything worthwhile. However, he called himself a real chef and laughed. Signic replied awkwardly that he did not quite agree with him. He began to respond that the boy should be ashamed of his words, but looking at Signic, he thought that the guy had tempered his enthusiasm a little. Sig, in turn, thought that after a year, he had begun to feel more comfortable in Sigmund's company. Continuing to chew on his usual lollipop, Sigmund Freewood decided that this was good for the boy. He sighed. Signich asked why Sigmund had started eating sweets again. He added that he was already exhausted. However, Freewood asked him to leave him alone. After all, he was also trying to quit smoking, and candy was helping him with that. Signiche still insisted that it wasn't good to eat so much candy. Sigmund replied that Sig was a strange child because he turned his nose up at sweets. As usual, they argued. Later, they ended up in a tavern. Sigmund drank some beer and asked Sig if he wanted to try some. Sig was surprised by the offer, but Freewood immediately added that he was talking about food, not drink. He asked what he thought about him being the face of the restaurant and himself being in charge of the cooking. Sig replied that he had little experience in this field. Sigmund said that the boy was just being modest and continued reading the newspaper. His face changed dramatically a few minutes later. The sparkle disappeared from his eyes, and they took on a cloudy and furious expression. Signiche couldn't help but notice this and asked what had happened. Sigmund Freewood threw the newspaper forcefully on the table and showed him the latest news. It said that the Cadrigo family had been destroyed. It was one of the warrior families. It was at Cadrigo Castle that Zig had accepted the assignment to find a missing person. When the family realized that Duke Parthenon himself was behind this incident, they were shocked. They planned to report it to the kingdom immediately, but they talked about how they were accused of treason and then eliminated. Sigmund Freewood jumped up from his seat and ordered Signiche to go and pack her things immediately. He asked why and what it meant, and Freewood replied that he sensed the presence of Parthenon's henchmen and that it was dangerous to stay here. They could die faster than every dog in this city would find out about it. They quickly gathered their things and moved away. Sigmund told Sig that he didn't like it either, but that they should return there. Sig didn't understand what place Freewood was talking about and asked him where they were running to. He replied that they would arrive at the safest place on the continent. He smiled at the young man, and it seemed that he had a plan ready in his head, as always. And then they saw that they were no longer alone on this road. They were attacked with weapons. Sigmund Freewood sadly told Signici that they had been found ahead of schedule. In front of them stood a group of mercenaries, whom Sigmund called the Dogs of Parthenon. He turned to Signice with a request. He asked what Freewood wanted. Sigmund Freewood turned to the boy and told him not to stand still. He promised to deal with their opponents as quickly as possible and clear the way for them. Having said these words, Sigmund rushed with his weapon in his hands towards the first enemy. He dealt him a crushing blow. The Parthenon mercenary did not even have time to do anything to repel the attack. After a few moments of close combat, Sigmund suddenly heard the clang of swords nearby and turned to see what was happening. He was greatly surprised when he saw that Signice Zagar was also fighting one of their common enemies. The boy fought back to back with Sigmund. Later, they both saw that their opponents were increasing in number. 4 figures in robes jumped down from somewhere above, as if from the sky, and drew their weapons. Sigmund Freewood was not afraid, and only said defiantly to Signici that the lesson was beginning and the boy should watch carefully. Signich wanted to ask him what he was talking about, but Freewood was already preparing to attack. He only said that he had a tactic. When dealing with a large number of opponents, you need to use the features of the terrain. A couple of minutes later, 2 of them were already lying on the ground. Sigmund looked at the remaining enemies and asked them why they were frozen in place and didn't even seem to be planning to attack. He decided that they were scared. Sigmund added that these dogs did not have the courage to defeat him and struck them again with his sword. He was determined and had no doubt about his victory. One of the men in a cloak stood and did not even try to resist him. Freewood called him a coward. He prepared to deliver a crushing blow. A minute later, it was all over, and the attacker fell face down on the ground. Sigmund shouted to the others to finish off the Parthenon dog. At that moment, the 5th Iron Knight, Albert Frederick, asked where the child was. Signice bowed and replied that he had died in the battle. This caused a storm of anger and indignation on Frederick's part. He sighed heavily and crushed a huge boulder on the table with his mighty hand. He rose from his chair and walked away, while Signice remained seated in his room. He said that the name of the child who had died was Sigmund Freewood, and that he was Frederick's only son. This news shocked Signice. Albert turned around and asked if it was true that Sig was going to return to his family and fight against the Parthenon. Sig remained silent, still in shock, and then Albert asked the warrior of vengeance why his son was no longer alive. Signice sat with his eyes downcast and asked for forgiveness, but Frederick only asked him again and again. A little later, he raised his head and, looking at Albert, said that he would like to show him what his son's life had been like with him. Albert Frederick looked at Signice Zagara with an angry expression on his face and said only one sentence. He said that he wanted only one thing now, that his son's life would not be in vain in the end. All the guests and ordinary onlookers arrived at the appointed place and time. The day had come. People gossiped that, in any case, Sir Albert was no match for anyone. He was the strongest of all the outstanding warriors. Everyone argued about who would win the duel, and some even decided to bet on the Iron Knight's victory. Tadros was also there, and said that they still had some free time. Fiasp replied that there was no reason to frown on a day like today. He was as cheerful and lively as usual. Tadros looked angrily at his younger brother, and replied that, in his opinion, these statements were the height of arrogance. Their argument was interrupted by their father's voice. The brothers fell silent and looked in his direction. They did not expect the king to attend the duel. He ascended to his seat with his entourage, and seemed more serious than ever. He could not miss this event. He sat down in his rightful place, and looked at the empty chair. Lorelei had not come today, and only a single peony lay in her place. Fiasp said that his sister had not appeared in public for a long time, and that perhaps it would be worth calling her here now. However, his father waved his hand sharply and ordered him to be quiet in a displeased tone. He added that it was not worth doing. The king looked at everyone present and the jester in the arena and said that at the moment there was something more important than their sister and her absence. They all saw a man approaching. The host announced to everyone that he was ready to introduce the pride of their kingdom, Emilia. He named Sir Albert Frederick the Iron Knight. He also added that it was he who had defeated the worst duke in the whole country in his time. The jester saw and introduced the second duelist, Signich Zegar, calling him the Warrior of Condemnation. Both opponents arrived on time. They stood face to face and locked eyes. Signich Zegar saw the Iron Knight turn away from him abruptly and address the king. The king rose from his seat and asked what had happened. This came as a complete surprise to everyone. The Iron Knight removed his mask. He said he had a message. The king said he wanted to hear it, and the knight declared that it was shameful for a man of his position to beat a youngster. He called Signice an ignorant child, and said that, in order for the fight to be fairer, he would like to impose a punishment from the gods themselves. The king asked what punishment he was talking about, and the Iron Knight replied that if Zagar's sword touched him, he would be declared the winner, for he had once sworn to do him one favor, and if God willed it, they would all see what that would be. Tadros asked what this was all about. He was clearly indignant. The king abruptly interrupted his outburst and said that he was talking to Sir Albert himself. The latter hastened to apologize for his behavior, and the king replied to the knight that he could do whatever he wished in this duel. The Iron Knight thanked him and bowed to the king. Without turning his head towards Signich, he asked him if that was enough for him. Sig nodded and replied that it was quite acceptable to him. He understood how difficult it was for both of them. The Iron Knight said that now they could stop talking and get down to business. He prepared for the duel. Finally, before the start, he added to Signice Zagaru that he would keep his word with all his might. The opponents drew their swords and stood ready. Signice sighed and took out another sword, the demonic sword Sui. He told the girl that this time he needed her help. She looked at him confused and said nothing, stroking the kitten. Signici, scratching his cheek, had only told her earlier that if it was too much for her, he was ready to fight alone. However, the girl replied that she would help and stay with Signice until the very end. She even seemed happy about his request. Sig looked at her and replied that he was very grateful to her. While they were exchanging pleasantries, Minerva was watching them from the side. She wanted Signice to ask her for help, but he rejected her again. She was angry and indignant as she watched them. At the moment the battle with the Iron Knight began, Signice drew his sword and reminded Sui that he needed to take care of him. Their battle promised to be truly great. Signice, wielding his demonic sword, began the fight. An icy circle, resembling a huge bird, appeared in space. It was one of Sui's techniques. The stone bird, resembling a hawk, headed straight for the Iron Knight. Albert put his famous huge shield forward and was able to withstand Signice's attack. He immediately followed up by using his abilities and directing his fire technique against the Warrior of Condemnation. The blow was so powerful that Signice was knocked aside. However, he managed to keep his red dragon sword in his hands. Sui defended him as best she could, and the opponents began to strike each other with powerful and devastating blows. The Iron Knight was strong and held up his shield against Signice Zagar's powerful attacks. Their energy forces collided and merged into a single ball of light. It was becoming dangerous to be nearby. Signice Zagar tried with all his might to touch the Iron Knight's body with his sword. They both struck each other with their swords, again and again, with furious force. The audience was shocked by the battle. At one point, Signice Zegar used his ability and harnessed the power of Zagar's eye. This only played into the Iron Knight's hands, and with the words, "Excellent," he struck his opponent. The collision was inevitable. The power and strength of both exceeded acceptable limits. Everyone around saw how an energy ball was formed. The abilities and skills of the opponents were at their peak. The Iron Knight once again put his shield forward, and Signiche himself was also afraid of what was happening. A few minutes later, a powerful explosion thundered, and Signichi Zagar lay almost motionless on the ruins of stones. He was breathing heavily, and at first could not even look at his opponent. The Iron Knight approached him. He said that all of Signiche Zagar's techniques were quite good, but not enough for him to defeat him. He added that this would be the end for Signichi. He raised his sword high, preparing to deliver the final blow with his sword, Jovaus. It was Emilia's national treasure, which only the most outstanding knights could possess. It radiated a multicolored aura. King Winston gave it to Emilia's strongest knight. Then, an image of Minerva appeared before Signiche. She said it was never too late. She asked Siga to use the power of her sword. She held out her hand to him and said that he could accept God at any moment. But even then, Signiche did not betray his principle. He silently looked at Minerva. The next moment, he began to get to his feet, causing her a storm of shock and emotional outbursts. He told her that he was fine. Sig turned around and advised the girl to stay where she was and watch the battle. He added that everything that was happening was real. She tried to stop him and persuade him to use her, but he didn't listen to her, and she just stood there muttering her discontent about this stupid and stubborn boy. She only added that her body could use a push. The next minute, Signiche was already face to face with the Iron Knight again. Albert kept trying to stop the warrior of condemnation and said that was enough. He suggested that he surrender, but Signiche was determined and, clearing his throat, took up his demonic sword again. He uttered Sui's name and told her that he was going to show the girls the real life of Zagar. He thrust Sui's sword forward and once again used her strength and power in his duel with the knight Emilia. He ordered Sui to go forward and do everything she could. Gritting his teeth, he rushed forward. Icy streams turned the snow and wind into pieces of ice, and sharp shards flew toward the enemy. Albert knew that he was about to face the darkness of the fog made of ice crystals. He decided that first he needed to reduce visibility, and then he realized that Signiche had once again aimed his stone ice bird at him. The ice shards began to wound him with their sharpness and speed. However, this was only the beginning of Siga's attack. Signiche had already grabbed his second red dragon sword and aimed a fireball at the Iron Knight. The knight could only see a bright, powerful force, and immediately decided that Signiche possessed a signature sword that he did not know about at the beginning. Sig ordered his men to blind and attack Albert from every direction to keep him in constant tension. The Iron Knight also decided to keep attacking and strike from the energy field he had created. He said that Signiche Zagara's improvisation was an excellent idea and decided to use it himself in their duel. He put his sword forward and then pushed it forcefully toward Signiche. It was inevitable, and Signiche understood that such efforts on the part of the Iron Knight would soon lead to his defeat. After explosions and multiple lightning strikes, the Iron Knight still remained standing on the ruins. However, everyone noticed that something was wrong with him. He coughed heavily, and then a red liquid began to flow out of him. Signiche understood that the tactic was to overcome the lack of mana with the sword. Signiche asked if the mana was gone. The Iron Knight said it was time to end it all. Sui suggested that it was time, but Signiche replied that it was too early. He was not entirely sure that the moment had come. He added that he had not yet shown the enemy everything he was capable of, and rushed forward again. He used Zigar's vision once more. In the next moment, a powerful explosion thundered. Its shockwave lifted the ruins on the battlefield. The energy was enough to knock the Iron Knight aside and knock him off his feet. He flew to the side. He immediately thrust his sword forward and pierced Signiche Zagar's body. He thought it was the end. However, he was surprised to find that the knight was still alive and defending himself with two swords. They clashed again in close combat, and then the Iron Knight realized that he had lost his mask. It flew off to the side, exposing his face. He glared angrily at Signiche Zagara. The latter looked him in the eyes, and then the Iron Knight suddenly saw that Signiche had lowered his sword for some reason. He did not understand why he had done so. He decided that he still had to be on guard and not expect anything good from his opponent. Sui's sword touched the ground and began to produce ice shards right at Albert's feet. He looked down in horror and did not understand where the ice under his feet had come from. It was amazing. And then he understood everything. Signiche attacked the ground with his sword to freeze it. He couldn't have foreseen that. Signiche Zagar ran and jumped, landing right above the Iron Knight's head. The knight couldn't move and just stared at this amazing child. He was amazed by his skills and abilities. And then, looking into Signice Zegar's eyes, he remembered the face of his son, Freewood, and realized that he was a clever boy. There was a loud bang, and everyone watching the battle saw the Iron Knight fall to the ring after Sig's attack. Signice Zegar jumped over his head and stood up, causing shock and surprise not only to Minerva, but also to Fiasp himself. The prince was stunned by this outcome. Even Tadris could not contain his emotions, and cried out in amazement. The Iron Knight lay motionless, moaning in pain and defeat. Applause broke out. It was King Amelia who applauded Sig, and said that although he had won, Sir Albert was still defeated in the end. He stood up and replied with a sigh that it seemed to be so. However, he acknowledged that the fight was fair. Everyone was about to leave when suddenly the king was informed that disaster had struck the kingdom. Another terrible event had occurred. One person had lost their life. The crime had been repeated. At the appointed time, Signice arrived at the designated place and called a young man named Saxon. The young man was standing there, seemingly waiting for Sig. He looked meaningfully at Signice and said he was glad that he had come after all. Signice Zegar, with a new wound after the battle with the Iron Knight, looked at the young man and replied that it was so. He was here. He asked if everything had happened here. The young man said that it had, and they went inside. The room was quite quiet and deserted. They both looked ahead and decided to move on, and then they saw what they had been told about in the palace. Before them was the scene of the crime, and the lifeless body of a man by the wall. It all looked pretty awful. It was shocking. Signice came closer and sat down next to the victim. He said that the murder weapon was a sword. This was already an indication that the situation was quite serious. However, after examining the body, he added that there was a strange detail. His body was clean. Apart from the sword wound, there were no visible signs that the man had resisted. But there was no other evidence either. Sig thought to himself that the man had died without any resistance. Either he was too weak to defend himself, or something else had happened. He told the young man that it was most likely done by someone he knew, someone close to him. This was surprising, and he asked if it was easy to kill a nobleman without leaving any traces or clues. The young man replied that it was possible, and that there had been cases where the criminal's skill had surpassed his aristocratic qualities, but the chances were slim. Signice Zegar agreed with this. He turned and asked the guy if he had any suspects. The latter replied that at first he thought Tadris himself could have done it. However, later a victim appeared on the other side of the street at about the same time. The murder weapon and the traces were the same. However, there was one difference between them. They say he left a special message behind. Signice asked what message he was talking about. The guy said that the criminal was probably trying to take advantage of the rumors going around. However, he said that rumors were circulating that the warrior of condemnation was once again criticizing the nobility. He was hinting at Fiaspa. He added that since they had started talking about him, there was currently a noble faction that had not been affected by these events. He looked at Signice Zegara and said conspiratorially that they were renegades who had refused to support the state. Later, they were both heading to the palace and walking down the corridor to the right room. The guy knocked on the door and said he apologized in advance for intruding on someone named Jamie Alestro. The door opened slightly, and the man inside the room asked what had happened that brought him there. He was a strong, tall man with a beard and a scar on his face. He looked closely at Signice Zegar. He asked Siga if he was right in thinking that he was a warrior with a special purpose. He had seen his recent duel, and it had been impressive. Signice bowed to him and simply replied that he was too kind. The guy behind them said it was time to finish the greetings. The man invited the guests into his hall, and the three of them sat down on the sofa by the table. He looked at them and asked with a serious expression what had brought them there today. Saxon replied that two nobles had been eliminated the previous evening. They were associates of Fiasp and Tadris. The man said he understood everything and asked how he personally was involved. He said that when they were all gone, only one evil would remain. He was referring to the renegades who had refused to support them and betrayed everyone. The man clearly did not like this and began to shout that he was unhappy that he was being suspected of something. Saxon asked the man directly if this judgment was incorrect. The man slammed his palm on the table and was about to start an argument. The man began to shout that Fias had changed and was no longer the person everyone had known before. The young man stood up, drew his sword, and replied that the man should shut his mouth, and that a renegade was not worthy of respect. The man also drew his sharp weapon, and they both stood in a fighting stance facing each other. The situation became very tense, and Signice Zegaru knew that this would not lead to anything good. He saw the whole picture of the crime unfolding before his eyes, and understood the goals. By this time, the opponents were ready to strike each other. And then, Signice Zegaru jumped between them. He ordered them both to stop immediately. Signice knew what had happened during those terrible days of crime. He looked at the man and said that he knew that he did not want to harm the victim at all. Saxon looked at him with a skeptical expression, but knew that he was most likely right. Then the man became enraged and asked if Signice was indeed Fias's puppet. All three now understood the gravity of the situation and the state of affairs in the kingdom of Amelia. After all these arguments and words, Signice Zagar realized that he had to figure everything out. He remembered his motto again. Later, Signice Zagar returned to the palace and knocked on the door of the girls and the cat. He told them that he had returned. His companions ran out to meet him joyfully and greeted him. Signice saw that they had really been waiting for him. Sui, embarrassed, began to deny it, saying that she had simply sensed his approach and had therefore come out. Signice, so as not to embarrass her further, decided to play along and pretend to agree with her. Minerva, on the other hand, stood sadly with her lips pouting. Sig asked Sui what was wrong with her. Sui replied that her sister was disappointed because she couldn't help him in the fight. Hearing this, Minerva assured him that nothing of the sort was true. She just didn't like how she looked. It was because she didn't use this body. Sig knew that Sui was right about Minerva, even though she objected and was convincing. To lighten the mood, Signice suggested that the girls go for a walk. This made them incredibly happy, especially Minerva. She couldn't believe her ears. But when they went outside, Sig led them not to the city center, but to the outskirts, where there were fewer people and drainage ditches. They walked along dirty streets where mice ran and trash lay around, and hungry beggars gathered in doorways. That's how they reached the entrance to the underground city. Minerva had always thought he was strange, and today was no exception. Minerva asked Signice why he always wanted to take them to places like this. Signice replied that it was here that one could see the real world. They continued on their way. They walked along the wall of the underground guild. The road was lit by torches hanging on the walls. Minerva didn't understand why they were here or where they were going. She wanted to ask him about the purpose of the visit. Signice's attention was drawn to something else. It was bats taking flight. Apparently, someone had scared them, but he was wrong. In an instant, he caught the dagger. Signice quickly grabbed the weapon, disarming some guy, saying that this was a rude way to introduce himself. Sui cried out in surprise. A group of bandits appeared right in front of them. One of the guys, apparently the leader of the gang, pointed his sword directly at Siga and asked who he was. Signice replied that he had come on business and asked where he could find the guildmaster. The guy replied very nervously that they didn't know any guildmaster, so he should stop talking and ask them to leave. Sig raised his hand to show his peaceful intentions and said that he did not want to fight. They just wanted to see the guildmaster. However, the guy thought otherwise and was quite determined and menacing. He rushed at Signice Zagara with his sword. The next minute, the guy was immediately repelled with a punch right in the forehead and fell head over heels to the ground. The rest of the gang rushed at Siga, which was a big mistake. Signice easily dealt with the group of guys. Then a girl rushed at him from the right. She immediately lost her sword, which flew over her head. The next attacker received such a blow that his eyes popped out of their sockets and his hair stood on end. Signice heard them cursing one after another and trying to defeat him, but he was ready for further fighting and calmly asked who was next. Suddenly, a man behind them said that enough was enough. All the bandits who were still standing turned around and fell silent. They parted to two sides. The man continued, telling them that the people who had come were not their enemies. From the top of the castle to the ditch, a thin man with long dark hair appeared before Signice. His eyes were hidden behind black glasses. It was Arthur, the guildmaster. He greeted them and said he was glad to see them in the underground guild. He was the source of information about what was underground. Signice and the girls followed him to his office. There was a bookcase with volumes of books, and on the table were sweets for guests. Taking one volume, Arthur asked Signice how long ago it had happened. Sig replied that 5 years had passed since Parfenov's plans. Arthur muttered that 5 years was enough time for a person to reform. Signice wasn't sure if anything had changed or not. Minerva got bored, and seeing the food in front of her, couldn't resist any longer. She reached for it. The question of whether she was sure she wanted to eat it caught her off guard. After taking a bite, she froze with the cake in her hand. Arthur wished her bon appetit. Life circumstances brought Signice back to the past. He wanted to tell her why he had come here. Signice was holding leaflets with photographs of people. He wanted to buy information about the people mentioned there. Arthur replied that Sig seemed to know more about them than anyone else. After all, there were rumors that he himself had a hand in it. Signice replied that he only needed facts, and that the rest was just rumors. Arthur knew that the more people spread rumors, the more they became true, and he reminded Signiche Zagaru of this. He picked up the files on these people and said that he understood everything. He added that if Signiche wanted to know more about them, he would tell him. Arthur looked through the photos and began to recognize those who lent money at exorbitant interest rates, trafficked people, and engaged in immoral behavior. They were real criminals. He fell silent, and after a minute said that it was Siga who was called the hero of condemnation. Didn't he know about it? All the victims' pleas had been rejected. There was only one person capable of hiding the criminal's identity, Fias Amelia, the Prince of Scum. Arthur continued and said that after Fias's actions, Signiche became the hope of the powerless, when Albert Frederick himself was defeated. Signiche listened attentively and muttered that it was now clear to him how he had become a puppet in his hands. He asked the guildmaster who he thought was responsible for this. Arthur did not hesitate with his answer. He said that if it wasn't Tadris or Fias, then the most likely candidate was the wandering Frigid. The third prince was the most likely suspect. Signiche repeated the prince's name again and thought about the words of the head of the underground guild. He himself suspected him. Signiche understood everything. He thanked Arthur and quickly headed for the exit. The girls barely kept up with him. Minerva grabbed some cookies to take with her. The warrior of condemnation finally knew where to go next. Arthur watched Signiche run away. There was someone else in his office whom Sig had not seen. Arthur asked him what he was going to do now, and whether the information was useful to him. The voice firmly stated that the warrior of condemnation was an obstacle to the future of the country. Tonight, he would get rid of him. That night, sleep would not come to Signiche. One thought kept him awake. He pondered what he had heard in Arthur's office. Suddenly, Sig felt danger approaching. It hung in the air. He heard light footsteps. A shadow in a black cloak was approaching him. At the last second, Signiche managed to jump off the bed, dodging the sword swung at him. Another shadow darted toward them. Signiche heard the clang of swords. A duel began in the darkness. In one of the combatants, Sig recognized Rosus, who had come here because he suspected that someone would come to get rid of the warrior of condemnation. After all, he had learned a great deal of information that brought him closer to solving all these crimes in the kingdom. Seeing Signiche moving toward him, the unknown man in the cloak attempted to defend himself with his sword. The criminal did not want to be identified. With a sharp swing of his sword in the darkness, the attacker in the cloak struck Signiche. Sig managed to dodge, and in turn, struck the man who had come to kill him. He later realized that he had inflicted a shallow cut with the tip of his sword. The man in the cloak retreated to the window. Now there was a danger of him being recognized. There was no way forward. Sig and Rosés decided that it was all over. Signiche and Rosés advanced. However, the man decided to jump out of the window and ran away across the roof without looking back. Rosés declared that they were very close to finding out everything, and he did not want to let him get away. His guards rushed after the fleeing shadow. Signiche stood thinking about what to do next, and then his gaze was drawn to some scraps of rope on the floor of his room. He bent down and picked up the golden-colored woven thread. It seemed to him that he had seen them somewhere before. Holding them in his hand, Signiche felt that he had found a clue that would lead him to the discovery of all those crimes. There was no time to waste. The man in the cloak ran into the palace and, stopping at the door of the princess's chambers, took off his hood and sighed deeply. It was a young blonde girl named Rain. She was from the royal guard. Rain knocked on the door of the princess's bedroom and asked permission to enter. She needed to talk to her urgently. The princess's voice came quietly from behind the door. She was waiting for her, hoping that everything had been resolved. But without looking at Rain, she sensed that something was wrong. The princess asked Rain what had happened. Rain lowered her head. She felt embarrassed because she had failed in her task. The princess realized that she had failed her mission. She asked Rain how she was feeling, and if she was at least unharmed. Rain did not have time to say that she was fine. The bedroom door flew open, and Signiche Zagar rushed into the room. Confused, she turned her head, wondering how he got there. Signiche called her "my lady" and said that she had to understand everything. He stood right in the middle of the princess's room and looked at the two girls with a jubilant expression. Everything fell into place. Rain grabbed the hilt of her sword and told Sig that she had never encountered such disrespect. After all, this was the princess's bedroom. Signiche said that he wanted to talk to the princess about what was going on. He told them that at first he suspected Tadris or Fias. He thought that the main culprit was a wandering prince or someone like that. Then some thoughts led him to believe that it was something else entirely. It was the wayward daughter, Princess Lorelei, who had done it. The princess calmly asked Signich what grounds he had for such a serious accusation, and whether he had any evidence. Sig had them. He took out the golden threads he had noticed when fighting the attacker. They were made of the same material as the royal guard's clothing. He agreed that this was not enough to determine the culprit. However, he stated that he had another way to confirm his thoughts. He called the cat. A saber-toothed tiger entered the room. Signici stated that its sense of smell was several times stronger than that of a normal sniffer dog. Even a single thread was enough for him. He continued to hold these threads in front of Rhine as irrefutable evidence and called her a criminal. She was dressed in the uniform of the royal guard. In anger, she drew her sword and moved towards Signice Zagara, calling him a puppy. The princess called out to her and ordered her to calm down. Rain turned around and was about to protest. However, the princess turned to Signice and invited him to come and sit down. She added that it would be a little awkward for them to talk while standing. Agreeing to the princess's suggestion, Signice followed her and replied that he would do as she asked. Siga was interested in the reason why they wanted to eliminate the kingdom's elite. Sitting opposite him, the princess paused for a moment and then said that they were all so vile that they deserved to die. Signice understood this. He wanted to understand why she needed to destroy the corrupt elite if it did not bring any benefit. The princess said that she was naturally not interested in their affairs, but when her wedding day approached, her brothers forced her to do so. Tadras and Fias tried to outdo each other in selling her to an aristocrat. It was impossible to tolerate. The worst thing was that they didn't even care about his age or his corruption. All that mattered to them was the goal and the rivalry. They wanted to sell her to the one who would give one of them the most power. The one who was more influential was the one who mattered to the brothers. Signich listened to her and asked what the king himself had done about this matter, and how he could have just let it go. After all, he was her father, and his daughter's happiness was not important to him. The princess said that her brothers had convinced him that her marriage to an aristocrat would strengthen their power, adding that power was a tool. The strongest possessed everything. She could no longer bear it, and had no choice but to do what she did. She asked Signice if he could help her. She wanted him to save her. Signice remained silent. He heard the pain and disappointment in the princess's words. She paused and continued her story. Having dealt with her emotions, she firmly stated that it was her decision. She decided to lead an easy life. She changed her acquaintances and her clothes, and smiled through gritted teeth. She hated this behavior. After that, she was called Amelia's prodigal daughter, and then she managed to escape her brother's machination. After listening to her, Sig asked how this related to the crime she had committed. The princess said that living among the aristocracy, she had seen all the harm her brothers had caused. She knew how much destruction they had caused. She remembered how Signice had told her on the balcony that she could always leave if she didn't like it. She looked at him and added that since she couldn't escape, she was just trying to adapt to her surroundings in order to survive. After Frizard's presentation, he was joined by nobles who were tired of corruption. Together, they dealt with the corrupt nobles. Everything Signici had guessed was practically confirmed after the princess's story, although she embellished it a little. He added that in the end, everything that had happened had worked out in her favor. She did not deny it. Lorelei abruptly stood up, looking at Signiche. He realized that she was up to something. Without thinking twice, the princess fell to her knees before him, causing Rain to cry out in surprise. Signiche himself was also surprised by the princess's actions. He did not understand what she was planning, or why she was doing it. Kneeling before him, she hurriedly explained that at first, she had done everything for her own salvation. However, now she was concerned about the country and its people. Rhine could not bear to watch the princess being humiliated and ran up to her. The princess continued to tell Signice that she did not have much hope. She felt that if she closed her eyes, something would happen. Signice reached out to lift the princess's bowed head. Looking into her eyes, he said that he agreed, and that something really should happen. The princess nodded affirmatively, and Sig wanted to continue his thought, but there was a noise outside the door. A crowd of people led by Rosas rushed down the corridor into the princess's room. They were following a trail. The armed men rushed toward the princess, but Rosas shouted for them to stop immediately. Rain stood directly in front of the princess and rushed to her defense. She was ready to fight to the end for her queen. Signiche turned to Rosas and said that he had been waiting for them and that they had taken a long time. He asked what had delayed them. Rosas objected and replied that they had been running as fast as they could. He was grateful to Signiche for giving them time, but said that from now on they would take care of her themselves. He turned to Amelia and the armed and serious-looking Rain standing next to her. Rosés loudly declared that he was forced to arrest them for the elimination of the aristocrats and the royal elite. Signiche Zagar arrived at the palace and was already walking rapidly down the corridor toward the right door. There were two guards standing there, and they stared intently at Siga. One of the men put his hand out. He looked at Signiche suspiciously and asked why he had come there. He was interested in the purpose of his arrival. Sig replied in a calm and serious tone that he was just paying a routine visit. The guard opened the door for him, but added that he could only stay for a short time. Long conversations and visits were prohibited. Signiche Zeger entered the dark room and saw her sitting almost motionless on the floor. He approached her, but the princess remained in the same position and did not even turn to face him. She was in anguish and suffering. After a couple of minutes, she finally turned to Signiche and asked why he had come. She decided that he wanted to laugh at her. Sig replied that the purpose of his visit was different and, leaning closer to her, added that he had a good offer for her. He whispered it in her ear so that no one else could hear. The girl agreed to do it and trust him. Later, the battle began. It was a new duel between Signiche Zegar and Ziga's father, the Iron Knight Sir Albert. They were both skilled with their swords and tried to inflict damage on each other. Signiche deftly dodged, using his usual fighting technique. Sir Albert was also an experienced and great warrior and did not fall for the boy's tricks and cunning. Signiche had excellent speed. He could quickly move around, changing his position. However, the Iron Knight knew this. Their fight had been going on for quite some time. They were both tired. The Iron Knight suddenly grabbed Siga's arm with his hand. Sig clearly did not expect such an attack, and within a minute he realized that he was losing his balance. Sir Albert tripped him while still holding and blocking his arm. Sig fell, and Albert said that the Zegar family's fencing technique was a way to compensate for a lack of mana with agility and effective movements. He added that Signiche had very little mana. Signiche agreed with him, replying that this was precisely why it was difficult for him to learn Ziga's fighting methods. He turned and added that despite this, he was not going to give up his tactic. He liked the combination of the two fighting techniques. Albert said there was nothing he could do about it. Signiche said that sparring was a great idea, and that he liked it in general, but he would like to talk to him first. He wants to learn about Sigmund's history. Sir Albert said that Sigmund was a knight of Frederick's house. He remembered their sparring and fights. In battle, that guy could use any fighting technique and was not stingy with his cunning and wit. Albert scolded him for cutting his face in a disgraceful manner, or striking him with his sword from behind. And after all that, he shouted that he couldn't call himself a knight of Frederick's house if he behaved like that in combat. However, Sig replied that no one cares about manners in a fight. He believed that none of that mattered, and that the most important thing was victory over his opponent. Sir Arthur turned to Sigmund and reproached him for wanting to leave the family business. But Sigmund only wanted to receive the shadow promised by his father. That was enough for him. Sir Arthur turned to Signiche and said that he had learned enough to understand that Sigmund had died defending him in those circumstances. Signiche Zegar was Ziga's shadow, and he had inherited his will. But instead, he wanted to talk about the wish he had promised to fulfill. He asked Signiche what he wanted, adding that even if it meant working under His Majesty Fies, he would gladly accept it. Signiche knew that a meeting with those obsessed with power awaited him, so he replied that it was too early to talk about the bet. It was time to meet with Fies. Placing his cup of tea on the table, he asked Signiche about his decision after meeting with Sir Albert. Fies reminded him that the power of desire that Signiche had gained in his confrontation with Sir Albert could be used to his advantage. Signiche assumed that the prince would be concerned primarily with his own benefit, but he would first have to give him a reward for the requested task. Fias asked Signiche what he wanted, to restore his family name or a fabulous fortune. He never thought Signiche would reveal this matter, but there was nothing to be done. He had to fulfill his part of the bargain. Signiche wanted only one reward. He wanted all the shops in Amelia to be closed under the sign, "The Best Weapons." Fias was somewhat surprised to hear this request. Signiche stated that the prince knew that the Argo family controlled the arms trade across the entire continent. They even sent mercenaries to eliminate him. Signiche could not leave this unanswered. His motto was, "Mercy will be doubled, revenge will be tenfold." Fias thought about it and didn't quite understand what Signiche Zegar was going to gain by closing the weapon shops. He said aloud that a contract is a contract, so he would fulfill his request, but to himself, he thought that he would keep him for himself and get rid of him when he got tired of him. After thanking the prince for the reward, Signiche made another request. Fias was not inclined to fulfill all the whims of his servant. The prince was angry and asked angrily what else the warrior of condemnation wanted. He looked at Signiche Zegar and waited for him to speak. However, adding that the complete removal of the magazines was enough to cross the line. Signiche asked Fias what he would say to the fact that it was necessary to end the battle for the throne. Fias thought for exactly 1 second. His next question was about what he needed to do. This was his weak point. Signiche knew that in a few days, the trial of Lorelei Amelia would take place. He needed Fias to gather all the nobles of the new Thamian there. Signiche told the prince that the more pomp and circumstance, the better. Fias was already anticipating his triumph. He would finally win the throne from his brother Tadris. If he became king, the problem with the best weapon would no longer matter. He decided that this was his chance to seize power, and said he would do everything. He rose from his chair and headed for the exit, adding that when the opportunity to become king presented itself, he had nothing more to dream of. He was pleased with Signici, and said that since he had taken care of everything, he could take a little rest. The door slammed shut, and Sig was left alone. Signici's companions finally waited for the conversation to end, and approached him with the cat and kittens. Minerva said that the conversation had been long. She was curious about what he had been talking about with the prince for so long. She added that he was still an unpleasant person, and that he still managed to hide his intention. Sig said that her intuition was better than he had thought. Sui was also curious about Signici's plans, and asked him if he was sure he wanted to do what he had said. Signici was not ready to share his thoughts with his demonic friends. He said that if he told them everything, it would be uninteresting. It was as if he were writing the script for a play. The actors had been chosen, the stage had been set, the pieces of the puzzle had fallen into place in his head. The story of those who had brought him down would soon be told. Rosas, surrounded by guards, broke into the armory, roughly pushing aside Argo's son, who fell to the floor, indignant at what they were doing there. Rosés asked him to refrain from commenting, and added that he was carrying out an official task. He said that several charges were currently under investigation, and if the boy interfered, he would add another one. The men in guard uniforms carried boxes of documents out, paying no attention to him. The son of the gun shop owner asked what the charges were. He sat on the floor in confusion when his father came inside. Argo looked at everyone and asked what was wrong. The owner of the best weapons stores, upon hearing about the investigation, hurried to meet with Fias. He asked why he was disappointed in their support. Turning to Prince Fias, he asked if something like this had happened. He would have been the first to inform him. He thoughtfully added that even if there were some unspoken issues between them, wasn't this a bit too much? Prince Fias assured him that he was very sorry, but this was not just a financial investigation. The best weapons stores located throughout Amelia. In each of them, a decision would be made to demolish the building. Argo turned pale at this news. His entire business was on the verge of collapse. He did not understand what he had done wrong to the prince. His son shouted that this couldn't be true. After all, they had the best weapons in the country. This news was outrageous. The prince continued that there were more than enough reasons for an investigation, ranging from illegal distribution of funds to bribery. The guy shouted that they had all been given to him, and that it made no sense to get rid of the best weapons. In response, Fias asked him if they hadn't done the same thing to his brother Tadris. They wanted to sit on 2 chairs until the king made up his mind. The prince added that that wasn't all. They couldn't deny the exploitation of other races and fraud, either. After all, it was no secret that the best weapons had been able to get back on their feet, thanks to the gnomes. Turning to Mr. Argo, the prince asked what he thought about all this. Argo did not deny the obvious, and stated that Fias himself knew that merchants had their own ways of surviving. The prince made another accusation, asking Mr. Argo what he could say about the attempted assassination of the warrior. The son and father fell silent. The young man's eyes widened. He did not understand how the prince knew about this. The prince knew about the SSS-ranked Raven mercenaries, who never left survivors after completing a mission, especially their leader, Mark. He had heard that Mark had been a master at fighting land armies in the past. By hiring such a man to eliminate the hero Amelia, they would all get their necks wrung. But the prince kept this to himself. Mr. Argo agreed with the prince that this was true, but he was concerned that he was putting pressure on them in a way that led to certain thoughts. He voiced the assumption that they might be able to enlist the support of His Highness Prince Tadris. The conversation became more tense. Prince Fias was not upset by this, and said that it no longer mattered. He looked at the merchants with a triumphant expression, and said that he had won, and that soon everyone would know about it. Mr. Argo did not want to give up. He still believed in the possibility of reaching an agreement. His son shouted indignantly again that this could not be. He shouted that Prince Fias's influence was weaker than Tadris's. Mr. Argo ordered the shop guard to take his wayward son to a quieter place before he ruined everything completely. The guard rushed to carry out his master's order. The boy resisted. He wanted to stay and begged his father to listen. Mr. Argo stood up for his son, explaining his behavior by saying that he was very upset, so the prince should not misunderstand him. Calling one of his servants with a chest in his hands, he addressed the prince, saying that he wanted to give it to him as an apology for his rudeness. The prince loved gifts, so he replied that rudeness could be forgiven if a person was sincere. His hand reached for the chest. At the same time, he reassured Argo not to be upset with his son. He ordered Rosas to take the chest with the bribe, continuing his speech that when he became king, everything would be different. Phias turned away and added that it would be as it should be. He and his entourage had finished their business at the weapon shop, so they had to move on. Mr. Argo stood in the hall of his once profitable shop, but in light of recent events, he would have to forget about that. His son had disappointed him again. He barely managed to buy him off when he heard that they were being accused of attempting to assassinate a warrior. After all, they traded in weapons. They didn't hire people to kill others. The boy began to justify himself. He did not think he had made a mistake because he wanted to punish the scoundrel who had insulted his father and deprived them of their property. When Signiche took the red dragon sword from them, it offended him. His father told him that he should have checked the sword, so there was no one to blame. He was convinced once again that his son was good for nothing, and that the arms business was definitely not for him. His son was choking back tears that were streaming from his eyes. He just wanted his father to be proud of him. The guard began to calm him down and asked him not to be upset. He was sure that the master had done it out of love for him. The boy was terribly angry at the warrior of condemnation. It was all because of Signiche Zagara, who had taken the sword back then. The more he thought about what had happened, the more a wave of indignation overwhelmed him. He was plotting something bad against Signiche Zagara. Addressing the guard as a master, the guy perked up. He definitely had something in mind. A fire of vengeance burned in his eyes. He thought of another sword they had in the shop and asked to be taken to it. The guy tried to dissuade him, but to no avail. Ever since Signiche took that sword, his father had ordered the remaining demonic swords to be chained up. The other sword was in the hall and radiated an aura. The guard turned to the master and asked if he was sure they should take the sword. What if something went wrong? The guy had a plan. He wanted to carry it out quickly. He decided to invite Signiche to the mercenary's house and give him the sword. It had to be done quickly. There was a possibility of a fight and death, but he decided to sacrifice something. Finally, he decided to seal the story with the sword. After removing the chains from the sword, the guard turned to Argo's son and said that since he did not have magic gloves, it would be better to stay away from the sword. He agreed, but as soon as he saw the demonic sword, he felt a burning desire to touch it. The master decided to take the sword in his hand. It seemed to beckon him. It would give him the power to turn everything to ashes. The guard saw that in another second, the sword would be in the master's hand. He shouted at him not to approach it. An invisible force drew the master to the sword, promising to fulfill all his desires. The guard still tried to stop him, but it was useless. It was impossible to resist that force, and the master's hand clasped the hilt of the sword. They merged into one fiery creature. It looked as if the master had melted. A voice from this substance said that no one could stop him now. In the center of this fiery lava, a female face appeared, promising to give him the power to burn and destroy everything around him. In the fire, one could see the master himself, who, exhausted, could not escape from this hot mass. The sword truly gave such power that the master could not resist. He was again caught up in a fiery whirlwind. The ashes scattered slightly, knocking down the tongues of flame, and the master saw her. With a light step, she seemed to emerge from the fire and ashes. It was a red-haired girl dressed all in red. She swayed on the waves of fire right above the master's head. She introduced herself as Artemis, the Sword of Desire. She would be with him until he turned to ashes. He was reflected in her eyes, because desire had completely consumed him. He could no longer resist. He fell at the feet of the Sword of Desire. He burned with the desire to burn everything, and resolutely dissolved into the depths of Artemis's soul. The Sword of Desire amplified the user's dreams. The blade was made of crimson flame and had a crossguard. The blade surpassed the power of the dragon's blessing. A crowd of onlookers gathered in the town square. Accompanied by the royal guard and Rosas himself, Princess Lorelei Amelia was led away. He announced in a loud voice to the people that the culprit behind those crimes had been revealed. The man had pretended to be a warrior of condemnation and kept Nutimian in fear. Rain, shackled in chains, walked across the square. She begged to let the princess go. Calling out to Lady Lorelei Amelia, Rain continued to ask for the princess to be released because they did not know what she was really thinking at the time. The princess had no regrets. Not about dragging Rain into this confrontation, nor that she had also used the warrior of condemnation himself. It was all for her own good. However, she was very sad. She really wanted to smell her favorite flowers one more time, but her hands were tied. She imagined herself holding a bouquet of peonies. The scent of her favorite flowers filled the air. And at that very moment, as if fulfilling her wish, a red-haired girl appeared with a bouquet of peonies. Handing them to her, she said they were for her. Seeing the familiar signs in these flowers, Amelia thought to herself that she had not been mistaken after all. The princess heard only the voices of ordinary people from the crowd, calling her name. They prayed for her and loved her. She just wanted to protect the people of the district. She thanked everyone who was in the square. The princess stretched out her hands as far as her shackles would allow to take the bouquet of peonies, but the guard did not allow her to do so, knocking the flowers out of her hand. Rosas told her that time was up. It was time to move on. The princess was concerned about the future of the country and couldn't just leave at that moment. She was not concerned about her own fate, but about the future of the people of this country. She remembered her words to Signice Zagar, that she was leaving them in his hand. Princess Lorelei Amelia and her guard, Rain, appeared before the king. They were assembled. Among the royal elite, there were whispers that Tadros should become king. It was time for this bunch of old-fashioned idiots to understand that Fias was already king. Rumors circulated among the people and the elite that even Sir Albert had become one of Fias's men, and also the mentor of the warrior of condemnation. Someone in the audience said that now it was clear why Prince Tadros had such an expression on his face. Then the king asked for silence. Turning to the princess, he said that she had done something amusing. He looked at her disapprovingly. Lorelei objected that she was only removing the pests that were eating away at their country. The princess sincerely believed this herself. The king asked her if that meant she was getting rid of the dirty aristocrats who were destroying the country for the sake of its people. The princess was bold in her statements, declaring that she had done it again and again and had no regrets. Some in the hall did not consider her actions to be noble. On the contrary, they considered her to be someone who had simply eliminated the elite. Fias stood next to Signice, stating that if he had not uncovered this case, there would have been many more victims, and Amelia's honor would have been tarnished. He turned around and addressed the entire hall, asking the people if he was right in saying this. The people agreed with him. The crowd shouted, "Long live Fias," and that those who destroy the nobility must be brought to justice. They chanted his name over and over again, and the prince was very pleased and proud of himself. He thought that it was not for nothing that his name was Fias Amelia. He was sure that he was a powerful man, worthy of becoming king. Many years ago, little red-haired Fias whimpered alone at the edge of the forest. Without raising his head, he felt someone gently place a hand on his head, ruffling his red hair. It was his mother. She called him her little sunshine and asked why he was crying. He then asked her why he was not even allowed to eat with her, his father, and his brothers. Fias thought it was because they had different hair color. His mother explained that this was not the case. She reminded him of the king's words. He looked at his mother and said, remembering how the king always said that the strong have everything. She said that was true, calling him her sunshine. His mother's voice faded from his memory, and Fias imagined the king's throne. Now he was one step away from what he had dreamed of all his life. The throne beckoned him, and Fias wanted to become strong. He firmly believed that if he wanted to, he could become king. Fias turned to Signice Zagar, who had been in the hall all this time, and asked what he thought about what was happening. He asked him to say a few words. Signice said that he had important information about this incident, that he had to tell everyone. Fias looked at Signice, hoping that he would keep the promise he had made during their last meeting. He wanted to become king so badly that he was already dreaming of taking an oath of allegiance from Siga, along with Sir Albert. But what he heard shocked him. Signice pointed to his brother, and then to him, and said that he wanted to tell everyone something important. The hall fell silent in anticipation. None of those present thought that the situation would change so dramatically. Signice continued, saying that Tadros Amelia and Fias Amelia were complete scoundrels. He was calm as he told his story. Zegar said that neither of them should walk the earth anymore. Tadros and his younger brother stood silently and waited for him to continue. After these words, Signice fell silent, standing before the king in the center of the hall, until someone, coming to their senses a little, broke the silence with a shout that he was talking nonsense. The people were dissatisfied with the warrior's behavior, thinking that he believed no one in this world could harm him. The royal guard demanded that Signice Zagara be taken into custody for disrespecting the royal authority. Everyone was on edge. But then the king abruptly ordered everyone to be quiet, and, turning to Signice Zagara, told him to continue. Signice held in his hands the files on those who had been eliminated, and the nobles against whom crimes had subsequently been committed. He began to name them: Hans Vintrain, who kidnapped women from his estates and forced them into illegal prostitution; Ophelio Vidrigo, and an article about forcing people to pay huge interest rates on their estates. She sold people to merchants when they did not pay their bills. There were other criminals and their deeds. The list was very long and could go on and on. Signice Zagar added that he would not take up time listing them all, but these criminals had one thing in common. He looked at the king and said that they all paid someone a percentage of their earnings to avoid punishment. Then Signice turned to the princes and asked what they had to say about this. This question terrified them. Their faces were contorted with fear. Signish asked them who had disgraced Amelia's honor. It was the princes who started and led the corruption, and the princess only eliminated it. Fias understood that something had to be done. He shouted that it was slander, and that he would not dare to insult a member of the royal family. His brother Tadris declared that what the princess had done was a crime. There was not a single witness to prove her innocence. At that moment, Sir Albert entered the hall and asked who had mentioned witnesses. He had arrived just in time. The princess turned her head and saw the Iron Knight. She was surprised to see Sir Albert there. He asked for silence in the hall so that everyone could hear the sounds coming from outside. People on the street could be heard shouting, "Free the lady!" The court echoed these cries. The entire square was filled with the people of Amelia. They shouted that the lady was innocent. The princess heard these cries and could not believe that these simple people had come for her. Tears welled up in her eyes. Signiche, standing next to her, asked if she remembered what he had said at the beginning. They were all here to prove the innocence of one person. He wanted to prove the princess's innocence. Sig asked her to take the throne. The princess did not expect these words, and asked him to repeat what he was saying. Signish continued to tell her that she had to do it, and that she had to take responsibility for what she had started. After all, ascending the throne came at a high price. Both the princess and her brothers knew what they were doing. The princess was confused. She did not understand how Signish Zagar could be so decisive. Then something unexpected happened. The royal guards knelt before her, led by Sir Arthur. They swore to serve her, Princess Lorelei Amelia, from that day forward. Amelia did not understand what was happening around her. The princess did not know why they trusted her so much, because in the eyes of many she was just an ordinary criminal. Tears rolled down her beautiful eyes, but they all swore allegiance to the princess. The crowd in the street was still shouting her name and demanding her release. Princess Lorelei looked at Signish and seemed to want to hear his advice on what to do once more. And then the warrior of condemnation also bowed his head in homage to the future queen of the country. Lorelei raised her head proudly, her gaze showing determination and courage. The king approached Lorelei. He saw that she was no longer afraid, and this made him happy. He looked at his sons. Glancing at Prince Tadris, he said that the king did not necessarily have to be someone's firstborn. Then, turning his gaze to Fias, he added that the king did not necessarily have to be a man. He continued his thought by saying that a true king must be strong, and with these words, he removed the crown from his head. The royal guard looked joyfully at the princess. The crowd cheered. The crown ended up on her blonde head. Signish Zagar turned to the princess and said that, judging by all appearances, she was the strongest of them all. She rewarded him with a smile. The king placed the crown on his daughter's head and proclaimed Lorelei Amelia, the first queen of Amelia. The next day, Lorelei woke up as queen. She enjoyed the morning and felt free. With a light step in her slippers, accompanied by her ladies-in-waiting, she left her chambers and entered the hall. She could be herself. But her father's words still haunted her. He had told her that a king must be strong. He must be the sun above all others, looking down on the world from above. The king would have to turn a blind eye to the suffering of some in order to preserve his kingdom, even when the dying prayed to the sun. The stronger the king becomes, the more lonely he becomes. No one was an exception to this rule. Such is life. Amelia's father said that one should never forget that blood must flow beneath the royal throne. It is inevitable. He then asked his daughter if she could be such a person. Was she ready to make such sacrifices for the sake of the state? The princess knew she was not ready to be such a queen. She did not want anyone's blood to be shed under her rule in Amelia. She told him that when her father ruled, he was like the sun shining on everyone, and all the inhabitants knew and remembered this. She decided that she would be a queen who shone down to the very bottom. This was her own strength and uniqueness. Standing in the square before her people, the queen promised to be their son until the very end. They swore allegiance to her. One guy from the crowd asked her how she could prove it, to which she replied that they should just follow her. For Amelia's future, the sunball in her palm seemed to stretch upward in golden waves, scattering crumbs of sunlight. It was a bright future. The sunlight grew brighter and brighter, and Queen Amelia seemed to radiate it as she rose higher and higher. The queen sat lost in thought when Rain interrupted her thoughts and hurried her, saying that time was up and it was time to go back. The queen asked her if she looked good. The crown suited her better than ever, and she was embarrassed to wear it. Rain called her the son of Amelia and added that they had to hurry or they would miss it. The queen wanted to catch up with Siga in the city. Rain said that he had probably already arrived. The queen hurriedly jumped up from her seat and rushed to the exit of the chamber. Signish and his companions were on the street. The queen went out into the garden and found them all with their belongings. She asked if they were ready to leave. Signish came to say goodbye to the queen, accompanied by his swords and kitten. Sui asked him why they were in such a hurry. He replied that his work was done, and there was nothing keeping them there anymore. He added that he didn't need any unnecessary trouble. They looked at Manhwa, who stood impassively to one side of Siga. Something was wrong with her today. Sui asked if she would leave Siga without question. The whole company, led by Signishi, set off. They had a long road ahead of them. Signishi walked along the garden path without looking back. The future queen called out to him, asking if he was really going to leave without saying goodbye to her. Sig was surprised and turned to her, Her Majesty. Lorelei objected that she was not yet the queen, in fact. She took off her crown and said that there had to be an official coronation before she could be called that. Holding the crown in her hands and examining it, she wondered if this precious thing was too heavy for her. Signic noticed how Her Majesty became sad and lost in her thoughts. She simply wanted to be as free as he was. Sig told her to stop this nonsense. Since they had already started all this, she should see it through to the end, despite her doubts. Rain still disliked Signice. She sharply told him not to be rude to Her Highness. However, the queen reassured her that everything was fine. Turning to Signice, the queen declared that he too must take on certain responsibilities. Signice was surprised and did not understand what she was talking about and what responsibilities and obligations she was referring to. The queen admitted that she had imitated him and admired the fact that he had condemned the corrupt nobleman. She declared that Sig should also take responsibility for what he had started and never forget about it. Signish looked at her and agreed. The future queen rejoiced at his confession and asked him again if he agreed. Signish told the queen that if she changed, he would return to condemn her. This was what she expected from a warrior of condemnation. He clarified, just in case, whether she understood everything. She was surprised at how well he understood everything. The queen handed him a piece of paper with the task for Carbon, asking if the information that he was looking for Sigmar was correct. She handed him the assignment, adding that she didn't think he would be paid. Sig didn't borrow money because he was cautious. He thanked her. The queen wanted to hear more from him, but she didn't say it out loud. She was a little embarrassed by his presence. Signice noticed that she wanted to say something to him. He turned around, but she quickly said that she hadn't said anything. As he left, Signice touched her with his hand and said that she had a clever head, making the queen blush even more. He took the piece of paper with the assignment and continued down the path. So they went their separate ways. Lorelei silently sat down right on the garden path where she was standing. Rain didn't understand anything. The princess was confused. Sitting on her knees and holding the crown in her hands, she turned to her faithful servant and looked silently and meaningfully into her eyes. Lorelei turned her head to watch Signich leave. She literally followed him with her gaze, thinking that this was their last meeting. Sig could no longer watch Manhwa sulk since morning, and decided to ask her what was wrong. Manhwa squealed capriciously and said she was unhappy that he always quarreled with Sui and not with her. Sig got angry because she was acting like a child. Sui came closer to him and asked Sig to be patient and understand his sister. She explained that their magic swords were strongly connected to the people they were attached to. Therefore, if they are not with him, they feel very insecure and lonely. That is why Manhwa was constantly angry. Sui turned to Manhwa and told her to admit to Signy that she was simply lonely. Manhwa disagreed and shouted that it was a lie and that Sui was just lying. It was just that he was boring. Signiche looked at Manhwa more calmly than a minute ago and decided to say something nice to her. For example, that she had such cute dimples on her cheeks. He put his hand on her head and asked her to tell him if she felt lonely again. She snorted in response, even though she liked his concern. Sui had always been lonely, so she didn't hide it and said she would follow him. She explained to Signiche so that he would understand her correctly. The cats would stay with him too. Sig didn't argue, humbly agreeing to whatever they said. Manhwa was still walking with her lips puffed out, barely looking at the road. Sig had just stopped, and she accidentally bumped into him, hurting herself. Manhwa asked him what had happened, why he had stopped so suddenly. Sui also asked him anxiously what had happened. She noticed how the warrior of condemnation read the sheet with the assignment and looked worriedly at the names on it. Signich began to read. There were 3 names: Ibrid Anastasia Karl Isnab and Yensogi Genin. One name caught his attention the most. He said the name Karl Isnab. Sui asked Sig if they should say hello if they met him. Signish replied that it would be better not to. He wanted to explain why, but changed his mind and did not continue what he had initially wanted to say. He remembered one mission involving him, where an enemy group had been completely eliminated. That was in the past. Someone shouted Karl's name and announced that the sweep was complete. The warrior was pleased with the result. Karl turned to Signiche and called him to seek justice. He was a young, red-haired guy, confident and smug. At that moment, Signiche thought he was a complete idiot. His arrogance and smugness annoyed him. He knew who he really was. Karl arrived at the palace. It was already evening. He stood ready with his weapon in his hand. The Viscount himself came out onto the balcony. Carl knew that he was involved in witchcraft and conducted experiments on living people. His name was Philip Zamas, and the warrior of justice decided to execute him for it. He introduced himself to the Viscount by his full name and showed him his sword. Philip replied that he was just a soft-hearted warrior and that he was not afraid of him. Charles Isnall looked seriously at the Viscount, who, standing on the balcony, simply called a tall man over to him. With a sharp movement of his hand, he stabbed him in the chest with a sharp object and told Charles that he had picked the wrong person to mess with. Within a minute, monstrous things began to happen to the tall, muscular man. He screamed. His body began to change. It was as if he had been struck by 1,000 lightning bolts, and electric shocks exposed all his muscles. He fell from the pain, and the Viscount remained standing alone on the balcony for a second. Carl was already preparing to fight Philip when an explosion rang out. A minute later, through the ash and smoke on the balcony, the image of a huge human monster with eyes burning like flames appeared. The Viscount named his toy Barsek and ordered him to go forward and attack Carl. He said to show the orc his true power. The monster never pulled the tip of the magical dagger out of his chest and seemed to feel no pain. He clenched his fangs, and in the next moment he rushed towards Carl. Carl was also on his guard and drew his sword. Jumping towards the warrior of justice, the monster wanted to attack him, but Carl pierced him with a lightning-fast blow of his weapon. He was strong and agile, and the orc had no chance of winning. Carl glanced at the Viscount. He screamed in frustration. Philip screamed and ran away from the balcony, sensing that he would be next. However, he had no chance of success against the warrior of justice. With a piercing blow of his sword, Carl smashed the Viscount's castle balcony to smithereens. A couple of minutes later, he was standing right in front of him. The Viscount, screaming in fear and pain, waited for the next attack. It was powerful. A huge ball of energy and lightning pierced the Viscount. Carl got what he wanted. He executed Philip for his sins. He stood and looked at the Viscount's lifeless body. His sword still radiated streams of magical power. But just as Carl picked up his weapon, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned around and realized that people were calling him. They were running towards him and shouting to the others that the warrior of justice himself had come to their aid. Carl looked closely at the running people. They shouted that he had decided to save them, but then their heads flew off. One of the young men watched the scene in horror. He did not understand what the warrior was doing and why he had started killing his people. He began to ask the hero why he was doing this, claiming that they were just victims of Dr. Philip's experiments. Carl replied that he knew everything, but that they were just weak creatures, and weakness was a sin. He was the one who punished such sins. Carl called himself a fighter for justice, and added that in a tragedy like this, there should be no survivors. That is why he was given that nickname. He killed them all, and stood completely alone with his weapon in his hands in the square in front of the castle. Then he heard a familiar female voice and turned around. She asked how he was feeling. A bearded man was walking beside her. Carl replied that he was fine and asked the girl how Ibrid was feeling. The girl replied that she was the same, thanks to his help and support. Carl looked at her and said he wanted to add something. He said that it seemed there were no more survivors in the castle. All three looked at the bodies of the dead. Carl casually added that by the time he found the Viscount, they were all already dead, and added that it was a great tragedy. The girl was saddened by these words, and said that justice, unfortunately, was built on innocent victims. Carl suggested moving on. He took out a list and added that they could move on to the next task, since they were done here. His companions agreed with him. Carl opened the sheet and read their names on the task. At the same time, Signiche and his companions came to the sales representative. They needed to take someone into custody. Signiche Zagar stood there and asked in a dissatisfied tone to change the task. The middle-aged man looked him straight in the face and replied seriously that he did not want to do so. Minerva yelled at Sig to stop and added that this man was already angry enough and could feed them honey chestnuts. She asked Signiche to listen to him. The man added that Lady Amelia had specifically assigned this quest to Zagar, and that it would be difficult to refuse. Sui and Minerva were also unhappy, but they felt Signiche's hands firmly and fatherly squeezing their shoulders. Then Signiche looked at the man again and, pointing to the girls, asked him if he could see these children. He added that they were like younger sisters to him. The man said that this was an S-rank task, and that children should not participate in such an event. He agreed to make some minor changes. The quest was on the sacred land of Carbon. It was the land of elves and water spirits, the land of harpies and orcs. It had only been 5 years since it had reopened. It had been inactive for several hundred years. Goods from all over the world flocked here. It was a chance for Shiga to introduce his sisters to different cultures. The man also added that, among other things, it was the only task in the vicinity that would take them to Toriagian. He had no intention of changing anything, and Minerva told Sig that there was nothing to worry about. She suggested that they simply stop by on their way to Toriagian. Sig was angry and replied that they couldn't do that and that he didn't trust the man. Then he heard a voice saying that it was good to see the warrior of condemnation. Sig turned around and greeted the warrior of justice and his companions. Karl Isnab was also on his way to Toriagian. He was the one Sig had to avoid in his mission, and he told the girls about it. He was disappointed. Then Minerva nudged him. She said that the guy was very attractive and started giggling, saying that someone just had an inferiority complex. Signish looked at her disapprovingly, and Karl came closer and said that they hadn't seen Zagar in a long time, and that he was glad that the warrior was healthy and unharmed. Signiche also said he was glad that Karl was alive. The girl who came with him found his tone humiliating and threatened to tell Sig not to talk like that. Her name was Ibrid Anastasia, and she said that although she and Karl were both warriors, it was not appropriate to speak that way. Karl took the girl by the shoulder and asked if he wasn't just talking to an old friend. She laughed. She nodded approvingly. The girl's sign and the cat with her kittens watched them from the sideline. Sig understood that this would not end well. Meanwhile, Karl was thinking that even though he didn't want to get involved in this matter, he still wanted to send the cats where they belonged. Signish looked at his pets once more. The kittens looked affectionate and content. Signish said that this was the first and last time. The man giving the assignment added that it was a wonderful idea. He added that with 5 great warriors, they had nothing to worry about in this world. He immediately whispered that there had been a lot of bandits in the area lately. Signiche decided that this was the reason why there were no other quests here. Then the man winked at them all and said that even they could not imagine what they were about to guard. It was a secret to everyone. Someone was simply in one of the carts, in which all the warriors set off on their journey. Each of them had their own thoughts, but one thing was certain. It would be an exciting journey for them. The travelers walked alongside the wagon, all thinking about what they would have to go through in this task. Signiche was silent. Minerva turned to Sue and said that no matter how the girl herself assessed it, what she had noticed was quite strange. Sui asked what she meant, and Minerva explained that Signiche had been so quiet since they met Karl. He didn't even answer her questions. Sui suddenly moved forward after Signiche and called his name. She decided to find out everything. Coming closer, Sui asked what was wrong and whether Sig had had problems with Karl in the past. She wanted to offer him help. However, Signiche tried to calm the girl down, saying that everything was fine. He said he was just thinking about something. She noticed that his expression had changed dramatically after her question about Karl. He was thinking about something. Signish remembered their past, how they had met Karl face to face, and how Signish had gotten a scar on his face as a result of the fight. He remembered everything, but covering it with his hand once more, he said that nothing terrible had happened and that he was fine. The journey was long, and the road led them into the mountain. A heavy snowstorm began, and the horses began to tire. After a while, everyone felt the temperature drop, and Minerva began to sneeze and shiver from the cold. She suddenly complained that she was cold, and began to press herself closer to the cat's thick fur. Sig replied that he had warned them, and asked them to dress warmer from the start. Minerva did not do so. Sig pointed to Sui, and said that she was moving without difficulty. The girl was dressed warmly, but replied that it was just her natural constitution. Signiche took out some warm clothes and gave them to Minerva. He recommended that she get dressed immediately and go to sleep. Minerva thanked Sig, calling him a true servant. Signiche ordered her to walk in silence, and soon they reached the city of Carbon. It was a neutral zone. People in establishments were drinking alcohol and chatting loudly. They looked quite happy. Minerva sat at a table with the others, warmed herself, and said that it was now that she felt she was beginning to live. She asked if this place was called Carbon. Signiche replied that it wasn't exactly. It was the border district, a neutral zone near the border. He also told the girls that the sacred nation of Carbon was founded by various races that were persecuted by humans. Elves, dwarves, harpies, ogres, werewolves, and other humanoids made up the majority of the nation of that country. For hundreds of years, they had been in isolation to avoid enslavement by humans again. Minerva added that humans seemed to be inclined to always commit evil deeds. A bearded man from Karl's group replied that someday all races would be able to travel freely across the continent. Sig and the others thought he had joined their conversation too easily, but the man continued and said that His Majesty was working for peace. King Dmitri himself wanted no race to be discriminated against advanced in the country. He was proud to say so. He added that the beginning of the exchange between races was also thanks to King Dmitri. Karl said that it was good that Genon focused on the positive, but there was another side to the story. He reminded them that there were also negative facts in history. Karl said that thanks to Dmitri, places such as land without taxes and lords had appeared. Signiche did not want to discuss these topics with them and asked if they would like to move to a separate table. Karl just laughed and replied that all the tables were taken. He added that he could make amends to them and was ready to treat them all to something special. He ordered a lot of delicious food. The girls were delighted with the treats. The sauces and dishes exuded a wonderful and enticing aroma. They were tired and wanted to eat something delicious. Minerva grabbed her cutlery and, taking an appetizing large piece of meat, anticipated the pleasure of eating. But just as she was about to take a bite, the food flew away. Minerva looked disappointedly at her empty fork and trembled. Signic stood nearby and, placing his hand on her head again, asked her to calm down a little. The red-haired, insolent boy sat near the broken table and only said that she could have hurt her back. Signiche approached him, and he stood up and said he was very sorry for ruining their meal. Signiche said he accepted that, and asked if he was going to pay for it. The guy looked at Signiche with a dissatisfied look, and replied that he was not obliged to pay for anything. The next moment, he regretted his words. There was a dull thud, and Signiche hit the guy hard and watched him fall to the floor. His men rushed over to him, calling the guy their leader, and asking who this man was who dared to harm him. The red-haired young man sat on the floor and looked at Signiche standing in front of him, asking if he understood what he was doing. And then, in response to his words, he only saw a sword flying towards him. The weapon stuck right at his feet in the floor. It was the sword of the Red Dragon. Signiche Zagar approached and repeated his question about payment for the spoiled food in a threatening tone. The guy handed him a bag of coins and said that was all they had. Signiche was satisfied. He was about to leave the boy alone when suddenly Karl appeared in front of him and, threatening the boy with his weapon, told him that this would not do. Signiche asked him not to do anything and to wait a minute. However, Karl replied that no warrior should forgive a villain so easily. He pointed his flaming sword at the red-haired guy. The guy asked what he had done, since he had already given everything he had. And then Karl, ignoring his pleas, struck him with his sword. Blood gushed from the young man's arm, and he fell to the floor with a groan. His men shouted at their leader. They helped him up, and then the guy suddenly asked the name of the one who had wounded him. They were all furious at this turn of events. Karl replied that he had no name to give to such an ignorant man. However, Signiche called him Karl Isnabel. He began to walk away, and Karl only turned to Siga with a dissatisfied look on his face. Signiche added that Karl was a warrior of justice. As his men led the red-haired guy away from the tavern, they were silent, and he only harbored resentment and anger. The guy decided not to forget what had been done, and to remind them all of it later. Karl told Sig that he had noticed his quiet muttering, and that he was quiet. Sig had been different for the past few weeks. Karl added that 2 of the 5 warriors were now on guard duty, and he hoped they weren't thinking of attacking. Sig replied that they had caused the incident, and dragged him into it. He wanted to add something else, but then they heard a voice. He was shouting that he was waiting for Karl Isnabla. Sig looked up and saw the same red-haired guy from the tavern. He was sitting on the roof of the building and said that he had promised them then that he would remember everything they had done. He chose the moment and the place. With him was a man in a robe who used magic to create a fireball. The red-haired guy laughed. He said that as a welcome, they could go to hell right now. He ordered the fireball to be sent at them. There was a loud explosion, and Signiche Zagar, gritting his teeth, realized that things could end badly for all of them. Large rocks from the destruction began to fall on the cart, and people tried to take cover wherever they could. Signiche Zagar began to shout for them to run away immediately. He tried to save ordinary people from being killed by the debris. It was only just beginning. Karl started shouting for his men to take only the bare essentials and abandon the carts altogether. Signiche looked ahead and saw the very man who had sent them on this mission. He said that if he didn't leave now, he would die. The man turned around and replied that he could not run away and abandon the mission. It would be a complete disgrace for a merchant. He added that he would rather die alongside his goods. Signiche couldn't let that happen, because if the man died, he wouldn't get his reward for the quest. So he decided he wouldn't let that happen. He told him that he would take care of it himself. The man asked in surprise if Signiche had a plan. Upon hearing this, Karl also looked closely at Siga and said that he was a stubborn and brave warrior. He asked him if he thought he could handle this trouble alone. Signiche did not answer him and only approached the building. He carefully studied the area and called Suyi to him. He needed her help for the task. The girl entered his demonic sword and Signiche began to use her power of ice and cold. Carl had never seen anything like this before, and decided that Signiche must be using some kind of magic. From under Siga's sword, Sui began to create that very ice-stone bird. It was her unique skill. Signiche had already used it in battle, and decided to use it again. With her ice, he created a kind of doomsday glacier. The stone bird soared upward, freezing the rockfalls and flames directly above the carts, advancing down the road below. The guards and passers-by looked on in amazement. Carl and his companions were also amazed. A huge, sharp-angled glacier literally hung over them from above. Everyone watched in shock to see what would happen next. Signic Sakar was determined and brave enough to stop the disaster. He didn't want anyone to get hurt. Carl looked at him and said that he had no idea that Sig was so powerful that he could use ice magic. Signiche just thought that he shouldn't have used demonic swords in front of him. He only replied to Carl that they didn't have time to discuss it. However, Carl replied that if such power had been obtained illegally, he wanted to deal with Sig right now. He was determined. However, he was interrupted. A merchant jumped up to Sig and shouted that he was simply amazing and had saved everyone. He added that he would never have thought that a warrior like Sig, who was so judgmental, had magical powers. He thanked him for saving his life, among other things. Sigane replied that he should not worry, but should quickly take the customer's belongings and leave. The man was surprised by this suggestion. He asked if Sig hadn't dealt with the fire stream, and then everyone pointed upwards. Their enemies were already running towards them with weapons in their hands. They wanted to kill them all and destroy the carts, taking the goods. The man realized with horror that this was not the end. Carl took out his weapon and got ready. He said he agreed with Signiche that the situation was not suitable for arguments and promised that they would continue later. Sig replied that he should not be talking to him, but dealing with the situation that had created this predicament. The red-haired guy saw the wagon. He was tormented by the question of why his enemies had ordered him only to save it and not to be afraid to throw everything out of it. And then he understood the reason. Climbing down from the icy cliff, he noticed the man they had hidden. He decided to deal with him and called the mage. The man began to launch his fireball again. The explosion thundered right next to the wagon. Signiche turned sharply in that direction. He realized that he had to hurry and save the goods in that wagon. He jumped straight to it and opened the door. He didn't know from the beginning of the journey who he was protecting. Another explosion thundered. Signiche was able to deflect it with his red dragon sword. A couple of minutes later, he saw the door of the wagon open and a person fall out. He made it in time. He grabbed him with his hand. It turned out that it was a girl all along. Signiche looked at her and asked if she was okay. He asked if she was hurt, and then noticed that the cloak had slipped from her head, exposing her ears. He also noticed that the girl's blonde hair was adorned with expensive jewelry in the form of hairpins. Then he saw her face and smelled her scent. It was expensive perfume and good cosmetic. The girl opened her eyes and looked at him, replying that she was fine. Signich was deeply surprised. He had saved and protected an elf girl. She sat down on the ground and added that she was grateful to the hero for saving her. Sig looked at her more closely and realized that her appearance indicated her high status. She was a high-ranking person from Carbon. He replied that he had simply done what he had to do and thought that she had concealed her identity to avoid unnecessary problem. Then other people approached them and were surprised to see an elf in front of them. One of the guys said that if they sold her, he could make a fortune. Another added that elves were the most valuable thing at the moment. They stepped towards them. Sig thought that he had almost no mana left. His body was already exhausted, and he couldn't use his demonic swords with the elf around. He suddenly realized that they had no choice but to run away from their attackers as quickly as possible. He ran away with the girl in his arms. The guys started yelling after him that he was a complete bastard and ordered the others to catch him and the elf. A few seconds later, Signiche heard a loud explosion behind him. He was worried about what would happen next. Then he heard a voice saying that if a warrior of condemnation couldn't handle guys like those, it was a problem. It was Carl who came to the rescue and added that it was bad that Signiche was trying to leave the battlefield. He finished off those enemies and walked towards Sig and the girl. Hiding his weapon after the battle, Carl looked at the warrior of condemnation and added that he seemed to have slightly overestimated his abilities. A couple of minutes later, the merchant opened the carriage doors for his grateful guest. He asked her to take her seat. Standing in front of the carriage, the elf girl turned and looked at Signiche. This raised questions in the merchant's mind, but he remained silent. Sig also said nothing and just looked at the girl again. She suddenly smiled sweetly. She said she wanted to thank him again for his help, calling him a glorious hero. She was embarrassed, and her cheeks turned red. Signiche Zagar merely bowed to her and replied that she had nothing to thank him for. He was just doing his job. Then he heard someone call his name and turned around. At that moment, The elf girl sat down in her seat in the carriage. Sweet Minerva and the cat with her kittens ran up to them and asked if everything was all right with their warrior of condemnation. He replied that he was fine, and was glad that the girls and pets were all right. Sui said that the cat had protected them. Minerva added that she had taken care of the fools who had attacked them earlier. Signish said that now that he was sure they were all safe, they could continue on their way. The three of them and their furry companions stood together, ready to continue their journey to their destination. They watched as the wagon carrying the elf girl and the merchant disappeared into the distance. Their path now lay to Tori Jajan. This state, founded in the northernmost part of the continent, was inhabited by half-humans who were persecuted by humans. It was also the capital of the Holy Land of Carbon. Once upon a time, the world tree was cut down by a demon, and a dragon was able to invade their lands. However, Toriajan did not give up and continued to fight. So in order to get to Zigmar, you need to obtain an entry permit here. Signiche, sitting in a covered wagon, was thinking about this very question as he approached the city gates. The scene that met Signiche and his companion's eyes was impressive. What they saw was unusual for humans. Only the saber-toothed tiger was very happy to be back home. Minerva and Sui joyfully exclaimed that they had finally made it here. Sig restrained them, even though he understood their joy. He begged them to remain calm and behave quietly. Most of the carbon races were hostile towards humans. Minerva broke free from his control, and with a cry of surprise, ran towards the unusual creatures, ignoring Sig. The warrior of condemnation tried to stop her, but to no avail. Pointing at the orc with horns and fangs, she admired his enormous height. She immediately saw a jackal-like creature nearby, and cried out that it was so small. The big gray dog made her even more excited, and she cried out that he was so fluffy, and began to stroke his fur. Clinging to him without fear, she felt how soft he was. Minerva declared that he was fluffier than a cat's tail. Sensing Minerva, the dog looked at her with burning yellow eyes, and barked at her, asking who she was to treat him that way. Minerva called him a silly puppy, who didn't understand anything and didn't know who her servant was. He was the infamous hero of condemnation. She added that if he didn't want trouble, he shouldn't provoke her. He asked her who this hero of condemnation was. He was already angry enough. Minerva was very surprised that he did not know the warrior. The dog bared his teeth and growled again that this was the first time he had heard of the warrior. Signiche explained to Minerva that the hero of condemnation was a terrible title, only in the kingdom of Amelia. In Carbone, everything was different. The dog snorted and declared that it was too great a title for a little man like Signiche. The jackal stepped forward with the intention of moving on. He told them to stop talking and asked them to get out of the way. However, he had no intention of moving an inch from his intended path, so he roughly bumped into Sway, catching her arm. She cried out in pain. The saber-toothed tiger bared its fangs and growled at him. Sig asked Sui how she was, and Sui thanked Sig and said she was fine. Signich couldn't stand such insolence towards Sui, and turned to the dog with the intention of explaining his wrong behavior. He looked at it angrily and said that he understood that it did not like human. He knew about Carbon's creatures from stories. But in the next second, Sig kicked the dog in the stomach, and it didn't even have time to sink its claws into it. Sig declared that he should not dare to touch them without permission from now on. Such treatment of himself and his sisters was unacceptable to him. The dog no longer looked soft and fluffy. His fur stood on end, his eyes flashed with rage, and baring his fangs, he jumped at Signiche. Calling Signiche a human bastard, he growled that people always touch and provoke them. This time, he growled that humans had taken their children. Seeing how angry the dog was, Signiche warned him that he didn't understand what he was talking about. The dog bared its claws. Signiche told him that once he exposed his weapons, the situation would escalate from a normal conflict into something serious. The jackal became even more angry, his eyes filled with blood. His whole appearance said that he was ready to pounce on Siga. Signiche sensed this and stopped being modest. He drew his red dragon sword, which filled him with fiery power. The dog was simply stunned by what he saw. He did not understand how this little man had achieved such a level of aura in terms of strength and abilities in a matter of seconds. In a rage, he lunged at Signiche with eyes the size of saucers and sharp claws. The two titans clashed in a frenzied battle between man and beast. Their fight began. The man-dog leapt upward, dodging Signiche's streams of fire, directed at him with the demonic dragon sword. The force of their blows caused the ground beneath them to break apart, and a huge stream of fire and rocks shot upward, throwing the rivals in opposite directions. The glow suddenly faded. Sig and the dog landed on the rocky crevices, and between them appeared a dwarf in armor with a mace, who told them to stop. He added that there seemed to be a misunderstanding between them. Signich remembered that this dwarf was definitely with Carr. The dog broke through, asking him why he was protecting humans, and called him Genin. Pointing at Signishi, he emphasized that he was a man of proven character and advised the dog to treat him as his guest in Carbon. He asked to let them pass. Sig, with his demonic swords and cats, followed the gnome, whom the dog had let pass after all, and was dissatisfied. Signish turned around, as if regretting the actions of the people who had made these creatures evil and hateful towards them. The dog warned Signichi and his companions not to get distracted in Carbon. As soon as they relaxed, thousands of fangs would tear them to pieces. Signish addressed the gnome, saying that the greeting had been harsh. The gnome replied that he would explain everything if Signish didn't mind. First, he decided to introduce himself properly and called himself Genin, head of the Yensok Guild and companion of the Hero of Justice. He also said that human trafficking was currently flourishing, so everyone should be on their guard. Genin said that this was especially true in Toriajan, where no one liked humans, and laughed, adding that they probably needed a guide. In fact, he had followed Signiche because his friend Carl had told him that the Hero of Condemnation was using a cursed demonic sword. That was when he asked to watch over Signiche in Carbone. The Warrior of Justice pursued his goals. Hybrid Anastasia laughed and said that if anyone used that sword, they would go mad. However, the Warrior of Justice saw the sword in Signiche's possession. He was sure that it was him. He added that his eyes had never failed him before, and he saw how, in the battle, everything around him turned into shards of ice that grew exponentially. Then the Warrior of Justice realized that it was definitely a cursed sword. He did not understand how Signiche could use it and remain sane. Genome, sitting at the table, said that it was because he could control it completely. The Warrior of Justice declared that when he fell under the control of the cursed sword, he would destroy it. He continued that it was certainly a pity that such a sword would disappear from the face of the earth. But for the sake of justice, there was nothing he could do about it. He was ready for that. The Warrior of Justice left the room. Ibrid said goodbye to Genin and asked him to look after Signiche and the swords on behalf of the Hero of Justice. Genin played his part and said that it was good that they had met Signiche here. He suggested that they stay with him, which would save on expenses. Minerva got bored and finally decided to put in her 2 cents. She called Genin noble and praised him for knowing how to treat guests. Her little sister also thanked him for his hospitality and asked if everything was okay and if they weren't bothering him with their presence. Signiche didn't want to be a burden, so he declined to stay with Genome, even though his offer was generous. Minerva was horrified. She did not want to spend the night in a cheap hotel like last time. Sui took Signy's news calmly. However, she stated that the cats needed a bath. The big cat meowed contentedly. The kittens perked up and pricked up their ears, listening to what the Warrior of Condemnation would say. Signiche couldn't resist the girl's pleas and decided to stay for one day. Genome happily exclaimed that it was the right choice, and added that it would be great if they could forget all their grievances and misfortunes. Signiche asked Sway if she was hurt after the collision with the man-dog. If so, he could carry her. Minerva, hearing these words, began to think about how she could get Sig to carry her, because walking was terrible, and he was her servant. She didn't want to walk, afraid that cat hair would get on her clothes. Minerva couldn't bear the fact that Sig hadn't offered to carry her. She was torn apart by jealousy. Sui refused because nothing serious had happened. Minerva came up with a plan. Signiche asked the gnome if he had a drainage system at home. He replied that they even had a jacuzzi. Minerva's joyful exclamation distracted them from their conversation. They turned their heads toward her. She was lying on the ground, moaning that she had also fallen and hurt herself. She added that she needed to find a servant to carry her. Signiche and Genome exchanged glances, understanding everything, and moved on, leaving her lying on the ground. Signiche asked about the drainage system because he needed to wash the cats. Genome clarified that if he meant the saber-toothed tiger, it would be an honor. Minerva, not getting what she wanted, ended up jumping on Signiche's back and clinging to him with her teeth. She told him she wanted him to carry her. Signiche had no choice but to carry her on his back. He yelled at her to stop biting him, and that she was talking too much. Even Sui found the situation amusing. Signiche asked her to help him instead of laughing. Genin watched them and remained standing in place. Sig called out to him. Genin thought that if Signiche really used the cursed sword, he had just brought a time bomb into his house. Thinking about their conversation with Carl, he realized that the Hero of Condemnation could be more dangerous than they had previously thought. They didn't talk about it, but there was another way to use the cursed sword without losing one's mind. This was possible if the user was a demon. They finally reached the place where Genin lived. The road led to an underground tunnel. The girls were slightly surprised, especially Minerva. She was never one to hold back. When Signiche saw where they had come, she guessed that Genin was the head of the Yensok Guild, which meant he was their leader. Genin said that it was only an honorary position, and that he was just an ordinary dwarf. Reaching an oak wrought iron door leading to another tunnel, he opened it, and a whole underground city appeared before Signiche's eyes. This underground city was the territory of Yensok. It was beautiful and illuminated by light. It had waterfalls and mountains. Signiche was impressed and asked if all dwarves lived underground. Genin replied that it was a tradition passed down from generation to generation. Even Genin himself did not know how many such tunnels there were. They approached a stone staircase that led to the door of the house. The windows were lit. Apparently, they were waiting for him. Genin called out to someone named Eris and heard a ringing voice happily respond that Daddy was home. The door opened, and Signiche saw a beautiful young girl who said that he had finally arrived and that he had done a great job. Signiche, in turn, appreciated the beauty of his daughter. He noticed that she was very pretty, to which Ganon replied that she was not his daughter. This young girl turned out to be his wife. Signiche was very surprised. It was the first time Signiche had seen a female dwarf. Genum hugged his wife, saying that from a human perspective, she might look young, but by dwarf standards, she was an adult. Then Sig noticed someone's head with huge eyes peeking out from under the hem of Genom's wife's dress. Genom's little daughter was looking at him with curiosity. She was here too. She had missed her father very much, as had he. Calling her name, Eris, he rushed to his daughter. Genome hugged his daughter and looked at her with love. She had grown up to be his dearest, sweetest Eris in the world. He tickled her with his prickly beard, and Eris squealed that he should shave before coming home. They missed each other so much that they didn't notice Minerva and Sui at first. Genome finally noticed them and introduced them to his daughter, Eris. Eris greeted the girls, looking at them shyly. Minerva leaned toward the little girl and said she was pleased to meet her, and Sui said the same. While the girls were talking to his little girl, Genome decided to check something. He walked over to the wall where a signal lamp hung at the top. Everything seemed to be in order, and noticing nothing unusual, he exhaled. He decided it was finally time to show his guests to their room. After all, it was rude to keep them waiting. He turned to Signiche and offered to show them the room they would be using. Opening the door to the room, he said they could use it. It was simple: a table, a chair, a wardrobe. It had everything they needed to spend the night. Minerva was, of course, most delighted with the bed. Together with the kittens, she happily jumped on it, causing Genoma to frown. Signiche thanked Genome for his efforts and promised to make sure everyone behaved quietly. Genome assured him that everything was fine and advised them to consider his home their own and make themselves comfortable. As he left, he added that Minerva still needed to be more careful. She continued to play with the kitten. Sui asked Signiche if it was a big problem. They were in the capital. Signiche tried to calm Minerva down so that she wouldn't be so excited and get too used to it, because they were only here for one night. He warned them all that they should use everything here with caution and take care of the room and property. Signiche had barely finished speaking when the vase was already flying to the floor, knocked over by one of the 3 kittens. Minerva caught another one. Sui knew her little sister would get into trouble. Sig didn't know what to do. That unbearable girl made a fuss before he had even finished speaking. Minerva couldn't stand Sig and his lectures anymore. Treating the cats as her minions, she ordered them to grab Signiche. She even gave them all names: Diablo, Mammon, and Ishtar. Signiche just started to say for them to wait, but it was too late. The kittens had already pounced on him. Minerva squealed that it was their victory. The kittens jumped with her. The girl rejoiced and jumped. Signiche wondered when they had grown up, and why they all had such names. Sui knew that Diablo and Mammon were the names of demons, and Ishtar was a goddess. Minerva led a group of 3 kittens. She could no longer bear that Sig was ignoring her, and the kittens were eager to rush forward at that moment. Sig didn't mind the nickname, but said they should at least be logical. They bared their little fangs and growled, looking very satisfied. Sui, turning to Minerva, said that if she said everything was fine, she wouldn't believe her. It sounded rather sad. It wasn't worth giving them names. Minerva said she didn't care. At best, they were just superficial creatures. Sui kept up with her sister. She wanted her to be honest. She understood that it would be difficult for her when they parted. For once, Minerva became serious. She turned away and said that they weren't that weak. Of course, she understood everything and had become attached to the cats. Both Sui and the saber-toothed tiger looked at Minerva and understood that she was just trying to hide her true emotions behind her appearance. Sui became very sad. Even Signiche realized this, but like the others, he did not want to show his feelings about it. He told everyone that in any case, they should finish their business for the day and go to bed. They all needed a good rest. At that time, the Genome family was sitting in their room. Genome was reading, and his wife was taking care of the child. Eris was the first to notice that it had finally become quiet. She told her mother that humans were such noisy creatures, and that she was curious to see them. Genome's wife refused. Interrupting his reading, Genome asked his wife if the demon detector they had installed in their home was broken. She looked at him with interest and asked if he was referring to the device that flashes and emits warning sounds when a demon approaches. She added that of course it was working, because he had repaired it himself before leaving on his mission. Genome wondered if this meant that Sig was not a demon. His wife realized that something was wrong, since he was asking. Something had happened in the human world. Genome thought about the warrior of justice. Instead of working, he had seen many terrible and cruel scenes. He thought that humans could not be trusted. His wife said that even before the founding of Carbon, the dwarves interacted with humans only as a race of craftsmen. His wife continued that this was necessary for everyone, in terms of the development of their species as a whole. Eris listened to her parents. Her mother added that family is as important as work. She asked him to stay close to his daughter and her from now on. Genome agreed with his wife, saying that she was right. He said that they would end the conversation there. Turning to Eris, he said that it was late and time to go to bed. Eris was a curious child, so what she heard in her parents' conversation bothered her. She wanted to talk to these people. She still didn't know how to do it, but then Eris finally came up with a way. The girl ran down the dark night corridor. It dawned on her that she could do it over a late dinner. After all, they probably hadn't gone to bed yet. She hurried to their part of the tunnel. She decided to first check the supplies to see if there was anything tasty she could offer her guests. However, the barrels were empty. Eris didn't know what to offer them. She didn't see that someone was watching her from the street. She used empty boxes to climb up higher and look around. Then she heard a rustling sound. The girl looked around but did not notice a dark shadow darting away. The corridors were quiet. Then she heard a rustling sound again, but this time it was closer. The noise caught her attention. She decided that a mouse had just run in. She was very afraid of them. She decided to go back to her room, but as soon as she turned around, she saw shadowy hands reaching out to her. She got scared and screamed. After a while, Eris's parents noticed she was not in bed. Genome stood in the middle of the room, calling for his little daughter Eris. He couldn't understand where his little girl had gone. He looked for her everywhere. He called her, but she was nowhere to be found. At one point, he heard her calling him. He turned around and she seemed to be standing right behind him. His little girl was standing there, looking at him with her beautiful, trusting eyes. Genome rushed to her and hugged her with such love. His heart was pounding wildly, because he was so worried when he searched everywhere and couldn't find her. He held her so tightly because she was his treasure. He promised never to leave her alone again. But something was wrong. He realized she wasn't there. His imagination had played a trick on him. He now saw Signice looking at him with anger. The warrior of condemnation told him that he had neglected his daughter by watching over him. Genome saw danger coming from everywhere, whether it was people, orcs, or demons. And with his own hands, he had put his girl in danger. He didn't even notice how it happened. Genome was depressed. These visions merged together and tormented him. He had done everything for the safety of his family. However, he had lost the most precious thing he had. The thoughts that he himself had pushed Eris into danger and had failed to keep an eye on his girl tore at his mind. He did not hear his name being called through the vision. Genome could no longer bear the unbearable pain. He began to drown it out with strong drinks. Day after day passed like this. Someone called his name again. Genome woke up and looked at Signice. He had been watching Genome all this time, and at the same time trying to find out something about Eris. Genome told him with tears in his eyes that it had been a week since Eris disappeared, and there was still no news. He was in complete despair. His wife had cried her eyes out. In the hope of finding Eris, they searched the entire city. Genome didn't know where else to look. Everyone was looking for her. Even his dwarf friends and Signice with his team participated in the search, but none of them could find a single clue. It was unthinkable. His daughter had literally vanished from her own home and disappeared without a trace. It was as if she had never existed. Genome looked thoughtfully into his glass and drained it again. He sought solace in drink. He was tormented by thoughts and tears. Genin continued to numb his grief with alcohol. He poured mug after mug to dull his consciousness, at least for a while. One of those days, Signice asked Gino to stop doing this. After all, the search must continue. Genome listened to his words. There was still hope. He said that in these circumstances, he had no choice but to rely on his strength. Signice asked who he was talking about. Genome replied that there was someone who could solve this case. It was none other than the great King Dimitri Greenfield. He had overcome countless difficulties thanks to his experience and wisdom accumulated over 300 years. Signice realized that Genome was talking about the Elf King who founded the Kingdom of Carbon. He was exceptionally talented and unlike any other warrior. Genome was grateful that Signish was helping him find Eris. Signish knew that losing someone dear was a sad thing for anyone. Genome finally said that Signish had probably already realized by this point that he had invited him to watch over and look after him. Signish assured him that he had noticed this as soon as he entered the house. He had encountered similar devices before. Signish pointed to the demon detector. Genome was not ashamed. After all, he was doing it for his family. He told Sig the reason for his behavior. He said he suspected that Signish might be the owner of a dark or cursed sword, or that he might be a demon. He added that this was what the Warrior of Justice had said. That was who had turned Gino against the Warrior of Condemnation. Sig took hold of the sword's hilt, as if to examine it. Genome was confused by the Warrior of Justice, but at that moment, he dismissed his suspicions and doubts. He had been watching Signish since he arrived in Carbon to find proof of this, but all he had was the Red Dragon sword. The sword of Aranet Greenfield, the Dragon Slayer. It is considered a cursed sword. Even the mighty Karl Isnabel has moments of failure. He also saw the behavior of the saber-toothed tiger, which obeyed Signish in everything, and spiritual beings never follow evil people. Signish looked at Genome and realized that the misunderstanding about him had been cleared up. After all, the issue was the safety of his family. Genome knew that Signish had been trying his best to find his daughter for a week. He handed the wax-sealed envelope to the Warrior of Condemnation. It was a power of attorney to participate in the High Council of Carbon. It was really important to Signish. He had come here to send the saber-toothed tiger back to his homeland. Meeting with His Majesty would help not only with the investigation, but also with the task at hand. Signish looked at Genome and asked who he was. After all, he had said before that he was just an ordinary dwarf. Genome replied that he was first and foremost a father who wanted his daughter to be safe. He had high hopes for Signish in this matter. There could be no mistakes. That is why he decided to help him get to the king. He instructed Signish to be polite when standing before His Majesty. After listening to Genome, Signish moved towards the exit, saying that he would certainly try to do everything right. After traveling several miles, the magnificent royal castle of Torregian Pen, the World Tree, came into view. At the entrance to the castle, Minerva, always so lively, stood silently. Sui's mood spread to everyone. They did not know what awaited them there, so they were slightly nervous. At the passage to the king, various creatures stood on both sides. Dogmen, orcs, elves, and dwarves. At the very end, King Dimitri Greenfield sat on the throne. They had gathered to discuss the security of the kingdom. The big dog reported that several children had been kidnapped just last week. A dwarf added that the daughter of the head of the Yensok Guild had been kidnapped. A girl with green hair agreed with them that security should be increased, but cautiously. This should be done without attracting attention, so as not to increase public unrest. It was also necessary to assemble a small group and begin an investigation. The king listened carefully to everyone and wrote something down in a red book, apparently their suggestions. After finishing his notes and closing the book, he said that before taking any action, they should hear from someone else. He told everyone that the person who had raised this issue at the meeting would now speak. It was King Carbon Dimitri Greenfield. Signish and his entourage stood among the king's courtiers. Sig approached and agreed to speak. He had come here hoping to find Eris. He handed over the request for an investigation into the kidnapping of the daughter of the guildmaster, Yensok, which Genome had given him. King Carbon angrily exclaimed that this was not a matter for discussion. He asked the Warrior of Condemnation about the purpose of his visit. Signish replied that he was asking for the entrance to Zigmar to be opened so that he could return the saber-toothed tiger and its cubs to his home. The king did not want this because human hands had touched them. He loudly declared that he would not allow it. Minerva looked at him in surprise. She was surprised because the dwarf Genome had said that this problem would be solved when they met the noble king, but that did not help at all. Sui looked frightened and said that Ishtar, Mamon, and Diablo would be much happier if they lived in their native lands. King Carbona turned to her and, calling her a human girl, told her that Sigmar was sacred land for which his ancestors had risked their lives to protect. This meant that it was not a place that could be opened up to pets or anything of the sort. Signish did not like it at all that the king called the saber-toothed tiger and her cubs pets. He hurried to the king, who only asked Signish once again what he planned to do in Carbone. All the creatures surrounding the king were hostile towards the Warrior of Condemnation. People here did not trust him. King Dimitri addressed those present and asked them to allow Signish Zagaru to speak if he had something to say. Signish added that he knew nothing about future events that might or might not happen. He added that even Dimitri, the king of this place, had no right to prevent anyone from returning to their homeland. Minerva and Sui, along with the cats, froze at Signish's bold statement. They did not expect this. The Warrior of Condemnation finished his thought by saying that he did not know for sure whether this meant that the Kingdom of Carbon continued to support the system of slavery. These statements seemed too bold and enraged King Carbon. Sig said something that should never be said in Carbon. The king ended the reception and decided to leave. He told Ogro that he would leave it to his discretion. And then Signishi Zagar looked up and saw a huge monster, resembling an ogre, staring at him menacingly. It appeared before the warrior of condemnation, and, saying that the man was too bold, began to draw its weapon. Signish prepared for a serious fight, and also drew his red dragon sword. A second later, the first blow followed. The orc threw his weapon straight at the spot where Signiche Zagar had been standing just a minute ago. However, his face showed surprise. He looked at the broken stones, and realized that this insolent man had already disappeared somewhere. He had failed to strike him with a single blow. One harpy warned the monster of the danger, and shouted for him to quickly look up. From there, Signiche Zagar was already flying from the ceiling straight toward the orc's head, sword in hand. He was smart and agile in battle. With a single swing of his sword, he struck his opponent with lightning speed and landed softly on the floor. He heard only the orc's groan. The orc realized that the attack had hit his face and noticed a deep cut on his nose. The monster was enraged by Sig's audacity. He angrily called him a human bastard and decided to take revenge immediately. The orc swung his weapon, attempting a counterattack, but Signiche Zagar was ready for it and deftly dodged. Their battle was becoming increasingly aggressive, but after a few minutes, they heard a voice ordering them both to stop. Through the glint of their swords, Signish and the orc noticed an elf girl who had entered the hall. All the creatures present bowed their heads at the sight of her. She was clearly an important figure in the palace. She walked slowly and regally in her white robe. The orc bowed low and said that he would stop everything if the princess herself demanded it. Ignichi Zagar was shocked by what he saw. Standing right in front of him was the very same elf girl they had recently rescued in the gorge. She looked him straight in the face and said that she had been so excited at the time that she had not been able to properly greet her savior. Her name was Nias Greenfield, and she was the daughter of the king of this country. She approached him and greeted her father. He looked kindly at his daughter and said he was glad she had arrived. He asked his beloved child if she had encountered any difficulties on the way. She replied shyly that everything had gone smoothly and without difficulty. She asked if she could take the opportunity to say something now. He replied that of course she could. Nace said that what Signiche had just said was not entirely untrue. That Tiger Cat wanted only one thing. She wanted to return to her homeland with her kittens. These words made her father pause and think for a moment. Nace told him that if he was concerned, he could listen to what she thought about it. He agreed to hear her out. She told him that there were currently cases of citizens being kidnapped in their territory. The methods used were very cunning and sophisticated. That is why it is very difficult to track down and find the criminal. She added that Sig was a hero who had previously coped with difficult tasks. This was true in his human world, and perhaps he should be trusted with this case here as well. If he could solve this problem, it would be worth helping him. In return, they should reward him and grant his request. The father listened to his daughter in silence, and then sighed. He told her that he was not entirely sure about what she was asking him to do. Signiche waited silently for their decision. Then, after thinking for a moment, the father said that the decision was up to his daughter. She was pleased with his answer and smiled. Signiche sighed with satisfaction and relief. Nice approached and looked at Siga. She told him that it would be a worthy reward for the kindness he had shown her on the road. Signishi replied that he was grateful to her for her kindness and payment. Even then, on the road, he knew that she was not an ordinary girl, but he could not have imagined that she was a princess. The girl replied that she was ashamed and apologized for having to hide her identity, but that he should know the real reason. After all, people treated elves badly, and the world was indeed very harsh for her as an elven princess. He agreed with her. Nias added that she believed that one day her people would be completely free and able to live openly among humans. She said she wished there were more people like. Signiche just laughed and replied that he hoped so too. Nice put her fingers to her lips and said that then, just as her father had said, she would decide everything right now. She added that she would take responsibility herself and keep this matter under control. Everyone looked at her and waited for her decision. The princess looked at those present and announced that she, Naeus Greenfield, would be responsible for the safety and actions of the knight, Signichi Zegar. The harpy tried to object, saying that she was giving Sig too many privileges and that he was just an ordinary man. However, Nace replied clearly. She stated that it was only natural to give so many privileges to a savior who had risked his life for her. Moreover, she pointed to his sword. Nice asked everyone to look at the weapon Signiche was holding in his hands. Then everyone started shouting that it was the Red Dragon's sword. Nias replied that this was correct and that it was Aranet's sword. She asked if the person who possessed this sword should not be treated as an honored guest. And then, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly changed dramatically. Signice noticed how everyone present was looking at him and the sword. The king looked at Sig and asked why the boy had reacted that way as soon as the sword of Aranet was mentioned. He asked if Sig was embarrassed. He replied that he was a little. Nace explained to him that to people, Aranet might seem like just a sword that slays dragon. However, in Carbon, it was not just a hero, but something more. In the past, dragons had invaded the country, targeting the Golden Tree. Aranet was the savior, who fought dozens and hundreds of them. Thanks to her strength, all the inhabitants of the city were saved and grew up idolizing her. In the end, the Golden Forest disappeared, but Aranet's legacy remains to this day. In addition, the sealing of Sigmar, which was supposed to protect everything, was done here as a continuation of Aranet's will. Nias said that if Signice helped eradicate the criminal organization that threatened the nation of Carbon, she would be able to ask her father to open Sigmar for him. Sig suddenly said that he had come here to ask for help in solving his question. Nace objected. She asked if he was the one who exposed the criminals who turned Amelia's world upside down. She was there secretly. She saw everything that happened there and watched the scene when the princess was crowned. She couldn't help but notice how those simple people rejoiced and were united. They shouted the name of the hero who had eradicated corruption throughout the country. It was Sig who uncovered the case, and Nace said that she was there secretly at that historic moment. She looked him straight in the eye and continued. She said that just as he had revolutionized and transformed Amelia, Carbon now needed his strength and abilities. Signish Zegar suddenly became lost in thought. He began to remember the faces of the family whose daughter had recently been kidnapped, and how much the father grieved over his loss and helplessness. They all hoped for a miracle, and for Signish Zegar's help. He realized that he couldn't let them all down. Sig sighed and said the words from his motto, that the service would be doubled. He did not continue, and Nace only looked questioningly at the warrior of condemnation. She did not immediately understand the meaning of his words, but Signice suddenly changed his mind, and looking at her, replied that he would accept her task. Nace was truly happy to hear his answer, and began to ask again if he would definitely help their country. She thanked the hero and took his hands in hers. His sisters couldn't help but notice this, and Minerva told Sui that she couldn't believe that Sig couldn't move a single muscle. She added that this princess was quite skilled in everything she said and did. Sui agreed with her. They couldn't believe that she was able to touch Sig. While the dissatisfied and envious girls looked at Nace and Signice from the sidelines, the princess just smiled at them. Nace added that Sig and the others should not worry about their request for help after the case was solved. Her father would do whatever she said. Signice said that they shouldn't place too much hope in him. He wanted to explain that he was not a professional detective and was not like him. However, Nace looked at him again with her gentle, hopeful gaze and said that she believed in him like no one else. She added that Signice Zegar was the only one who could protect and preserve peace in this place. A little later, the Harpy and the others headed to the Carbon Archive Hall. She said she should first tell them about the progress of their investigation. Her name was Chief Fiona from the Harpy clan. The name of the organization was Ensemble. They were responsible for numerous kidnapping. They were known throughout Carbon. There was a single leadership, and the other organizations were scattered in a network. It was established that they were also trading. Not only did they kidnap creatures in the country, but they also traded them to lower-ranking organizations. Signice asked if that was all they knew at the moment. Fiona admitted that they were very ashamed to admit it, but that was all the information they had at the moment. Sig asked what else he needed to know about the abduction and disappearance of creatures and people, since this had been going on for many years in Arbonne. He inquired about how the investigation was conducted. He asked if they had arrested everyone they saw. Fiona thought for a moment. She replied that most of the lower-ranking organizations had indeed been detained during the investigation. Sig replied that this was pointless. He said that until they managed to intercept the central leadership, the network would continue to expand indefinitely. The situation was worse than he had thought. For hundreds of years, they had lived in a closed country and focused on outdated things. They inevitably became victims of such crimes as a result. Sig also thought that they had probably exhausted themselves in the endless pursuit of slave traders. Then he looked at his companions. He sighed and said that Minerva and Sui should move away from Fiona. The girls huddled close to her and replied that they didn't understand what he was talking about. Sui said that Fiona was so cozy and warm. She hugged the girls and said that they were safe in her arms and that they wouldn't go too far. Minerva and Sui laughed and heard Sig tell Fiona that there was one way to destroy these bastards. He approached the girls and placed his hands on their heads with a satisfied look. He clearly had some cunning plan that they probably wouldn't like. He decided to use them as bait for the kidnappers. A man in a robe and hood sat alone at a table drinking. A dark-haired guy approached him and asked if he could join him and sit down next to him. The man replied that he could do whatever he wanted. The dark-haired guy sat down next to him and began to observe. He told the man in the robe that they had both heard the latest rumors and that it was worth discussing Mark Blentier, the mercenary. The man looked at the guy and replied that when determination weakens, the body crumbles to dust. He came here after losing his subordinates. He admitted that he had also lost his honor and everything else. The guy poured him some more liquor and replied that he was right. He added that most people who end up in this neutral zone are exactly the same. He placed a full glass of liquor in front of the man in the robe and laid a card in front of him depicting a black wolf in chains. He smiled immediately, holding the bottle, and asked if he would like to work with them. He knew that he would not refuse him. In the kingdom of Carbon, it seemed like a normal sunny day in the morning, but everything only looked that way from above. Inside, creatures and ordinary people were walking around the square near the castle. One of them was standing in a robe with a hood over his head and seemed to be looking for someone. It was the mercenary who had agreed to the job. He saw the target and headed straight for her. It was a girl with cat ears. The man told the mercenary to bring her to him. The mercenary replied that at first glance, it seemed difficult. The guy advised him to be careful because the boss himself was monitoring the quality of the product. He must not damage the goods. Besides, he himself must not be caught or hurt. The man in the robe asked if this girl was really so special. The guy replied that she would be sold for a huge price, that they had only noticed her recently, and that no one knew where she had come from. He added that in any case, she must not have a single scratch on her. The guy left, and the man began to watch the girl with ears singing songs. At that moment, he did not know that this girl was the very bait, Signish herself, Minerva in a cat costume. She tried to dance, but miscalculated her movements and fell awkwardly face down. She meowed and suddenly noticed the dark silhouette of a man right in front of her. She didn't even have time to think about calling for help when a bag flashed before her eyes. She had been kidnapped. After a while in the arms of the man in the cloak, she realized that he and someone else were carrying her to their secret meeting place. The guy said it was great. He added that even if he had become trash to everyone, his experience hadn't gone anywhere. The other man replied that he was flattered. The guy said that the one he had captured could be called an excellent product, and that his leadership would personally check her out. He looked at Mark. He added that it would be a great opportunity for him to show himself in the best light. Mark asked what he would get out of it. The guy added that he needed to make a good impression and not be so nervous. Mark replied that it seemed to him. The guy said that someone like him shouldn't be so scared. From now on, he would witness even more incredible things. Mark and the guy with the bag in his hands walked down a dark corridor to a secret room. Mark looked at everything with surprise because he recognized the place. He asked how they ended up here. The guy replied that they had set up a refuge in an abandoned cave of draft. He added that this was not all that Mark was going to see. He pointed to the guards, who were tall, dog-like creatures. Mark asked if the guy wanted to tell him about them. They weren't human. He added that he thought they all cared for their fellow creatures. However, the guy replied that they were good at pretending. When they are hungry, love for their fellow citizens and the spirit of camaraderie fade into the background, as they do for many. Their leader says it's all about money. At that moment, they entered the room where the gang leader was waiting for them. He was a bearded man with a monocle over one eye. He greeted Mark Blentier. He added that he considered him to be an invaluable talent in their ensemble. After all, it was rare to find a product of such high quality as the one he had caught this time. Mark was nervous. He looked closely at this bearded man in a suit and wondered if he was the leader of the ensemble. He suggested that the men present open the bag and look at the product that Mark had brought them this time. Blency opened the bag and showed everyone a girl who looked like a cat. Minerva sat quietly and seemed a little embarrassed. The man with the beard and mustache was simply amazed by her appearance and quality. He couldn't contain his cries of delight and anticipated the smell of money. He decided that this was the perfect product and that he had been looking for it for a long time. He even felt sorry to sell her and thought about keeping the girl for himself. He leaned toward her. The man asked Minerva how she felt about becoming a pet and wanted to stroke her ears. She told him to move away from her. And then, touching the girl's cute ears, the man suddenly realized that they were left in his hands. They weren't real. It was a shock for everyone else, too. Minerva tried to dodge him sweetly and meowed. However, they all understood. Her deception was revealed a little earlier than everyone thought. The leader of the ensemble took a closer look at the girl and realized that she was not a cat girl. However, he did not understand who she was, and then he began to shout in a dissatisfied tone that she was just an ordinary person in a costume of a creature dear to him. Mark also realized that the deception had been exposed and did not hesitate for a moment. He jumped at the man and knocked him out with a powerful blow. The man fell to the floor and seemed motionless. He was unconscious, and his magnifying glass rolled out of his eye. It had begun. The dark-haired guy standing next to Mark realized that he was working with the girl and started calling for security. Mark quietly called Sui for help. He knew what to do if they were discovered. The demonic sword went to work. The dark-haired guy was enveloped by heavy snowfall and a burning icy wind. He couldn't understand where the ice had come from. He started yelling at Mark, asking who he was and what was going on. Then the mask fell from Mark Blenty's face, and the man beneath it asked him if he still didn't understand the full picture of what was happening. Under the mask of the once famous bandit and mercenary was none other than Signache Zagar himself, the warrior of condemnation. A couple of minutes later, the dark-haired guy and his boss were kneeling on the floor with their hands tied. They were in shock. Neither of them had suspected that they would be so cleverly deceived. Signache Zagar asked what the man was talking about. He ordered him to keep his mouth shut. Then he looked at Minerva, who was trembling all over, and told her that she had done a great job and acted very well. Sui also encouraged her sister, adding that it even suited her, but Minerva replied that she thought they should leave immediately. She was angry at Signache and said that he had arranged everything himself and told her to do it. Sui looked at Sig and asked him a question. She asked why he decided to disguise himself as Mark Blentyr. Sig replied that it was because he was bald and it was easier for him to put a mask on his face. He opened a couple of boxes in the room and decided there was nothing worth keeping in them. He turned around and addressed the kidnappers. Sig asked them what they could tell him about the whereabouts of those they had kidnapped, as well as about their troops. He asked them not to leave anything out. They tried to mumble something, letting him know that he should untie them first. Sig removed their bond, saying that if they deceived him, they would regret it. The man caught his breath and told Sig that he had finally recognized. He told the warrior that what he was doing was quite sad. He added that he would not tell him anything unless he was threatened with death. He was angry. Sig was calm. He looked down on them. The man continued, adding that he knew his rights and would first seek a fair trial. He wanted to say that as soon as he opened his mouth, the whole country would know the truth, but he couldn't finish because he was hit hard. Signache Zagar grabbed him roughly by the collar and pulled him toward him. His face and the look in his eyes made it clear that he was not to be trifled with. He ordered him to answer. The man said that he should go down to the basement of the building, and then he would see a secret door in the far right corner of the warehouse. The kidnapped people were there. There were 20 more mercenaries and their leader. The key to the cells was on his belt. Signache threw the man to the floor and said thank you. He told the girls that he would be back in a minute, and that if anything happened, he would immediately teleport back there. Sui ran after him. She asked how he planned to deal with everyone without the red dragon's sword. Then Minerva perked up and stood up. She said that the time had finally come to use her in battle. Signache and Sui turned toward her and saw her in her true form. She looked at Sig with a jubilant expression and said that she had waited too long for this from her servant. However, Sig ordered her to stay here. Minerva asked in surprise and dissatisfaction how he was going to cope without them, and Signache, turning at the door, simply replied that he had hands. He hoped to cope with everyone only thanks to them. He walked down the corridor to a secret place. Sounds of help came from there. Someone was screaming to be let go. One of the mercenaries said to the other that these brats were quite noisy. The same blonde girl was sitting in the cell, hugging her knees. She was trembling and calling for her mom and dad. She was very scared here. One of the guards banged his weapon sharply and loudly on the bars of her cell, ordering the dwarf girl to stop crying. However, this only made things worse, and the girl burst into tears, crying louder and louder. Someone nearby asked if she was all right. The girl looked to the side and saw a huge red ogre in the neighboring cell. He had also been kidnapped to be sold. He looked at her and added that although dwarves were short, they were a clan of warriors. The girl began to calm down and listen to him. The ogre added that patience is a warrior's virtue. Therefore, dwarves can also endure all this. The girl smiled and said shyly that she was grateful to the ogre for his support. She didn't feel so lonely anymore. The guys outside were laughing. One of them said to another that it was funny to see how these creatures reacted to his attacks, adding that they were like animals in a zoo. The second was the red-haired bandit who had quarreled with Carl Isnabel. He replied that at least these animals could talk. He reminded them that it was time for the shift change, but no one came. They turned toward the voice that said they were in big trouble. The voice said they had an uninvited guest. The red-haired guy asked the newcomer who had invaded their space. He decided it was harpies or scouts. The man replied that it was a human, and that he had come alone. The red-haired man said he wanted to see this madman, and added that he would take care of him himself. Then the man in the hood and cloak showed them his face, and replied that there was no need for that. After all, he was already there. It was Signicze Zegar. The red-haired guy got even angrier when he saw the warrior of condemnation. He already had enough trouble with him. He yelled and ran towards him. Signicze replied that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, and added that he was surprised that he was still alive. The other replied that because of him and the hero of justice, he had lost everything. The red-haired guy became indignant that he was here because of them, and had lost his reputation and his subordinates. He stepped forward and said his name was Turidin. He held out his hand and added that today, he would take revenge for all his subordinates, and for himself. Signicze Zegar watched the guy's actions, and suddenly thought that he had decided to box with him. This surprised him. Turidin shouted that if Sig was a real man, he would attack him with his bare hands, and they would have a real bloody fight. He was hot-headed and angry. Signicze Zegar stood still, and took out his red dragon sword, admitting that he was very sorry, but he was not a boxer at all. Turidin rushed at him with his fists, and shouted that he would simply die today. Signicze prepared to repel his attack. Sig, like no one else, knew how to use his sword technique at the right moment, and swung it. Flashes of dark skies appeared in the room, and Turidin screamed loudly from the pain piercing his body. It was all over for him. Signicze hid his sword, leaving behind the lifeless body of the red-haired bandit. Their fight ended very quickly. He took the keys from his belt, saying that he would use them, and approached the cells where they kept the kidnapped creatures. Signicze inserted the key into the keyhole and opened the lock, peering inside. There were quite a few different creatures there. They had kidnapped them. They began to shout that Signicze was a hero. Then he heard a child's voice and turned around. A blonde girl named Eris was looking at him with tears in her eyes. He was about to open her door to get her out of there as quickly as possible, but then he heard shouts that there were intruders. Signicze turned around and said he was surprised they had been discovered so quickly. He hadn't expected them to be exposed before they left the place. The dark-haired guy and the rest of the guards ran towards Siga and shouted for him to be arrested immediately. Before Signicze could do anything, the mercenaries were struck by a powerful punch from the ogre, who had been freed from his cell. He knocked them down with his bare hands, and, looking at Signicze, added that he would lend him his strength in this battle. Sig looked at the creature and asked his name. He knew that the help of such a powerful creature would not be superfluous. The creature replied that his name was Halcyon. Signicze said he was ready to fight alongside him, and they stood up and prepared for battle. Signicze winked at his comrade in arms, and asked if he would mind starting a little brawl here. The method of suppressing all criminal operations consisted of certain actions. First, it was necessary to deal with the gang leader, as he is always the center of such an organization. Then it was necessary to take advantage of the confusion among his subordinates and capture all the intermediaries. This is what Signicze and the ogre were doing now. A little later, other creatures joined their ranks. They decided to carry out a final sweep and sweep away all the remaining ones like trash. One of the ensemble's mercenaries remained in the shadows during the battle and shouted that he was not guilty, but a different fate awaited him. A huge hammer fell at his feet, and a short, bearded man entered. He looked at the mercenary angrily and decisively, and asked him where they were keeping his daughter. He was asking about the blonde girl he had found in Signiche's cell. However, he did not know this yet, and had come to find her. And then he heard a familiar voice calling him Dad. The man was taken aback, and at first could not believe his ears. He raised his head and saw them. Signicze Zegar was walking towards him, carrying his daughter Eris in his arms. Tears of happiness and relief appeared in the father's eyes. He was overjoyed to see his child safe and sound. He dropped his hammer on the floor and ran towards her, shouting her name. Signicze put the girl down on the floor, and she rushed forward. Eris ran straight into her father's arms. They hugged each other tightly, and the man began to apologize to his daughter, saying that he was very sorry. He promised her he would never leave her again. The girl sobbed with happiness in her father's strong arm. Minerva and Sui watched this scene from the sidelines. They both admitted to each other that it was very touching. Sui even got upset and shed a tear. She was more sensitive to such things. Signicze also watched the reunion between father and daughter, and was pleased. The elimination of the organization involved in human and creature trafficking was complete. Harpy tied up all the guilty parties, and later they all appeared before the king's court. He sat on his throne in the palace hall and listened to Signiche's report. He said that everything was complete, and that the man who called himself the leader of the organization had not revealed his past or present. However, he still brought the man with the beard and mustache to the king's court. After all, this had been agreed upon before the operation. Signicze Zegar let go of the leader's collar and began to watch the king's further actions closely. The king looked at the man and told him that, according to the law, they would continue the trial on the case of kidnapping citizens of the country. He turned to the warrior of condemnation and said that it was only because he possessed the sword of the Red Dragon that he was treated here as an honored guest. The king reminded him that even the princess herself was impressed by him. He did not know how the problem with the ensemble could really be solved. He added that they were still unsure, but had always believed that humans were prone to betrayal and deception. The harpy told everyone that even though they had defeated the ensemble, people's attitude toward creatures was still unsatisfactory. However, she believed that the hero Signiche was worthy of their respect and trust. The bearded man added that he had returned his daughter Eris to him, and for that, he was definitely ready to repay him with kindness. The king announced that the leader of the ensemble was the acknowledged organizer of all these crimes. However, he replied that he asked to wait a minute, and added that he was well aware of the harm he had caused Carbon, and regretted it. However, raising his head, he said that he could explain exactly how he had managed to lead such a large organization without being caught. The king was really interested, and replied that he could tell him everything. Signiche Zagar also began to listen attentively. The man began to explain that some of Carbon's nobles had been covering for him. If their names became known in this country, great chaos would ensue. The king asked if he meant that there were traitors among them, and if they had joined forces with criminals and betrayed their citizens. The man looked at the king and replied that he could either keep his mouth shut or reveal all their names. The choice was his. The king thought about his proposal. Signiche thought to himself that he had had the same suspicions, but he refused to believe them. However, now everything fell into place, and he decided to watch the king's choice. He was called the King of Wisdom and the Ancient King. He rose from his throne and said that all who belonged to Carbon belonged to one family. Hundreds of years ago, his ancestors, who had fled from humans, created this place where the World Tree stood. Their task was to identify all traitors. He wanted to uproot the seeds of evil. The creatures began to argue that this could be a plan to create false discord among them. The bearded man replied that this was nonsense, and that he had almost lost his daughter because of these bastards. The arguments between them flared up, and the king stepped forward. He told everyone that he had united all races that shared the same intention, and dreamed of creating a country where everyone would be equal. He approached the man, and drawing his sword, declared that he was the leader of the ensemble, and had previously requested a trial. The man, horrified at what the king was about to do, began to shout that the traitor who had made a deal with him was not human, but he was not allowed to finish. A second later, King Carbon cut off his head. For the leader of the criminal gang, this was the end of his trial. The last thing he saw in his life was the king's sword and the surprised faces of everyone present in the hall. It was all over. The king stood and looked at the lifeless body of the man with the mustache and beard, lying on the floor of his throne room. He looked at those around him and, sheathing his weapon, declared that those who harm their own people must be eliminated. The king looked seriously at his people and added that this was an unbreakable rule and law of Carbon. Signiche and the others looked silently at the ruler. Sig noticed, however, that the king had struck the man with a precisely calculated blow from a great distance and achieved the desired result. He thought about what he had seen and decided that this elf king was an insanely strong warrior. He was very strong. The king turned to Signiche Zagar and said that he seemed to have underestimated him at first glance. Signiche replied that he had simply been lucky in this matter, but the king said that if it had been luck, they would not have been able to destroy the ensemble. They had eliminated and cleared everything in just a few days. The king thought to himself that now he understood why his daughter had chosen him. Signiche asked if it was true that he would now open the entrance to Sigmar for him. The king replied that his priority was to deal with the remnants of the ensemble. Sig had to go to Nace. It was her personal assignment, and the reward had to be received from her. He added that they should part ways at this point. They were finishing up the case of the ensemble, which was involved in the trade of creatures and humans. Everyone began shouting, "Long live King Dimitri Greenfield!" They also extolled the name of the warrior of condemnation himself. Sig was already walking down the corridor and could still hear the cries of praise for Carbon. He went to Nace. Stopping at the door of her chambers, he knocked and, giving his name, asked if he could come in. Nace's voice replied that he could come in, and Signiche opened the door. She was sitting on the sofa in the room, and looked straight at him with a smile on her face. She said she was glad to see him, and added that she had been waiting for him. The girl seemed to blush a little with embarrassment. Naias told Signiche that he had worked hard, and that she was grateful to him. They sat down on the sofa to drink tea. She pointed to the teapot and cups, adding that she had made the tea for the hero herself. Nace smiled, and was kind and polite to Signiche. Sig looked at the princess and replied that he was grateful to her for that. They began to chat amiably over a cup of tea. Nais said that by suppressing the leadership and causing it to collapse from within. She heard that he had also secretly infiltrated the ensemble itself. Sig replied that this was true. Since he had previously worked in a theater troupe, he understood that he had a role to play. The rest was not so difficult. Nice put her cup down and said that if it weren't for Sig, they would still be racking their brains, unable to find suitable ideas for exposing the group. She added that humans were truly an amazing species. She paused for a moment and added that was precisely why she was so curious and interested in who he was, and that was why she wanted to get to know him better. She immediately handed him a piece of paper, announcing with a smile that this was the promised reward for completing the task. It was a permit to enter Sigmar. It was personally signed by her father. However, when Signiche reached for the piece of paper, he noticed how she abruptly pulled it away. He was taken aback and did not understand what she was doing. He asked the princess what she wanted in return. It was too obvious. She said that before she gave it to him, he had to listen to her. Signiche looked at Naeus, and she said she wanted to offer him one thing. She looked seriously at Sigma, and said his name with the prefix, Sir. Naeus asked him if he agreed to become the first nobleman in Carbon. This shocked Signiche. He asked her what she meant. Naeus cleared her throat and said that even though they had ended the country's isolation 5 years ago, they were still struggling. They were still struggling and experiencing difficulties in interacting with people. And for the future of Carbon, they still needed to understand them. She suddenly remembered Karl Isnabla and said that it was necessary to understand why, for example, people were so cruel and greedy, and why should people help strangers with whom they have no connection? She looked at Signiche. Placing her hand on his, she wanted to express her trust in him as a representative of the human race. She added that they always wonder if they can continue to exist with people like him. The princess said that she could see that Sir Sig was troubled and lonely inside. She believed that he had probably been wandering around the world for a long time, and perhaps this was not the life he had dreamed of. If he became a nobleman in Carbon, he would no longer have to fight, and would no longer be involved in unpleasant affairs. Signiche remained silent. He thought deeply and looked a little downcast at her words. The princess noticed this and asked if she had said something rude or inappropriate. He sighed and replied that she had not. She understood him correctly and was very perceptive. Everything was exactly as she had said about him. Nays was already delighted and asked if she was right in thinking that he would now remain in Carbon. After all, with his achievements, he would soon receive the title of Marquis. But then he removed her hand from his and said that even though she understood him correctly, he could not accept her offer. He refused all titles and life in Carbon. This answer caused the princess deep surprise. She opened her mouth and looked at Signiche. Nays asked why he had made this decision, since it was an offer that there was no reason to refuse. Signiche stood up. He replied that there were others who were waiting for him to take care of them, and although they caused him a lot of trouble, it was something he could do for them. Only him and no one else. He was talking about Minerva and Sway, his demonic swords. He took the sheet of paper with the signed entry permit and, heading for the door, said that this was the reason. This one reward for completing the task he had requested would be enough for him. Sig himself thought that if he had accepted that position, all responsibility for diplomacy with humans would ultimately fall on him. Nays sat on the sofa and couldn't find the words. Signiche added that he had serious issues with Sigmar and wanted to deal with him himself. The princess jumped up from her sofa and ran to Signiche, shouting for him not to leave her chambers and to wait at least another minute. She grabbed his arm, preventing him from leaving her chambers. Signiche Zegar was surprised and frightened by such abrupt actions. However, Nace let go of his sleeve and said that if this was what he really wanted, she would not hold him back by force. Immediately after saying this, she suddenly embraced Signiche with her whole body, surprising him. He wanted to pull away from her and asked what the princess was doing. She just looked at him shyly. She said she hoped he would accept at least one thing from her. Taking a few steps back, she bowed contentedly. Signiche suddenly noticed that a brooch had appeared on his chest. He had never seen it before and asked her what it was. Nays replied that it was a brooch carved from a golden tree. She advised Signiche to give it only to someone he loved. The roots of the golden tree grew in underground sources of mana and wealth. It was a symbol of the Carbon royal family. Dragons sought its mana-enhancing effects, which led to their complete extinction and demise. And now such things could literally be called gold. Signiche Zegar listened to her attentively and examined her gift on his chest. He told the princess that he was completing all the tasks out of necessity. He thought to himself that it would be unpleasant if he were attacked for this in the future. Naeus replied that she understood everything and that it was probably burdensome for him. However, she simply wanted to convey the advantages of Carbon to him in this way. She smiled and asked him once again if he could respond to her proposal. Signiche Zegar sighed and said that he would accept the gift since she insisted so much. He decided to himself that he would have to hide the brooch. As she left, the princess thanked him again and said she would wait until they met again as heroes. The door slammed shut, and she said bitterly that she just wanted to know a little more about him. Sir Sieg had made a strong impression on the girl, and she was lost in her dreams about him. Then she heard her father's familiar voice. He was in her chambers. He told Nace that the plan to recruit a hero in Carbon had failed. The princess was frightened. She turned around and saw her father sitting calmly on her sofa, drinking tea. She asked him how long he had been there. The king replied that if they made someone with a high reputation one of their compatriots, in his opinion, it would be useful in the future, especially when interacting with people. He added that at first they had been talking about a hero of justice, but he had not lived up to their expectations. Nias listened carefully to her father. He added that now he preferred the warrior of condemnation for this role. He put his hand on his daughter's shoulder. The king told her that since he had rejected the offer, they should find a replacement. He asked her what she thought about the hero of light. However, the princess remained silent for a moment and replied that this was not the end of their plans. She looked at her father and asked if she had ever missed out on anything she wanted. But she thought to herself that Signichi Zagar, the warrior of condemnation, would return the gift she had given him. Signichi Zagar and his companions walked through deep snow and were already quite close to their destination. Minerva, with a sad and dissatisfied expression on her face, told everyone that she could already see the entrance. It was right in front of them. Sui added that she could see it too. She said she was glad they had succeeded and had finally arrived. Signichi stared spellbound at the gates of the country and could not describe them. All three of them understood that these stone gates were the long-awaited entrance to Sigmar. The journey had been long and exhausting, but they had reached their goal. Using the paper signed by Her Majesty King Dimitri of Carbon, they were able to open the entrance. Bright sunlight began to stream in, and the cat caught familiar smells with her nose. She looked happy. Signish heard her purring and asked the tiger if he had smelled his home. But no answer was needed, for the cat and her kittens were already standing ready to rush into their country and homeland. They waited for the gate to open completely. Sigmar was cold, and snow and ice seemed to be everywhere. At first glance, it seemed pristine and uninhabited. In the distant and unexplored lands revered by Carbon, various species protected by this country lived. For the first time since his birth, this tiger saw his native land and remembered it. Signichi approached and began to stroke his fur. He said that the whole journey had taken quite a long time, but he hoped that everything would be fine for them here. Sui became sad and said that today was such a peaceful, quiet, and good day. Goodbyes were always sad. She would never get used to them. Sui knew what farewells were like, but she couldn't bear them easily, just like now. Signichi replied that it was true. He was sad, too. Although Sui and Signichi were happy for the cats and kittens, and that they had been able to bring them home, they couldn't rejoice. They had grown attached to them. Then Sui and Sig turned around and noticed that Minerva wasn't talking at all, and wasn't coming over to say goodbye to the tiger. She stood silently and motionless to the side. Sig asked if she was going to say goodbye. She replied sharply that it would be too great an honor for mere animals. She had already been kind to them. But then Sui approached her and wanted to hug her sister, and the cat began to meow and stepped towards her. Sui asked Minerva why she was saying that. The girl felt that she didn't think that way at all. She understood Minerva's sadness. However, she replied that she didn't care at all. And then she suddenly noticed her own reflection in the cat's eyes. Various memories of being with animals came to Minerva's mind. How they first met, and how they went through a lot of trouble side by side. How they played and had fun together. How she rode on the back of a saber-toothed tiger and played with Kitten. These were wonderful moments of their journey together. Suddenly, she could no longer hold back, and with tears in her eyes, rushed into the cat's arms. She cried out that she would miss them terribly. Then Minerva looked at Signichi Zagara and asked if they couldn't just keep them and travel together. She asked what would happen if they couldn't adapt here, or if other dangerous animals ate them. Signichi sighed. He put his hand on Minerva's head and told her not to worry. They had grown up healthy, eating good food, and she herself had asked for them to be returned. He added that if she continued to cry so much for them, they would not be able to feel at ease. Minerva knew he was right and tried to calm down. It was unbearably painful to think that she could harm them. She looked at the cat and her kittens again. They meowed happily and waved their fluffy tails. They were happy to be here. Minerva sighed and, naming the kittens, pointed them all toward the open gates of their homeland. She ordered Diablo Mammon and Ishtar, her loyal servants, to follow their hearts to their homeland. As usual, she gave her orders and instructions as a commander, and this time was no exception. She ordered them to go and conquer Sigmar. The kittens rushed to the open gates, and the cat followed them with a light feline gait. Their paws stepped on the soft snowdrifts of a secret land of unknown and rare animals, and Minerva watched them go. She began to cry out that even if she ever had to destroy the whole world, she would preserve the place where they would live. Sui and Sig smiled. Minerva cried again and added quietly that this was why she wanted so much to see them again someday. People, animals, and even the dark sword were all intertwined with hidden warm feelings. This was how all creatures on Earth were arranged. Even Minerva could not help but succumb to these feelings. She became gentler and kinder. They would all wait for the day when they could meet these amazing animals again. But for now, they would stay at home. It was time to say goodbye. The cat and her kittens had already gotten to know the other members of the animal world and hardly looked back at the people. Minerva fell silent again. She felt sad and melancholy. Signice approached and placed his hand on her head. He told her that she had done well. However, he reminded her that now they should return to their goal and continue on their way. And then she suddenly grabbed his clothes. He looked at her suspiciously, and Minerva said that she wanted him to carry her. She wanted to sit on his back, and Signice asked if she was now going to ride on him instead of the big cat all the time. However, he did not refuse her because he understood how difficult it was for her now, and how jealous she had been of Sui back then. He allowed her to sit on his back. Sui just giggled as she watched them. Signice constantly asked Minerva if she was comfortable, and if she said no, he adjusted her position. Signice asked Sui why she was smiling, and she simply replied that both Minerva and Signice seemed to have changed a lot during their travels. She added that Sig used to draw a clear line between the sisters, but now he could even comfort Minerva. Signice suddenly asked when he had ever done such a thing. However, Minerva decided to interject, saying that only a servant would be capable of such sacrifices for her sake. Sig thought to himself, why then does he constantly carry these creatures around with him? Sui added that Minerva no longer talks about domination. She stopped talking about Sig in that light. Minerva began to cover her mouth and said that her sister was too noisy and was keeping her from sleeping. She just decided that Sui was talking complete nonsense. However, both girls were smart and understood perfectly well that this was indeed the case. Minerva realized that it was all because they had spent so much time together, and whether it was a person or a sword didn't matter. In the end, everything inevitably changes at some point, and most likely, in their case, these changes weren't so bad, thought Signice, as he walked through the snow into the city. At the table, he sat down next to Genin and told him about their meeting with the king. Genin said he was glad they had managed to part with the tigers. Sig replied that it had been a long journey and a trial, but that they were more saddened than he was at parting. Genin said he was sorry to bring it up again, but he wanted to apologize once more for following the warrior of condemnation and deceiving him. Sig replied that it was all right, because he had not trusted him from the beginning, so he did not need to apologize for trying to deceive him. Genin replied that Sig had probably been living a different life all this time, but he believed that trusting him now was better than being in league with hypocrites. He made a request, and handing Sig an account book, asked him to give it to His Majesty King Dimitri of Carbon. Signice asked what was in the book, and Gino replied that it contained records of the ensemble's transactions. Signice opened it to study what was written. Genin added that he had obtained it from a black-haired girl in their office. It was Minerva's scheming and excellent work. She had gotten hold of the book. Seeing the records of the criminal organization's transactions and their signatures, Signice Zagara's face reflected alarm and surprise. There was something special about them. He sighed and told Guénon, who was concerned about his appearance, that he had noticed some details in the book. He added that based on all this, it seemed that they had not yet completed their work on the case. The incident was not over yet, and this book was irrefutable evidence. The very next day, all the members of the nobility gathered in the Great Hall of Carbon Castle for a general meeting. Signice himself appeared before King Carbon. He came to tell everyone the truth about the ensemble. The king ordered him to repeat his words once more. Signy said that no matter how many times he said it, it would not change anything. The real criminal who had betrayed his people through the organization was here. He raised his index finger, pointing to the throne, and announced to the nobility that it was the ancient king Dimitri Greenfield himself. Signice declared to everyone that he was the traitor and leader of a criminal gang that kidnapped people and creatures in the country. The king watched silently. Rumors and gossip spread around. The beasts and creatures could not understand what Sig was talking about. It couldn't be true, and no one believed his accusations. It all seemed like complete nonsense, that the king himself was a slave trader. The king told the accuser that the joke had gone too far. According to him, Sig had not only conspired with a criminal organization, but had also personally traded his own people and children. The king added that even if Signice had dealt with the ensemble incident, such accusations could not be ignored. Signice knew that the king and the others would demand proof. He threw a book in front of the throne. He said he remembered His Majesty's signature. After all, It was he who had signed Signishi's entry permit to Sigmar. It was unique, and Sig had remembered it well even then, and the signature of the person who had dealt with the ensemble definitely belonged to the king. He showed it to everyone present on the papers he had brought to the hall. The beasts and creatures saw the identity and began to shout that it was indeed His Majesty's signature. For them, it was a complete shock. The Harpy and the others also began to examine and compare the signatures on the papers and the entry permit. Many still did not believe it. The king looked at them angrily and said that the signature could be forged. He added that most likely someone was just trying to frame him. Signiche replied that it made sense. That was why they had caught the fugitive leader of the ensemble to confirm it. He recalled the operation in which they found another previously undiscovered member of the criminal gang. It was a young, dark-haired guy. Signiche called on him to answer for his actions, and he confessed, for the sake of his own salvation, that the leader of the ensemble had another accomplice from the nobility. He said that he had seen him personally, and that he was a male elf. He couldn't see his face because of his hood. However, it was quite obvious that he and the man with the beard and mustache had recorded the details of the deals and routes in their accounting books. Signiche replied to the young man that this was undoubtedly interesting and useful information for him. However, it was not enough. The man said that he had provided all the information he needed and begged to be released from his torment as soon as possible. Signiche did not delay and granted his request, saying that he had done a good job. This information would be enough for him to find the truth. Standing now before King Carbon, Signiche remembered how he had unexpectedly executed the leader of the ensemble with his own hands. It was not for the sake of justice. There was something else behind it. During the trial of that man, the leader of the criminal organization tried to say something. He had decided to expose his accomplice. However, he did not have time to finish speaking, as the king had his head cut off. Signiche added that the king still has that very same account book in his possession. It looks exactly like the one described by its keeper. He added that the king himself could present evidence that he did not enrich the treasury and his own pockets by selling his country's citizens. King Carbon's hands began to shake. He understood that he would soon be exposed, but he was not accustomed to giving up so easily. He decided to think about the situation for a minute. Then he calmly replied that it was all for Carbon's own good. Those present began to say that this was impossible, and that their king could not be like that. He threw his account book on the floor next to the papers he had previously shown to Signiche. Everyone saw the truth in the warrior's words of condemnation. However, there was something else. Signiche saw that the king was only pretending to rule the state. In reality, he was simultaneously manipulating the prices of raw materials and goods for the industry. The king told everyone that resources were scarce. The treasury was completely depleted. Although the country was now open, the gap with other countries had formed due to years of oppression and isolation. The gap between the states was too great to be bridged in any way. The king clearly understood that this was unrealistic. He saw that he was practically powerless. He wanted only one thing: prosperity for his state and his citizens. A plan of action was needed. Carbon would have had no future if he had allowed things to take their course. He asked those present if they really thought he was doing this for himself. It was not for personal gain, but for the sake of the country. The king reached for his sword. He added that he had no other choice. Signiche saw everything. The king stepped toward the nobles, and Signiche Zagar himself. He said that if he had to do it this way, he would not hesitate. His main goal was to protect Carbon. He was hostile towards the warrior of condemnation. Signiche told him he was talking nonsense. The king had fallen into his own trap. If selling citizens for the sake of the nation was a sacrifice, then why was there not a single elf among those captured by the ensemble? Dmitri stood before everyone. The nobility began to discuss this information and did not understand how this could have happened. There were no elves among the captives. Everyone knew that. Signiche said that was the answer. He reached out and also began to draw his red dragon sword. He understood that a battle was coming. Pointing his weapon at the king, he added that sacrifice for the sake of the country sounded beautiful, but Dmitri himself had sacrificed nothing for the sake of Carbon. It was not a noble goal to line one's pockets by selling out one's people. And then the king ordered the leader Yumuru to immediately eliminate Signiche Zagar. He told him that this man was threatening the unity of Carbon. Signiche Zagar heard the footsteps of the formidable ogre behind him and turned around. The monster drew his weapon and, saying that the criminal must be punished and executed, approached Signiche directly. The warrior of condemnation did not know what would follow these words, and looked at the ogre, whom he had recently rescued from the criminal's cell. Yumis swung his weapon and launched his lightning-fast attack, and it was not aimed at the warrior of condemnation at all. The blow fell on King Dmitri himself. However, When the ashes and fog cleared, everyone gasped. Signiche did not understand what had happened in the end. Then he looked closely and saw what had happened. King Carbon himself, standing at his place by the throne, had stopped the ogre's attack with a single swing of his sword. Yumis stood nearby and did not understand how such a powerful blow as his could be stopped by an ordinary elf. He said that the king was not one of their people. King Dmitri looked at the monster and replied calmly that he could easily recognize and understand all of his intentions. A second later, the ogre, enraged at his traitor king, rushed at him and tried to attack again. However, things did not go according to plan. The king jumped back from his place and struck back with his sword. A minute later, the ogre saw a glimpse of his impending doom in his eyes. King Dmitri wounded him, but he was still standing. Dmitri said that Yumis was as stupid as ever, and that he continued to demonstrate it until the very end. In the next couple of minutes, with a sharp movement and great dexterity, the king launched a powerful attack on his loyal servant, and Signiche saw his end. He understood that he had to engage in combat with the traitor, and used his secret technique of explosive steps. Stones flew away from the cracks in the floor that he left with his steps. Signiche Zagar was next to his opponent in a second. Their fight began. King Dmitri looked at Signiche and told him that if he had become an obedient member of Carbon back then, everything would have been different. He would have been able to avoid this situation. However, Signiche replied that every time he saw such scum, he became angry. Only unpleasant memories came to mind. The king did not like Signiche's harsh words and swung his sword. He said that the hero of condemnation would have to pay for such insolence, and soared sharply into the air, illuminating everything around him with his greenish light. Signiche Zagar had never seen anything like this in his life, and kept thinking to himself what kind of powerful mana this elf had. King Dmitri seemed to radiate even more energy, and, raising his sword, told Signiche that from now on, he would consider him a threat to Carbon. In his hands he held the sword Elphinstone. It was a sacred relic of the elves, passed down from ancient times. It had a soft, shining white blade. In addition, it was exquisitely engraved, with a decoration on the hilt, symbolizing the pride of the Greenfield royal family. They had protected Carbon since ancient time, and their value was impossible to put into words. The elves were a race born with exquisite beauty. In addition, they had a huge supply of mana, hundreds of times greater than normal. Their highly developed abilities to control it were unmatched. They were a step above other beings. When humans encountered such an elf alone, they suffered enormous damage and had no chance of winning in a duel with them. The probability of defeating King Dmitri was negligible, and Signiche Zagar was well aware of this. The king asked Signiche why he didn't condemn him right there and then. He laughed at the warrior of condemnation. Signiche understood that he surpassed him in all aspects, including not only mana and strength, but also experience and skills. He began to use his strengths and took advantage of Zegar's vision technique. Signiche wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible. He understood that speed was his only advantage. He immediately used the dark sky flash technique. However, before Signiche could deliver a devastating blow, Zagar was horrified to discover that King Dmitri was no longer where he had been. It was as if he had disappeared. Then he heard a voice above his head, saying that it had heard that Zagar had vast combat experience. The next minute, Signiche had to turn sharply and parry the king's blow with his red dragon sword. He couldn't believe his eyes, for it was a mana blade. Dmitri stepped towards Sig, saying that none of this mattered, for the warrior of condemnation had never fought an elf. He added that Sig had not lived long, and was wrong to think that his 500 years of experience would enable him to defeat him. King Carbona was walking across the ceiling of the hall. Signiche Zagar looked at the king, and wondered how he managed to concentrate mana in his feet and stand on the ceiling. Then the elf rushed forward to him, saying that he could show Signiche everything he had spent his entire life and experience on. He said that he knew the elf's fighting style, which humans could not even imitate, like the back of his hand. Signiche Zagar understood that something unimaginable was about to begin, and ordered the harpy Fionn to evacuate everyone immediately. The hall had to be empty. While she was doing this, their battle became increasingly fierce. Signiche Zagar had to constantly dodge blows. His speed was impressive, but the destruction left behind by King Carbon's attacks was enormous. The power of this elf destroyed everything in its path. Fiona shouted to everyone present to get away from there as quickly as possible. She added that those who stayed could be seriously injured. They had to leave the battlefield as soon as possible. Signiche Zagar stood with his sword in his hands. He was already wounded, but did not dare to give up. He tried to tell the king with a smile that he had seen the elven art of sneaking and ambushing. He added that sudden attacks and hiding were low and incredibly treacherous for a king. He wanted to anger him. Dmitri replied that if his goal was simply to eliminate Signiche, he could have broken his body like a twig long ago. Signiche Zagar suddenly felt that the elf was too close to him. He realized that he was using his mana and abilities to move. Dmitri, continuing to secretly attack Siga, added that the problem lay elsewhere. He wanted to break Signiche with his own hand, and he especially wanted to do it in front of those who doubted him, to prove Carbon's sacred will. He attacked Siga again. His movements and disappearances were quick. King Dmitri said that this was his mission, as a king burdened with the fate of the nation. His attacks from all sides were immediately based on overwhelming speed. This corresponded to his originally ineffective fighting style. Signiche Zagar expended an excessive amount of his mana. King Dmitri also expended it, but he had been saving it for many years. Signiche was wounded and lost a lot of blood. He fought with all his might. King Carbona remained almost untouched and overcame all the shortcomings of the attacks. Signiche decided to remind him again that selling his citizens to protect the country was a strange desire. He looked at the king and asked again if this was really his destiny. He used his secret technique of Zagar's vision again. Sig ran with his sword toward King Dmitri, leaving behind ruins of stone blocks with his explosive steps. Technique after technique, he used Zagar's vision and explosive strikes in battle, exhausting his mana and strength. Almost completely exhausted, 10 minutes later he stood in the hall, lowering his sword and waiting to see what all this had led to. And then he heard the king. He was standing nearby and said that it seemed Signiche had taken all desperate measures. However, he saw that his mana had run out at the decisive moment. King Carbon himself was surprised by this. The transition from defense to attack by the weak Signiche was surprisingly quick. It even seemed dangerous to the king. He looked at the warrior of condemnation and asked if he dared to oppose King Carbon, and, on top of everything else, pay with his own life. Signiche Zagar looked at him and asked if the king really loved his country so much. He added that if such a price was required, Dmitri should first sell his crown and his precious sword, and besides everything else, he could also sell his precious daughter. These words completely enraged the king, and he rushed at Signiche with cries of abuse. The king shouted that he dared not even mention the name of Nace. Sig was able to upset the king's mental balance, and he lost some of his composure. Signiche Zagar prepared to repel his attacks. He raised his red dragon sword again and lifted it. The king rushed towards Sig, who at the last moment managed to block Dmitri's sword with his shield. There was a loud explosion. Signiche Zagar was at the very epicenter and saw stone fragments from the royal hall flying up to the ceiling around him. That was not the end. He remembered the words of Sir Albert, the Iron Knight, during those sparring sessions with Sig. He told him about the vision of the Frederick family. It had been passed down from generation to generation, and the Steel Knight Albert Frederick had also inherited it from his ancestors. He then approached Sig and, taking the young man by the shoulder, said that since he had inherited the will of his son Sig, his techniques should also become part of Sig. This was supposed to help the warrior of condemnation in the future. After all, Sig had a low mana level due to the inherited family disease of Zagar. He advised him to ignite his mana and accept its explosive power as it is. Even with very little mana, this is useful, since it stimulates the body's ability to hide by counteracting rage. And then Signiche Zagar, in a duel with King Dmitri, decided to use forced physical activation. He caused that explosion. King Carbona, looking at the warrior's efforts, only told him that he was very pitiful and weak as a warrior and as a man. He added that Signiche Zagar was only playing a false role as a hero, and that it would be better for him to accept his daughter's offer to become her pet. He did not notice how Signiche's hand appeared and moved from under the rubble and stone ruins. The king decided that he had finished with the warrior once and for all. He lowered his head and added that Sig could have prolonged his life if he had not been so foolish and short-sighted. However, he only hastened his own demise with his action. Then he raised his head and was struck by what he saw. Signiche Zagar punched him right in the face. The guy was not only alive, but he also launched a surprise attack on King Dmitri. The elf fell from the force of the blow and the surprise, losing his balance and looking at Signiche standing on his feet, only asking how he did it. Sig angrily asked why the king was so surprised. The warrior of condemnation was exhausted and wounded, but still ready for battle. He winked at him and said that he should get up and they would continue their duel with the ancient king. He used the very vision of Frederick inherited from Ziga, called the Punisher. The opponents stood facing each other again. The king told Signiche that he was releasing the mana that flowed within his own body. He asked if he still had the strength to continue, The king saw that Signiche was already quite exhausted. But then Signiche struck him with his actions, and King Carbon shouted that this could not be. The warrior of condemnation seemed to have gained new abilities and energy, and, drawing his red dragon sword, rushed at the king. And then, King Dimitri suddenly realized that Signiche had deliberately taken that blow upon himself, in order to replenish his mana through the elf. It was truly amazing. Signiche Zagar understood that he was taking a huge risk with his life, but he did it deliberately. He was bleeding profusely and was exhausted, but he replied that it must be because the mana, which had been dormant for 500 years, was now quite powerful, and now it was inside him. The king said that every person has a mana attribute corresponding to their body, and it is not enough to simply take the power. Foreign mana in one's body could destroy its new owner without such a protective item. Signiche Zagar understood what he was talking about. He was barely breathing. King Carbona looked at him and added that the pain Signiche was experiencing now was probably unbearable. The warrior of condemnation tried to pretend that he did not understand what King Dimitri was saying to him and smiled through the unbearable pain. The king looked seriously at Signiche Zagar and asked what was wrong. He replied with the words of his life motto and took a step towards the king. He told him that gratitude doubles. Sig struck the elf with his red dragon sword. The elf was taken aback by this. Then he added that revenge increases tenfold. Signiche shouted as he struck another blow that a man simply had to be strong enough in order to endure this pain. Their swords met, and the battle took on a decisive character once again. Both opponents were now equally strong. The king understood that now there was no longer such a huge gap between his combat experience and abilities and Signiche Zagar's mana and strength. He was having a hard time in the sword fight. He couldn't understand what had caused the warrior of condemnation's strength and will to grow so quickly. He knew that it was still the technique that was destroying Signiche Zagar's body. All he had to do was hold on. He decided that the guy's mana would reach its limit, and he would not be able to withstand it and would die. But everything did not go according to his plan. At some point, Sig found himself right behind King Carbon, and Dimitri realized with horror that this was his mistake. The blow was delivered quickly and lightning fast. Another explosion sounded from the attack, releasing a huge amount of energy. The king was thrown to the floor, and as he fell, he thought that Signiche was not only strong, but also faster than ever. Signiche attacked him again. He used his Frederick the Punisher vision technique. This was followed by Zagar's vision with an explosive blow. Signiche Zagar also used his explosive blade to attack King Carbon. The king realized that these attacks had also exhausted him. Seeing this, Sig began to ask the king where he was hiding, because he so wanted to show him the will of Carbon and finish him off with his own hands. King Dimitri, gritting his teeth in anger and pain, rushed at his opponent. He shouted that the pathetic man should not interfere in the affairs of his country. He pierced Signiche Zagar with his power and threw him aside. A few moments later, the warrior of condemnation saw the king's sword right in front of his face, but he was able to dodge sharply and quickly because, having acquired his mana, he could now see King Dimitri's movements, which had previously been invisible. Signiche Zagar learned to control his power in this battle, and also realized that he was now equal to him in speed. King Dimitri raised his sword, and, saying that what he was defending was the very will of Carbone, wanted to deliver a decisive blow to Signiche. He said that Signiche should accept his final attack, for he was Carbone himself. The warrior of condemnation saw a huge pillar of mana and power in the king's blow. He understood that the king had put all his abilities into this attack. He quickly stepped toward his opponent, grabbing his sword, but he could feel that the pain and loss of strength had reached their peak. It hurt Signiche even to lift and hold his own sword in his hand. However, there was something else surprising. He felt that despite all the pain, there was also a thrill that made him think he could defeat anyone right now. Signiche Zagar ran forward and used his Zagar vision technique again. Then he followed up with an explosive sword technique. He was getting closer and closer to the king, and used the technique of the illusory dragon's roar. Dimitri realized that things were very bad. He didn't want to fall right here. Looking at the fallen painting of Aranette, he prayed to her. He remembered how she told him to love everything in this country. At the time, Dimitri didn't understand what she meant and asked her to repeat herself. The girl turned around and said that she was asking him to protect Carbon at all costs. He had to keep the current landscape unchanged. She added that then, at some point, everyone would finally realize the value of this country. The king said that he simply wanted to protect what she had left behind. He sat exhausted on the floor, coughing up blood. A minute later, he saw the glint of the red dragon's sword. He realized the legacy of Aranette and understood everything. Signiche Zagar stood directly above him, and said that he could say his last words. King Dmitri replied that Carbon would not survive if they were not ruled as he had ruled. He looked at Signiche and added that if he did not mind the country perishing, he should eliminate the king immediately. He asked the warrior of condemnation if he was capable of making such a decision, since the fate of the country was now in his hands. Signiche raised his sword. He said that if this was a country that could only survive by selling its own citizens, then it would be better for it to be destroyed. With a lightning-fast movement of his hand, he finished the attack. It was all over for King Dmitri. He fell to the floor, forever. The battle was over. Then he heard someone calling him and turned around. It was Princess Nace herself, who had entered the hall and seen everything. The girl noticed her father's crown on the floor, and, looking closely at the body at the warrior's feet, covered her mouth with her hand in horror. She wanted to hold back a scream of horror. Her hero, and one might say her beloved, stood over the lifeless body of her father. The scene was truly terrifying. She suddenly remembered his eyes when she first saw this man. It was her secret trip to her homeland, and Signiche Zagar and the others were supposed to accompany her all the way to Carbon. There were some problems along the way, and the girl remembered perfectly well the look of fear for her when he saved her from death and carried her in his arms. Nace remembered how he looked at her gently and caringly, asking if she was okay and if she was in pain. They were caring gray eyes. They looked down at her, as if they knew everything in the world. At that moment, she thought she wanted to paint his empty soul. She dreamed that she would illuminate him with her colors of life and love. A few hours earlier, someone had come to her and told her that the warrior of judgment had returned. The girl hurried to her father in the hall, because they said that Signiche Zagar wanted to announce something important to everyone. She decided that he had returned to her. She thought about how she would tell him that he had finally changed his mind, and decided to stay in Carbon forever for her sake. She wanted so much for Sir Sig to look at her with the same eyes he had when they first met. But everything turned out differently. She ran into the hall to her father and saw a bloody scene before her eyes. It was unimaginable. Her Signiche Zagar stood over the lifeless body of her beloved father and looked at her with a completely different, unrecognizable gaze. Naze realized everything and began to scream and call for her father. She couldn't believe that he was gone. Shaking all over, she rushed to him and burst into tears. Nace kept asking Sir Sig why he had done it. She sat over her father's body and yelled at him, asking how he dared to do this to the king and her loved one. Signiche Zagar replied that the mission she had given him earlier was to thoroughly investigate and eliminate all members of the ensemble. He added that he was simply carrying out the princess's orders. Naeus screamed in horror that this petty task was not so important now. She asked if her father had committed a crime deserving of such punishment, even if it was for Carbon's sake. Signiche tried to explain everything to her. He asked her if the victims of those crimes in the future would think the same way she did now. Could she say the same thing in the presence of the victims, who would bear their wounds and live with scars on their hearts for the rest of their lives? After all, there were children among them. He added that no matter how much the princess cried, her father's sin would not disappear. Naze turned to him with anger and tears in her eyes. Then she stood up abruptly and pushed his hand with the sword away. Signiche was stunned and did not understand what she was up to, but she simply placed his hand on her neck. The warrior of condemnation asked what she was thinking and why she was behaving this way. Nace was in despair. She begged him to take the very sword that had killed her father and do the same to her. She wanted to leave this life too. She added that trying to save the country with small sacrifices was a sin, but that everyone who benefited from it in Carbon was an accomplice. She screamed and begged Signiche Zagara to do justice and destroy not only her, but everyone in Carbon. She screamed. She added that he was the only one among them who was not sinful. Signiche looked at the princess angrily and asked if she really did not believe in him. He was really ready to do it, and squeezed her thin throat with his fingers. She trembled and suddenly laughed nervously. She suddenly began to repeat the words of his motto, that gratitude doubles and revenge increases tenfold. She asked if that wasn't his principle. These words struck the warrior of condemnation, and he released the girl with a sharp movement. She fell to the floor, leaving her alone with her father's body. He only said that these were meaningless words of justification. Naze replied angrily that, as expected, he could not take her life. She knew that he was, after all, a kind-hearted person. She added that if he was not going to destroy all the citizens of this country, he should still stay in Carbon and join her. She said that, after all, buying and selling one's own people was part of human culture. These words angered Signiche Zagara. He turned to the princess and threw something sharply at her feet. At first, the girl did not understand what it was, but then she saw that right in front of her lay the very brooch she had given him earlier as a symbol of the Tree of Life. Signiche looked at her and said that if there was no money in the country, then something like that should be sold, not its citizens. He turned away from Princess Carbon and walked out of the royal hall, leaving her alone with her father and her thoughts. A couple of minutes later, her loyal elf servants rushed to the princess, asking if she was all right. They shouted that everyone should rush after the man and execute him immediately, but Nace replied that everything was fine. She ordered them not to do anything to him, causing confusion on the faces of her subordinates. She began to shed tears for her father again. The drops fell directly onto his face, and a minute later, Nace ordered them to prepare a funeral for her father and their king. She wanted it to be as luxurious and grand as possible. Covering his eyes with her hand, she picked up his crown from the floor, saying that as soon as the funeral was over, they would immediately begin the procedure for her coronation and inauguration. She placed his crown on her head. Nace was mentally prepared for this, and told everyone that the citizens were eagerly awaiting it. She stood up and looked at the open door. The princess knew that from that moment on, everything would change for Carbon. A man with a beard and mustache was riding in a carriage. Signish Zegar rode behind and said that by fighting against the ensemble agents who had invaded the palace like criminals, he had earned honor. He replied to Sig that they had no other choice, because if the whole truth came out, the whole of Carbon would be turned upside down. The warrior of condemnation understood this and said that this was true and that it would also affect Sigmar himself, where the cats now live. The man added that he was simply sorry, and that he was still grateful to Signich Zagar for the help he had given his family. The latter replied that there was really no need to go that far. They were all a little stunned by everything that had happened. Org and the harpy Fiona were traveling with them. The man on the cart said that, as promised, he would take Signish to his destination as a token of gratitude. He also asked what else he could do for the warrior of condemnation. Signiche replied that he had already received kindness from him. However, the others began to say that they wanted to repay Signiche even more. Fiona added that the queen had not actually ordered him to be found. She had not sent any pursuers. Signiche simply replied that that was fine. Nice knew that her father's actions were a crime. The princess could not admit this, for she was now the new queen of Carbon. Signicha replied that she knew why she had not yet taken revenge on him. This only showed that she definitely had a conscience. However, everyone was concerned about the future of Carbon. The first thing Nace did was to create an army. She did this immediately after her ascension. Signiche Zagar replied that this intention was quite obvious. He looked at his companions, and at Fiona, who was exploding into the sky, and added that all this meant only one thing. It meant only that a great battle was about to break out, and they would learn about it. Late in the evening, they stopped for a rest and built a fire. Minerva enjoyed eating her piece of meat. She said it was very tender. Signiche asked if she liked it, and she replied that he could cook her some more meat. Then, the warrior of judgment looked at Sui and noticed that she hadn't eaten anything, and looked very sad. He asked her what was wrong. The girl was pensive, but replied that she was fine. She glanced at Signiche and suddenly said that she thought he was not well. She was actually worried about him. After all, a real dangerous situation had arisen during the fight with the king, but he had not called on her this time either. Signiche did not turn to his sword for help, and could have broken his promise, and died then. The warrior of condemnation sighed, understanding the girl's concern, and replied that he was sorry, and would like to apologize to her. Sui added that she remembered him saying, before parting with the dwarf Genin, that a battle would soon break out. She grabbed him by his clothes, but Signiche looked into the girl's eyes, and replied that if it was dangerous, he would handle it. Sui asked him to do otherwise. She begged him to protect himself first, even if it meant using her powers. She paused for a minute, and then added that he should call on her, even if she became the sword that would destroy people's lives. She was ready to do it for Signiche, and then they heard laughter. It was Minerva who, seeing them, said that Sui was worrying too much. They looked at her, and Minerva stood up from her place by the fire, and proudly declared that in that case, she too would be able to protect Signiche. The warrior of condemnation asked her again, dissatisfied, what she meant by protection, and they began to argue again about who was right. She added that she was ready to show him how exactly her body should be used. Signiche replied that she did not want to do that. After all, Minerva only demanded to use her and the demonic sword. She kept asking if Signiche still did not trust her, and had doubts. Sui interrupted their argument by asking Siga where they were going now. He replied thoughtfully that he hadn't decided yet, and was thinking about it. He knew perfectly well that the reason was simply that his wounds from the Punisher technique he had used in battle with King Carbon had not yet healed. After all, the Punisher was a violent activation of the body, and he had heard somewhere that the more pain you endure, the stronger you become. Did that mean that great power came with great pain? He didn't know, and looking at his trembling body, he he decided that they should rest in a quiet place. He asked the girls if they liked resorts. Signish spoke of Evergreen. Despite its small size, it was a rich country. It had emerged thanks to trade and mediation, and despite being located among powerful states, it attracted everyone. After all, this country had never been subjected to foreign invasion or raids. It was truly a quiet and peaceful place. And all the people who knew about this state said only that it was the best country for a quiet and measured life. Signishi, upon entering its lands, decided that here he could not worry about being drawn into unpleasant affairs and events. He announced to his sisters that they had arrived in Evergreen, the best country to live in. And then someone behind him shouted loudly. The guy shouted that everyone needed to run away immediately. And behind Signiche, a huge stream of flames rose into the air. Sui asked if they had made a mistake. This place did not fit the image of an ideal, peaceful country at all. Signichi Zagar turned around and looked at the city burning in flames. He didn't understand what was happening, and could only think that he didn't know how this could have happened. He turned around and saw a young, blonde-haired guy running straight towards them, shouting that it was very dangerous here. He was getting closer and closer, shouting that all travelers should immediately run away from here, preferably as far away as possible. Signish Zagar asked him what was happening here. He replied that it was a long story, but that they were all in great danger. He advised them to evacuate first. Signiche Zagar was not in the mood or physical condition to fight. However, what he saw behind them as they ran away shocked him. It was a real fire-breathing dragon. He asked how this was possible, and the blonde-haired guy just said that now they finally understood what was going on. The reason Evergreen, a small and weak nation, was able to avoid enemy invasion was simply because the territory belonged to the dragon. 500 years ago, Aranette Greenfield had exterminated almost all of them. She had brought the dragons to the brink of extinction. The name dragon is associated with their long life, overwhelming magical power, and supreme intelligence. They were on the verge of complete extinction, but they were still strong enough to defend themselves. Signish Zagar grabbed her girls and the blonde-haired boy and ran away from the dragon that was pursuing them. He asked the boy if Evergreen had not signed a peace treaty with the dragons. The boy replied that there had been some discrepancies with the non-aggression clause. Not long ago, dragons had begun raiding border villages. Nevertheless, the authorities and leadership had not yet taken any action to protect their citizens. And then Signiche Zagar realized why this knight couldn't just stand by and watch, but began to urgently evacuate people from the village. He replied that this was indeed the case. He said his name was Carl Alexander, and that he was the leader of the Knights of the Shadow. He asked what he should call Sig. He replied that he was Signish Zagar. Carl asked if he was really the warrior of condemnation. He had heard of his bad reputation. He asked if Sig had come to Evergreen because he needed to destroy someone. However, the warrior replied that it was more important to think about something else. Instead of getting into unnecessary details, the knight should take care of his own life and the people he was saving. They all looked at the enraged dragon sitting on the stone gate, which seemed to be looking at them. The next minute, the creature let out a roar, and a huge stream of fire and ash burst from its mouth. Young Carl screamed in fear. He understood that the beast was slowly preparing to attack, and that they would soon be doomed. Then Signiche Zagar saw him rush towards the dragon, and order the others to run away and hide. It seemed that this guy had decided to cover them with his body, and fight the beast alone. A minute later, Carl saw a stream of fire rush toward the dragon. He didn't understand who had launched the attack, and turned around. He did not yet know that Signiche Zagar, despite her weakness and loss of mana, had decided to help in the fight against the dragon. Sig called on Sui for help. She immediately understood everything, and began to turn the flames into ice shards. An entire ice fence began to form in front of Signish and Carl. Sui worked quickly. There was no time to waste. In a couple of minutes, Signiche and his demonic sword recreated the ice barriers right in front of the dragon. Seeing everything that was happening, and looking at Signiche Zagara, the fire-breathing dragon thought that this man had rather strange methods and techniques. The dragon's wings were damaged by the fire, and he decided that he had fulfilled his mission, and no longer had any obligations. He stood on his hind legs and looked up. The dragon was enormous. At that moment, Carl was sitting right at the foot of the ice fence built with Sui's help. The next minute, he heard the voice of Signish Zagar approaching him, asking if anyone had been hurt. The young knight looked angrily at the warrior's face, and began to shout that he had simply abandoned him there and left. Sig calmly replied that Carl could and should have taken care of himself. Carl replied that he was living up to his bad reputation, and that everything he had heard about the hero of condemnation was true. However, all the residents, although still coughing from the smoke and fumes, were completely safe. They asked what had happened to the dragon. Carl boasted that as long as he could protect the inhabitants of this city, that was all that mattered. And then, Rotten eggs were thrown at him. The residents began to shout at him to finally disappear. They shouted that he was a fraudulent knight who stole taxes from ordinary residents. They began to pelt him with stones and anything else they could find, saying that he was not worth a penny. They all repeated that he should get lost. Carl Alexander was confused. He wondered why they disliked him so much. They repeated over and over that he was a real scoundrel and a thief, and that he was an incompetent knight. They demanded their taxes back, and one of the old men shouted that Carl had said they would be safe. In addition, he had forced everyone to go into the shelter he had created himself. Carl tried to calm him down and explain everything. However, the old man would not calm down. He was indignant and asked if the knight was serious. Minerva and Sui watched all this, and Sui asked her sister why people were behaving this way. Minerva replied that Sui should have understood everything when she saw it. Now that the danger had passed, they needed someone to blame for it. Signisha added that Carl had saved all their lives, but now they were demanding compensation. Perhaps they would even ask for money to rebuild the village. And then they all heard cries that Carl had to take responsibility and pay. They demanded that he give them money. He felt sorry for them as a human being, and immediately a man began to say that they were being unfair to their leader. The man declared that they were all hypocrites. People should be grateful to Carl for saving their lives. It was Shane Walls, deputy commander of the Knights of the Shadows. He came with an entire army and approached Carl, asking if their commander or anyone else was injured. Carl replied that he was fine. He thanked Sir Shane for his support and help. Then the old man approached them again and said that the rest of the robbers had arrived. He added that since no one had paid and no one had been able to protect them from the dragon's attacks, they should rebuild the village and leave it. One of the knights looked at the village elder and said that if he had any complaints about the efforts of the Shadow Knights, he could file a petition. Everything had to go through official channels. The elder replied that he remembered this rule. Those who heard this were surprised at how easily they threatened people. The knights were bold and straightforward, and the people understood that they had barely survived the dragon's attack, and that they could behave this way. Many considered the villagers to be ordinary, ungrateful bastards. Shane started shouting that Commander Carl had warned everyone in advance. He had only predicted and prepared for the dragon's trajectory and time of attack. He pointed to a man in the crowd and said that thanks to his innovative approach and plan of action, everyone was able to survive in the end. The villagers began to shout that they were dissatisfied and did not understand what else the knights wanted from them besides taxes. They cried out in discontent. They all said that if the Shadow Knights wanted to protect someone, they should do it properly, because it was their direct duty and calling. Signich was confused by the words that Carl allegedly knew in advance the time and direction of the dragon's attack, and that he did it all by himself. He looked at him and decided that this knight was quite capable, despite his appearance. Shane said to Carl that they should not have helped from the very beginning. Carl replied that Shane should stop talking like that, because people were just worried, that's all. He added that especially in times like these, a knight must devote himself to saving people. He suddenly began to dream of being called a hero. He kept thinking to himself that eventually, people would learn about them and remember that the Knights of the Shadow existed in this world and brought salvation and help to all. Signisha stood behind Carl and asked if he still trusted these people, despite what he had been through. Carl Alexander turned to Signisha and replied to the warrior's reproach that he naturally did not trust just anyone. However, these guys were worth trusting. Shane and his team of knights replied that it was nice that at least one person believed in them. Someone said that they had no choice but to go all the way. Carl proudly raised his head and added that at least this time they had certain achievements, so they would definitely be recognized. He believed in this wholeheartedly, and it came as a complete surprise to Carl when his hands were put in shackles. Later, when he appeared before the court, he tearfully asked what the reason was and what was wrong. He found himself in the meeting room of the royal palace of Evergreen. The disciplinary committee sat before him. Signisha was nearby, hiding. He thought this was the expected outcome. Evergreen was a place of peace. People had enjoyed it for a long time and had become accustomed to it. And for many residents, hiding the problem was more familiar than solving it. The old man studied the report and told Sir Carl Alexander that a huge number of petitions had been filed against him. It was Drake Allensey himself. He was the Prime Minister of Evergreen. He added that if there had been no warrior of condemnation where the dragon was, they would have suffered enormous losses. Charles was silent. He was shocked. And the old man said that false statements, spreading misinformation, and damaging property, as well as threatening the village population, were all the charges against him. Drake asked Carl if he had any counter-arguments to refute everything. One of the men told Sir Drake that from the very beginning, the Knights of the Shadow had been a group of troublemakers and suggested simply getting rid of all the disgraced knights. He believed that this was definitely the right thing to do, This suggestion discouraged Karl. Drake replied that the most urgent matter was the dragon. Another man at their table suggested seeking support from the neighboring country of Kaid. But not everyone agreed with him, saying that they were unfamiliar with them, and no one knew what they would demand in return. Someone suggested asking the country of Degay for help. That was where the strongest of all was located. His name was Legion, but others began to shout that he was suggesting letting the fox into the henhouse. The arguments grew louder and more heated. Drake suddenly interrupted everyone with an order to be quiet and asked everyone to calm down a little to begin with. The hall fell silent. Drake said that first he would like to hear the opinion of His Majesty himself and that he was interested in where he would seek support. The king said he doubted that any troops should be sent to Evergreen. His name was Peter Evergreen. At this point, Drake banged his fist on the table and asked how long he intended to remain indecisive. He asked him to finally get involved in politics. He added that as long as they left this guy unsupervised, people would suffer forever. And now was the time to decide whose strength they should rely on. The king trembled, not expecting such pressure from the minister. Sig was eavesdropping. He kept thinking that they were trying to rely on someone else, without even attempting to solve the problem themselves. He knew that the moment foreign troops entered Evergreen, it would cease to be the best country to live in forever. It would become a battlefield, and its entire territory would become a battlefield on the continent. The country had a weak king, but there was something even worse for the state. It was Prime Minister Drake who sold out and betrayed the country. And Signice Zager realized that soon the best country to live in would fall. He turned and headed for the exit, calling Minerva and Sue to follow him. Signice told them that the atmosphere here was no longer pleasant, and it was time for them to leave. Minerva said that the most interesting part was about to begin, and she would like to stay and watch the fight. And then they all, including Signice Zagar, heard another opinion. It was the young voice of a boy who proposed something new and unheard of. The young man raised his hand to speak and suggested creating a dragon-slaying squad. Signice was interested in this idea. The young man said that if they managed to defeat the dragon, in his opinion, they would be able to protect the sovereignty of the country and save money from the budget. It was Prince Evergreen Kane. Signice moved away from the door and stepped forward curiously. Minerva and Sui looked at him questioningly. Drake asked the prince in surprise what he had just said to those present. They found it funny to hear such a thing. One of the men began to laugh and say that the prince was well educated, but their problem was that they should not have to solve everything on their own. Others echoed him, saying that they couldn't do it alone. Drake looked at the prince seriously, and even with displeasure. He told him and everyone present that Evergreen had never been a powerful nation. They did not have the extra strength to use to destroy dragon. He did not understand how they could catch a dragon on their own. Drake became heated and demanded that the prince himself try to do it. The prince sat in confusion. The king replied to the prince that he felt sorry for the boy. He said that Kane had such thoughts because of his incompetent and incapable father. The son asked him what would happen to Evergreen now. He only replied that instead of perishing from the dragon's fire, it would be better for the people to become vassals of another country. Then Signice Zagar entered the hall and told everyone that they had decided to give up too soon. He added that he could help capture the dragon if they had a problem. Signice Zagar promised to help them defeat the beast. Everyone present looked at him and began to say that he himself was a warrior of condemnation. A few seconds later, Signice Zagar approached the table and forcefully lifted someone by the cloak of his clothing. He added that he would like to borrow Karl Alexander, the Knight of Shadows, for this mission. The young man looked at the warrior of condemnation in surprise and could only ask why he had chosen him. Only Signice Zagar himself knew the answer.